Go ahead.
Okay. All right. It is. We've just come up with a hypothesis. My friend, we've just made the hypothesis where we've got two variables. We're going to need three for the experiment. Those are the control variables. The reason why we made the hypothesis is because we want to actualize the hypothesis, test it, manipulate the presumed cause to see if it causes the effect or not. What are you talking about? We're doing science. You don't think there's a need for an experiment when completing the scientific method?
Can I give you the model here? If you have two charges, if I have two charges and I'm measuring the force between them, I can't vary the strength of the electrostatic field. Right? I can't measure the electrostatic constant that determines the size of the attraction or repulsion. I can't vary that. But I can measure the variable of basically the proportional variable proportionality. The constant proportionality is what I can now vary.
That's lovely. No one cares about your red herring.
What's the red herring? That's not a red herring.
We're talking about what causes pressure in an experiment. In an experiment, why are you not listening?
Yes.
So do the experiment where you vary and manipulate gravity to cause pressure. Then
you don't need. That's not required.
It is. I've just told you why. We're doing fucking science.
I just gave an example. I just gave you an example of it not being required. If I tell you to measure charges if I tell you to measure the force between two charges, you can't vary the strength of the electrostatic proportionality constant. That's not embarrassment. You don't even understand what you're measuring.
Dude, you haven't actualized your hypothesis. You're now running away and bringing up other shit that isn't relevant.
I absolutely have. No, I'm totally giving examples of where if you have a relationship in nature that's fixed fundamental property of a dependency in nature, you can't vary it. You can't change it. That's the whole point. You can't change that relationship between two things. That's the point. You're measuring the proportionality of them, right? That's the whole point of the experiment, is to find out that constant proportionality. That's what you're doing.
An experiment. You're just assuming.
Yes, I'll give you an experiment. I'll give you the experiment.
No, you haven't.
I'll give you the experiment.
There's no actualization of your hypothesis.
Actualization? Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
There is.
No, there's not.
You're saying that.
Shut your mouth, you fucking goofball.
I'll give you a hypothesis.
Shut up.
Oh, don't get excited. Calm down. It's okay.
Yeah, you haven't.
Deep breath. It's okay. It's okay. You can calm down. Don't get excited. It's okay.
This is your tactic. It's just to talk through people.
I'm just saying, you just don't want to get excited. It's okay. You can stay calm.
Shut up, dude. You need to vary and manipulate what you're supposed to be the cause. Jesus Christ, that took way too long to be able to say. You're obviously cornered, dumb fuck.
That's crazy.
No. So if I have a electrostatic force of repulsion between two electrons, or between two charged particles,
who gives a fuck
you're
about
saying
that?
I have to vary. You're saying I have to vary the force of the electrostatic proportionality constant.
Yeah, if you're going to do an experiment, look up how that works. Okay, if gravity, independent variable. Yeah.
No,
it's not.
No.
Okay, then you're not doing an experiment. Shut your mouth.
Yes, you are. There's an experiment to be done. We're going to put mass into a tank, and we're going to see if the weight changes. The independent variable is how much mass is in the tank. The dependent variable is the weight. The relationship between them is described with gravity. That's it. I believe I can describe. What's what?
What's gravity?
Gravity is the relationship between mass and the force of weight. Basically what we're talking about. It's proportionality constant.
So the cause is then mass.
Right. Gravity is right. The weight down here is caused by mass.
Gravity doesn't cause gas pressure.
Gravity is the relationship between mass.
Yeah, shut up.
Masses attract masses.
Gravity doesn't cause gas pressure, then mass does.
Right. Yes, it's a mass that attracts mass.
What's mass?
The resistance to motion.
Well, are you seriously going to say that gases attract gases?
Yes.
No, you have no observed phenomena of this.
Okay.
Sorry, hold on. Gas expands. Okay. This is why you need to contain.
What does expand mean?
Why?
What does expand mean?
Why? Why are you talking?
Because I'm just trying to verify what you mean by expand.
Shush. So we understand gas expands, entropy will increase, the gas will move into a defined volume of space.
Well,
height, length. Yes, it will. Gas expands indefinitely in all directions.
Indefinitely in all directions.
This is false.
The only way that you can stop that expansion is because of containment. The gases always want to move apart from each other. Right? You do not have the phenomena of gases attracting gases. What the fuck are you talking about?
My first question, though, I'm just asking this, though. You still have, I can explain why a full scuba tank is heavier than an empty scuba tank. I don't understand why you don't seem to have a way to explain that. This seems like another mystery for flat earthers. Is this just total mystery why a full scuba tank would be heavier than an empty scuba tank?
You're a dumb fuck. It's because some of the gas is pressing down on the scuba tank.
But the same amount of
upward and to the side and pushing up. It's going in all directions.
Right. So why would it be heavier? Why would it push down on the scale
more?
Some
of it's pressing down, but the rest of it's pressing the other way too.
Right. So the upward push would be equal to the downward push, unless statistically suddenly they're all going in not the same direction. Right. So wait. If gas is expanding equally in all directions, which was just the claim, then you'd have just as much pushing up on the tank as pushing down on the tank, and therefore they'd cancel out. So that violates the expanse equally in all directions. So can you please tell me why the scale shows that the tank is heavier? You haven't done that yet. It's a mystery to you.
No, it's not.
Yes, total mystery.
No, it isn't.
Okay, then what's it due to?
Because you've contained gas in a fixed area.
All right. So what makes it go heavier? Because the gas isn't being pulled down. Why does the scale that the tank is on shows a higher value?
You've got pressure.
Because you've got energy inside the tank. That energy is the gas. It's why do you keep doing this? You keep asking a lot of questions.
It's energy now? The scale's measuring energy? That's interesting.
What the fuck, dude? Shut up. You keep saying we can't answer this. We've tried to answer it several times and you keep talking.
Okay, go ahead and answer. Oh, please answer.
Just shut up. Just do that. Well done. All right, so there's more energy because there's more gas inside the tank. You'll notice that there'll be an increase if you increase the pressure inside the tank as well. If you make it hotter.
Oh no, that doesn't happen. If I have a tank and I make it slightly hotter, it doesn't actually change the weight.
Yeah. But
No, it doesn't. If I increase it does not. Yeah. If you increase the temperature of a tank by 50 degrees Celsius, you're not going to see a change in the weight.
Give me 2 seconds.
But that's an interesting experiment that you would do. You have a hypothesis that changing the temperature of a tank changes its weight. That's an interesting hypothesis. Let's see how you do that experiment. I'm guessing you would control the temperature as your independent variable, and you would measure the weight as your dependent variable. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, you didn't actually control the energy directly. You controlled the temperature. Oh, no.
Yeah, because that's the thing that you vary and manipulate. Right, you still haven't varied.
You vary temperature. Wait, you vary temperature. You didn't vary energy, right?
Sorry, you don't vary and manipulate gravity, though, do you?
I didn't say I needed to. I said you can measure the constant proportionality. I said we can vary the amount of mass present, and the very amount of mass present would vary their weight.
Sorry, you're not even answering the question that was defined within your hypothesis for the cause of gas pressure.
The cause and where? So wait, cause and gas pressure inside a container?
This is why we have to keep fucking tabs on you. It's like retard wrangling. Yes.
All right.
So we gave you the phenomenon and you agreed
in a tank. Pressure. Sure, inside a tank we can talk about it hitting stuff. Yeah, the molecules bounce around. Sure.
Yeah.
And?
So the container's causing the pressure. Awesome. You need
inside the tank? Yes.
Hold on. Yeah, inside the container.
Inside the tank. Right.
You needed to demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
Oh, sure.
Gravity.
Oh, sure. Let's do that one. Yeah, wait. No. Let's do gas pressure without a container first. So again, my hand in an open area, I have a certain pressure, but I can change the pressure by waving my hand. The pressure goes up when I wave my hand. Where's the container to hold that new pressure? Where is that container that holds that new pressure? I'm just wait. Before we keep going, where is the container that holds that new pressure change? Right? We had an increase in delta. For example, a plane flying, the propellers turn and have an increase of pressure on one side versus the other. There's a lift on the plane. There's a higher pressure and low pressure. Can you tell me where that's contained? That's what I'm kind of looking for. Is where is that contained? The change. Not all of the pressure, just that chain, the delta.
I addressed this earlier.
Just a smidgen in delta.
I'm just going to keep going. I addressed this earlier. That's you, that is, in already existing gas pressure. You're not answering the question. The cause of gas pressure. Not you waving your fucking hand in already existing gas pressure. What the fuck? Are you stupid?
Wait, why was there a delta? Why is there a delta in change? I'm sorry, the delta pressure doesn't matter?
You're not answering.
I'm just trying to figure out that delta doesn't come from anything.
Slimy little red herring, you're not going to get away.
So,
you're talking about
what are you talking about?
The cause of gas pressure.
The cause of gas pressure, well, it varies on things, right? You can actually make gas. Well, so what is pressure? Pressure is just going. Yes, pressure. So what? Like when you say pressure, I am thinking we're talking about basically area force on an area of an object, right? That's what pressure is. So we're talking about the air hitting some area and causing some amount of force in that area. So whatever makes that air hit with a higher velocity, that's going to increase the pressure. So for example, we can have a nozzle pushing onto a plate that is a higher pressure. So we have lots of examples where we can have higher pressures due to any number of things. What do you think pressure is?
Oh, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, as defined as defined within PV equals nRT.
That's it. That's the only type of pressure there is. Is that it?
What causes?
Is that pervnert? Is like your only understanding of pressure?
Why are you talking?
Because that's it. This is all you're talking about.
Yeah. What causes gas pressure?
Right.
We understand that.
Oh, yeah, see me. I thought you were reading a third grade science book.
No,
my bad. I thought you were reading a third grade science book.
Intolerable.
Oh, I thought you were reading a third grade science book to me. So no, pervnert is for an enclosed volume for doing chemistry experiments with. Yes. And?
Just shut the fuck up. There's no point talking to you any further. If anybody else wants to unmute him at some stage in the next couple of minutes, then feel free to do so, but there's no point talking to him.
Do you want to try with me again and not be quite such an asshole, or is that just your default setting?
Sorry, I wasn't even listening. What?
Oh, how rude. How does a 24-hour sun work on a flat Earth? I would like to know.
That's precisely what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
How does a fly buzzing around your head work on a flat Earth? I just don't get it.
No, I need it to explain to me because I'm the stupid one.
It can only work on a flat Earth.
It can only work on a flat Earth. Please, I would like a demonstration
I'll
of
answer
this
this
model.
question real quick. I think it just goes around you is what happens.
Wouldn't the entire Earth always be lit with sunlight then?
No.
What are you talking about?
So they were they were like near like South America, right? And so how does like Australia have sun at the same time as a 24-hour sun near South America?
Because both of those regions are within sunlight.
Within sunlight? What does that mean?
Oh my God.
Wait,
I mean, you're just restating the claim. You're not saying anything. That's a tautology. You're just saying the same thing twice.
But isn't on a flat Earth map Australia like literally almost like direct opposite of the side of the Earth as South America? That means the sun would have to cover the entire.
Show me the flat Earth map that you're talking
all the
about.
time.
I mean, we got the AE map. That's about all we got for a flat
That's a globe map, you dunce.
Well, I know that, but a bunch of flat earthers don't.
Okay, well, you should have corrected them, you idiot, instead of strawmanning us with it.
I've been trying. Okay, so how does what map do you use?
Yeah, I'll use your map. Can you show me your map? then?
No.
Yeah, we use latitude.
No.
Oh, fuck.
It's not a map claim, you dunce. It's a claim as to the general surface of the
Viking.
Earth.
The Viking, you're an idiot. It does matter what the sun does.
Okay, it goes around.
You can absolutely describe. You can absolutely.
There's somebody new, and I want to talk to him. Shut your mouth.
You can absolutely describe the core by measuring.
Shut it.
You can absolutely describe.
Hey, fuck you, you prick. Told you. Not talking to you. Top dog Asian. What does the 24-hour sun prove?
It's crazy.
That the Earth isn't flat. That's all I want to say. Because people have claimed that a 24-hour sun does not cohere to their model of the flat Earth.
Okay, so falsified.
Do you have a different model of the flat Earth? Do you have like
no, this is another
reality, mate.
Okay, another question. What would the model prove?
That the model is just the Earth is not flat. So if the Earth is not flat, we can move on to the next step.
What would a model prove?
That's it. I've literally said that the Earth isn't flat. If the sun
so a model would prove something.
No, it's just like a demonstration of it, right? Like, so if the Earth isn't flat, we can move on to the next one. We can be like, is the Earth a triangle or something? You know?
Okay, this didn't falsify that the Earth is flat, as in its surface is horizontal and planar. It didn't falsify that. You said it falsified some sort of
I didn't say it falsified it. They claimed it.
Yeah, okay, so they claimed some sort of a flat Earth-based model, according to you.
Yes.
That would not work with this observation.
Yes.
So a model has been falsified. But what about the surface nature of the planarity of the Earth's surface? Has that been falsified?
Well, I assume flat means like the surface is flat. Unless we're talking at different levels of flat.
We're not even talking about a model per se. We're just saying that the surface is generally horizontal. Has that been falsified?
Well, define horizontal.
Flat, even, no part higher than another, within a tolerance, that is. Perpendicular to vertical.
I walk up a hill. That's not flat. That's fucking. That's
I know. I said within a tolerance, dude. It's not generally curved. It's perpendicular to vertical.
Nothing to do with curvature.
Yes. So the main reference for this will be sea level, mean sea level, which is going to be an average.
Sea level.
Within a tolerance, I said. It's not going to be perfectly smooth flat, obviously.
But it's definitely not curved.
Right.
We didn't say it was curved. We just said it wasn't flat.
Because all the measurements you've got for curvature are flat Earth.
We didn't measure anything. We're just making an observation.
We can get off to something else. I just want to get your answer, though, really quick. Does what I just described to you, is that falsified by seeing the sun for 24 hours? Just that, the surface being horizontal?
Yes.
How?
Because if you made the claim, then your claim is falsified, right?
You're not saying anything.
Sorry.
How?
If but like people have said, if there is a sun that doesn't set, that would not work with that.
I didn't say that. Model. I didn't say that. And even if I did, what would that matter? What would that falsify as far as the surface being flat?
It would falsify your claim, wouldn't it?
The surface was no longer flat.
It's measured flat, mate.
Sorry?
It's measured flat.
What do you mean by measured flat? Are you trying to stick flat into everything? My table's flat.
I'm trying to get you to understand that the sun going around you for 24 hours doesn't prove anything about the surface you're standing on, whether it's flat.
Well, it disproves the claim, so we can move on to
it might disprove the claim that can't happen, that somebody might have made, but nobody said that. Not anybody.
What do you mean nobody said that?
Yeah, nobody here said that.
Oh, okay. Didn't they?
No, I didn't.
No.
I've seen Nathan Oakley come in here.
He doesn't say that.
He doesn't say that. If I fished a video of him saying that, would you like stick your hand up your ass for me?
No.
Okay. Then don't make the claim that he didn't say that. Then.
But that's him. That's not us.
But you just made the claim that nobody in here says that, but he is a person that has been in here.
Oh, somebody who has been in here once.
What do you mean? Well, I can guarantee you he's a regular guest here.
You're getting
still not us.
You're getting off. But still.
But Nathan Oakley is a flat earther, though.
Matter.
Is he a different type of flat earther? Is it like Christianity?
Dude, the point is you have to explain. See, you just keep going back to what people said. You've got to explain geometrically how it's a problem to have a flat surface with a thing overhead going around you.
Yeah, we'd like to hear that. That you get elevation angles too.
You're just going to tell me again that somebody in this channel said it couldn't be done? Is that it?
What do you mean couldn't be done?
Dude, tell me how I can not have a flat horizontal plane with something overhead going around me.
Yeah, not in the way the rest of the Earth works.
What do you mean?
if you have 24 hours of sun in Antarctica and it's nighttime in here in Australia, you'd have to demonstrate like a model of like the
I wouldn't.
Topography. Why not? Why not?
It's not my burden to bear.
Because Antarctica. Sorry.
Well, Antarctica doesn't exist. It is a giant ice wall, is it?
Why?
Is it a giant ice wall?
No. Why?
No.
Calm down, Glover.
Antarctica is inside the circle of the sun. Australia is underneath the Tropic of Capricorn and the equator.
Yes.
Yes. So the sun only illuminates Australia when it passes overhead, but it still illuminates Antarctica because it's completing the circle around Antarctica. That's what we observed.
Circle around Antarctica. I thought wait, do you believe? Do you believe that Earth is in the middle of the universe? Is that how you're
very far? We're talking about a 24-hour sun on the surface of and what we observe from the surface. Yeah. You're asking how this is possible. Just explain to you how it's possible. You just don't understand. Now you want to talk about something else.
I mean, is Antarctica an ice wall to you?
Is Antarctica an ice? What the fuck?
Fucking clown.
It's a globe map, dude. This is the first thing I said to you.
How come you don't want to talk about measurements? Doesn't it want to talk about measurements?
Well, first thing, I mean, this guy said that having the sun go around you down in Antarctica proves that it cannot be flat. I'm just trying to get him to explain what the geometric relationship there actually is, and he doesn't seem to know.
You would have to draw a model for the sun.
No, I wouldn't have to. You just have to explain why something in the sky can't go around me while I'm standing on a horizontal plane. That's all. Because that's your claim.
It can. It just wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
Okay, so a fly can't buzz around my head because that's a thing going around me and I'm on a flat surface. That can't happen unless I'm on a ball, according to you.
The difference is the sun is like 10 bajillion times bigger than the Earth, though.
So what?
Oh, my word.
But the fly is like 10 million times smaller than you.
Okay, you don't know the size of the sun, for one thing, so that's another claim you've
We don't know the size of the sun.
Oh, how did you measure it then, Asian?
What do you mean?
Well, you just said it's 10 bajillion times bigger than the Earth, so how big is the Earth?
You're not being hyperbolic when I say 10 bajillion.
Okay, Asian, right? How big is the Earth? How big is the sun? How did you measure both? You want to claim stack? Then fine. Back your shit up.
Don't mention measurements, mate. They don't like measurements.
Well, the energy required to produce enough heat for an object of that size.
Well, you know how to build a sun, do you? What size? How big did you measure it to be?
I didn't measure it. Someone else measured it for me.
Okay, so you're just talking shit. Someone else did it for you. What did they do? And what did you do to verify their work? Top dog.
I can verify the sun is very hot. Do you believe the sun is very hot or is it
now
cold?
You're going to something else. You said the size of it and the size of the Earth. You claim to know both of those things. Now you're saying it's hot.
You're fucking brilliant.
And you've also said that this thing
is sunlight not hot?
And not circle around you. You don't know how big it is. You don't know how big the Earth is. And you say that this thing in the sky cannot circle around you if you're on a horizontal plane, and you don't know why that is either.
It does go over sea level, doesn't it? Doesn't it go around the sea level?
Oh, dear.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
This Antarctica trip's really got them mixed up, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It really has. It really has.
You didn't think about what this proves until now, until we asked you.
It's been the best week in Flat Earth for ages. It's been brilliant.
So funny.
You guys are funny too. Don't worry.
How does it prove that the surface isn't curving? Come on.
Keep telling us. Come on.
Make it make sense.
What do you mean make it make sense?
Make it make sense.
Come on, mate. Make us all look like fools. Come on.
You guys already are fools. I don't have to do anything. You guys jerking each other off in a nice circle jerk, eh?
Oh, it's a shame.
Oh, it's a shame.
Well, it's a shame you couldn't back up your bullshit.
Wait, you haven't denied anything. It's all good.
Well, you've just come in here and said that a thing in the sky can't go around me if I'm on a flat plane, and then you completely failed to explain why that is. Yeah, what's the problem?
Yeah, just say things and don't back it up.
An airplane can't fly in a circle around me unless the Earth's a ball? Is that how you think? I think it works just fine. Some other flat earther so-called out there said otherwise. I don't know. Go take it up with them. Alright, I think he's tapped out on that, so ask him whatever you want. He just ran away.
See, Rab scuttled off as well.
God, that guy's insufferable.
Yeah. I often wonder why he's muted when I come into a room. No, no why.
He just drowns you with bullshit.
Yes, he does.
You just can't speak with him in the room. He's crazy.
Oh well, it's all good fun.
Yeah.
Wonder how many 24-hour suns we'll get today.
Hi guys. Have you had a few coming in? I know I was on Nathan's show on Friday and there wasn't many people coming in, bursting down the doors with talking about the sun. We was trying to encourage them, but it wasn't coming forth. Have they started coming out of the woodwork now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that surprised that they didn't turn up for Nathan's show, but every hour on the hour, pretty much, we get a 24-hour sun. It's been non-stop.
Oh, God.
Yeah, like I said, it's been one of the greatest weeks of Flat Earth that I can remember for a long time. It's been hilarious.
It's a really fun conversation. The 24-hour thing.
It is. Anyone got any ideas what's going on?
Thing is, though, as usual, it just it drags you away from the actual physical measurements of Earth, doesn't it? Talking about a light in the sky, as per usual.
Yeah, mm-hmm. But it gives you a slightly better way of now looking at the Earth. Now that the AE map has just been completely burned, and we don't need to look at that anymore. We should never look at that anymore. It wasn't even our model to begin with. Most of us got it given to us when we fucking got here. Right, here's the flat Earth. Right, with videos on YouTube, and this is always the emblem in the background, for example, or the map on the wall. This is what we were given. So I'm glad that thing's gone away. But now we can look at the Earth with maybe a slightly different perspective, understanding what is actually happening with regards to two places on the Earth where at certain times in the year, the sun is seen above the horizon for 24 hours in completely different places. Now, it should be able to give us a better idea of what the Earth may possibly look like. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's good. Get the bullshit out of the way.
Yep.
If you look at what an AE projection is, though, it should have always been obvious that there was really no good reason to think that the Earth actually looks like that. Because, yeah, it is just a projection from a ball. You could do it with a basketball or whatever else. And wherever you decided to place the center point for the projection, whatever's antipodal to that on the ball is going to get stretched out and be this ring around it. So that's just that's the way the math of that type of projection works out. That's what it is. Yeah, there's no real reason to think that the Earth would be like that. But there's a lot of flat earthers that did promote it, sure.
Yeah, for sure.
But
for sure.
It never really made sense in the first place for them to do so. So it's good to get it gone.
Right, are you saying that Gleason's map is basically out the window now, yeah?
Any map that is north-centric, as in at the centre and everything is projected out from that one celestial pole, yeah. We've got two celestial poles that we use for reference, not just one. The one in the north and the one in the south, where the sun arcs around at different times of the year. The Arctic and the Antarctic, in the north and in the south. So on the floor we have one place and another place, where throughout the year the sun circles around different ones, and throughout the whole year the stars rotate around these two individual points. They go clockwise and counterclockwise. But if you were to stand in the middle of these two rotations, they would come from the east and go to the west. East and west are circles around poles, North Pole and South Pole. We have two of them. One in the north, one in the south, one in the Arctic, one in the Antarctic. The arc of the sun around these two places. It's been known for years. But the sun throughout the course of a year does a figure of 8. Circles around the north for 6 months, circles around the south for 6 months. Changes the wheel that it's on, whether it rotates around the North Pole or whether it rotates around the South Pole. That's exactly what we observe and measure.
Well, hopefully this year it doesn't just keep fucking off even further south. I hope it does come back.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though, Heretic?
Yes, absolutely. An AE thing would not work with the celestial sphere or any of that. It doesn't make any sense together.
No. Now we just have to understand where north and south are relative to each other. We understand what a bar magnet is, right? North Pole and South Pole.
Yep.
So imagine you had one of those underneath the floor. At the north, you'd have the northern rotation. At the south, you'd have the southern rotation. You'd have your magnetic field projected out from this. Up in the sky, you'd have rotations. The sun moves between these two different magnetic fields. I'm glad it's fucking Sunday. We measure them because of where the sun is throughout the year, between the tropics and the equator. When it gets to the equator, that's when it changes track from northern rotation to southern rotation. So when we go to the north, this is what we observe the sun to do, rotate around the observer. And when we go to the south, in the Antarctic, this is what we observe 6 months later, or what we're observing now. So if it is some kind of magnetics, then it's a bar magnet underneath the Earth with a north and southern pole. Projected up into the sky. Don't know what's going on underneath, but up into the sky where we measure and observe these phenomena. That would sort out the magnetic field problem. Why we have two poles, why we have a magnetic field, a north pole and a south pole, and why these poles are projected up into the sky. To figure out the course of the sun, it's just how we measure it. 2 circles around 2 points on the Earth. We reside primarily between and around these 2 points. When we talk about the continents of the Earth, it would seem. There's water extending. It's hard to use north and south if we understand that these are just 2 points. If we were to keep going north, down the international date line, I think that's where they've really screwed with the map, because it would be in that direction where there's an awful lot of water they've got to play with. Probably the same thing in the south if you carry on going past Antarctica. It's just probably water. But that's the only way that I can kind of think of the Earth now, anyway.
Yeah, makes sense. It is what we observe.
I think when we use these points for navigation, like north and south and east and west, you kind of get trapped within it seems to be a northern-centric kind of circuit.
Yeah.
We don't seem to pay attention to the southern circuit so much. But yeah, I think we reside between those 2 circuits above. Lands underneath between the tropics, Africa, all those places reside underneath where the 2 circles meet. I think we're just surrounded by fucking water. Anyway, like I said, glad it was Sunday, because I definitely wouldn't bring that up any other day during the week.
No, that's good. I mean, most of that is just true. Seem to have 2 systems of stars, one arcing one way in the north, the other way in the south. Even if they did fake the 24-hour sun like some people think, I mean, I don't really have a problem believing it anyway, because it comports perfectly with the celestial sphere and what the stars are seen to do, so I think it all adds up.
So, like, if you was over the equator, I'll call it a line or circle of equal altitude. If you was over that, looking in the direction of Cancer, the sun would appear to move right to left. Yeah. And if you would cross over the equator looking to Capricorn, the sun would appear to move left to right.
Yes.
Yeah. That's correct, yeah.
This is why, for example, where we're experiencing winter in the northern hemisphere, while the sun is circling around the Tropic of Capricorn in the south, around the Antarctic. Now, we see the sun rise where it's closest to us. We see it arc across the sky from the east to the west, when we're looking south from the left to the right, but we only see that arc that is close to us. When the sun fucks off and we don't see it anymore, that's because it's carrying on going further away from us around the Antarctic. Same thing when we reverse the situation to when we have 24-hour sun in the Arctic and we have long summer days here in the north. Down in the south, they only get to see part of the arc of the sun. When it fucks off for them, it's traversing around the Arctic. So those that see it within the Arctic see it going from, if they're facing south, which they should be, from east to west, inside the circle, from left to right. If we're to look at the Earth and use the sun for its measurement, then this is why we have longer and shorter days in northern and southern hemisphere. We only get to see part of the arc of the sun as it kind of arcs towards us. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense.
That's why we always talk about in Australia, why is the sun like coming from like a more southerly position than it would do? It's because it's going in, that's where it's coming from. It's going around the Antarctic.
Yeah.
Coming up from that location.
Yeah, it's circling celestial south.
Yeah.
It's not arcing around the north, or it's not concentric to that like the AE map would put it, which is what they all want to strawman us with, it seems. But it's obviously not doing that, and so that's how you get that.
Well, the other issue too, if it was circling around the south, facing south, that should have been a clockwise rotation. They got counterclockwise rotation. So even their own experiment, their own worldview, their own field goal or goalpost, they didn't make a goal either.
Well, if you're facing the south celestial pole, it will go clockwise, right?
Depends where you are. If you're inside or outside of the circle.
Yeah.
If we try to imagine looking down, where we have two rotations of the sun, it's going to be a figure of 8 throughout the year. But inside the Arctic, if you were to observe this and look down on it, it's clockwise. When you're standing outside of the circle of rotation, depending on your reference, we start getting confused. But it's clockwise and counterclockwise in the south.
That's why they're going to be days. Oh, no, go ahead. You go first.
I'm just saying, it just goes back to the, crossing the road and looking which way the traffic is going. Then you should be back to that, aren't you?
Well, when you had EMBO having the sun go right to left, right?
Yeah.
So at some point in that circle, if it's going all the way around you, it is going to have to be to your south, right? And so if you were to be able to see the night sky at the same time as you're watching the sun, it should all be moving together, right?
Yeah, exactly. The stars wouldn't be going the other direction.
No. Yeah, so it's going right to left, but I would think that the sun would be tracking with the 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock stars, right? At that point, when you're facing south to see it? Because at that point in the clockwise rotation, right, it would be right to left, right?
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So, depending on which side of the...
Oh, because the camera... Go ahead, One Deck.
No, just say we said it before. Depending on which side of the equator, for simple terms, if you're looking at facing Cancer, yeah, which was their position really, it will appear to move right to left, back over the equator, facing Capricorn, right to left.
Well, and also with what I just said too, is like when you'd be facing south to see it, I mean, that's when it would be the lowest on the horizon, right?
That's what nighttime.
Yeah, that's what it should be, but it's still up above the horizon. So that, I think, yeah, what I just said, the 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock thing, that's how
because the camera rotated to follow the sun. It spun around and was constantly changing its 12 o'clock position.
Yeah.
Well, it obviously proves we live on a globe.
Has to.
Well, I think the best part of that is that the concave earthers now are running with this. And I'm like, that's great. You've got, because concave is young earth creationism too. So they're like holding up William Duffy as some kind of guy who's just using the globe to eventually do the big drop. It's concave. And I'm like, that will be exciting times right there. That would be. McDuffie will come out and say, hey, you guys, I did the final experiment, and I wanted to bring both flat earthers and globe earthers down to Antarctica so both their models would be falsified. You wanted to see the emotional reaction globalists had. You wanted to see the flat earthers not have a claim anymore about the sun. Now, here's what my personal interpretation of the Bible says about creation.
Yeah, it just gets rid of all your Muppets, doesn't it? Like Globe Earth Dave and all that. Like you say, though, it's a good time now. It's got rid of that fucking shite map, and like we're saying, starting with a clean sheet, a reset, like Nathan's been saying, and it's a new chapter. It'll be good.
Yeah, I think it is a new chapter. I was saying earlier, we can definitely get rid of a lot of the bullshit now.
I really like it that you can walk them into then arguing against a globe projection as well with this. That's hilarious.
Do you think the final experiment debunks the AE map?
Yeah, I think it does.
And why do you think that?
You got the sun going around the North Pole the whole time, and it's clearly not doing that in the South if it's looping around the South Celestial Pole.
24 hours of vision of the sun above your head in the Antarctic and the sun circling within you. Not possible.
So you're saying that there's a sun cycle that isn't possible if there's a 24-hour sun in the south on the AE map?
On the AE map.
Yeah.
Because that map is a north-centric projection.
Right.
So it's only projected from one pole. We've got two poles.
I think someone said there would have to be daylight in Australia, South Africa, and Europe at the same time, or something like that. And have a 24-hour sun, which sounds kind of crazy. Okay.
But that is just like a stretched out globe laid flat, right? The AE projection. I think it's pretty good for the northern half of it, but in the south, it's all just totally distorted and stretched out and messed up.
Okay, so you think there's some truth to the AE map, but you don't know the full picture.
I don't know. I've heard that the northern part of it is okay, but I don't think that's even really its purpose. I think it was more for like time zones and stuff like that.
Okay.
It's like we call tool abuse. Like this is a projection with this level of interaction, and then someone tries to use it for outside of that purpose, you start getting very weird results. You know, kind of like Jesse, where he's like, here's a theodolite for 100, 200 foot measurements. And he's like, hold my beer. Let me do it for 173 miles. That's why you get these really weird line of sights that you can't get reciprocals from. He's like, look, I have a direct line of sight right to that building. The top of that building has a window. I'm like, okay, well, get someone up there in that window and see if they have a direct line of sight back to you. Oh, they wouldn't do that. Their line of sight would be up over my head. I'm like, oh, well, something's going on then, isn't it? Because if light is a straight line, like you said it is, there would be a straight line both ways, not just one way. The path of light isn't one directional, like a one-way, road. Like the concept too, where you want to hammer a nail into the wall, you use a hammer. You don't pick up your cell phone and start smashing the nail into the wall. That's the wrong tool for the job,
Well, funny thing.
So Chris,
yeah.
I was just going to ask a question. Quick question. So Chris, are you saying then if there's a dual pole, so it's not a monopole, it's a dual pole. So then that would make a true south then.
No, I'm saying the sky has nothing to do with the ground whatsoever. That's the wrong.
I understand. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, but imagine a bipole model, a dual pole, right? So there's south pole, like what a Jedi was explaining, right? So there's a south pole around which it swings around, and a north pole. So that would make true south a thing. Wouldn't there need to be a southern star, or wouldn't there? There would not need to be a fixed southern star.
Depends what we use for the coordinate system. So we could drop the magnetics out of that because that moves throughout the course of the year. If we're talking about a celestial rotation point, then we just need the rotation point. Now, for example, Polaris, the North Star, the one that doesn't move, actually does move a little bit. It's like 0.2 of a degree or something, I can't remember. But it rotates around the point itself. So we're just looking for an area of rotation. But these are the two coordinate systems that are in the sky, the two areas of rotation that we'd use, north and south. It's north. Yeah.
So there's a point of rotation in the south, but doesn't have a little blinky thing on it, like in the north does.
Yeah. It's not visible with the naked eye.
Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Let me move myself. Apologies. Oops.
But like Crit said, it's like that's not the floor. We measure no problem with measuring them. We've always measured them like this. It's just which bias you have within your coordinate system. The AE map has a north-centric bias, so it's projected outwards from there. There's other southern ones, but they have a bias where they project the north around the circumference, creating another ice wall or frozen water.
Remember, but ultimately it has to be encapsulated with a barrier, with a container which has a shape of some kind. So will it be circular, oval?
I don't know. So again, now this is very much undefined because at the moment we have a lot of water.
Brilliant.
Who knows if that water stops, dude?
Brilliant.
You know how the analemma, the sun's analemma, you know how it bulges at the bottom and is small at the top, like a figure of 8.
Yeah, that's depending on where you observe it from as well. If you go to the south, you get a longer loop in the north, I think.
No, in the analemma, you've got a smaller loop in the south and a massive loop on the bottom.
Yeah.
And then you can't see the analemma in some parts of the world. You wouldn't be able to record an analemma because there's too many dark days. So, like in the North Pole, for example, half the year is dark. You wouldn't even see the whole analemma. You'd only see it somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this experiment just opens up more questions, doesn't it? It doesn't answer, and it just makes more.
Yeah. But it gets rid of a lot of the bullshit.
Is it a Goggle Jug experiment? What is it?
Final experiment, bro. What they're calling it, final one. If anything, it's only the first one.
It wasn't very final per se.
No, but Will Duffy wanted to, create a narrative about Final Experiment. Everyone was saying, "Oh, now the flat Earth is dead," and so on. That's what most people think, right?
Don't want to overly influence.
Yeah. I mean, it died 3,000 years ago, but that's something else.
3,000 years ago. Why 3,000?
No, it's just a way of speaking.
Oh shit! Were you talking to me?
You talking to me?
My bad. Like when the sailors, when they did the ships, and they kept shrinking, like once they kept like falling off the horizon there, they saw through the binoculars. What was that? What is that? Was the Earth curved a little bit? The flat Earth is curved a little bit, probably. Just throwing it out there.
No idea what you're talking about.
Like ships, the masts, they're like, I don't know, 40 fucking foot tall, or whatever the hell they are. And the farther away, as they get closer to the horizon, the farther away, the masts and the ships sink into the horizon, right? Into the point where you can't see them no more. You just see the little tippy top of it. And so they all know that this just means that, like, it's curved. It doesn't mean that it's, like, necessarily a circle. It just means that, like, from that point to that point, it's, like, curved,
Yeah, the ship is going over the horizon because the Earth is a sphere.
Right, and then, but sometimes they fall off, I think.
I'm just kidding. You're talking about boats going over the horizon?
Someone said link the scientific hypothesis. That PRO. I have to click on the thing to actually see what they're saying. You're delusional. Okay, these are good. I think we're on a good trajectory here. Like the scientific hypothesis proven for
How many beers did you
gravity.
have, bro? You're asking a malformed question, and then you're putting in an example that I can. Okay, when you're in the desert and you look over, what is the one thing they say when you see water in the distance in the desert?
Oh, like a mirage?
Man, these are basic things. What you're saying, bro. Make a coherent question, formulate it properly, and you might get an answer.
Yes, please help me, enlighten me, because I don't really actually know. I actually haven't. I'm not a big sailor, so I haven't really I've been watching ships.
Wait, henchman. Let me ask you a question, henchman. Do you believe currently, as it stands, do you believe that in every direction away from you, wherever you are right now, imagine you're standing on the earth somewhere, in every direction away from you, it's actually down sloping? Do you believe that?
Well, not really. Like, I mean, a little bit, because like I actually live in a higher elevation, actually, but like, yeah.
Hold on, but in every direction, it's going to be down sloping, and even if you run, let's say, 1,000 miles in whichever direction, wherever you end up, it's still the same. It's going to be downhill in every direction. Right. Do you think that's where you live?
Yeah, well, I mean, try to tell that to someone running up a hill.
Right, but after 1,000 miles, aren't they going to be in a place where And even if they're running up a hill, it's not downhill in every direction. It's uphill in one direction and downhill in another direction. But you believe you're on a rock that's downhill in every direction, anywhere. That's what you believe.
I actually do believe. Here's what I do believe. I'm like pretty, but I'm open. I have like a little bit of reserve.
Oh, but do you believe that, right? So hold on. And even if you were like some sort of, imagine you were like a road runner, you could run so fast you didn't sink in water. If you ran into the ocean and you were just running for like 1,000 miles, you'd still be downhill in every direction, even when you're in the water. Well, according to you,
it's like pretty much straight, right? Like we agree that like on your street, it's not downhill; it's straight.
Well, according to you, it's downhill in every direction worldwide, sir. According to you, right?
Well, you're the one that's putting words in my mouth. Number one.
I thought I heard you say you believe you live in a globe. I thought I heard you say that. Was I wrong?
All I said is that I don't even know if I said anything.
I thought I heard you say that. If I'm wrong, my bad.
I do believe in gravity, and I do believe that gravity acts equally.
Right, but you believe you're in a ball, right?
What's that? In a bowl?
You believe you're in a sphere right now, right?
Well, like a giant ass fucking sphere.
Yeah, it's like, giant, it's huge. It's mammoth. It's gargantuan.
Massive.
Yeah. Okay. But no matter what size it is, on a sphere, it's downhill in every direction.
Well, let me ask you this. If I open my window right now and I yelled, let's see here, what's your name here? Let's see. If I yelled, let's see here, Grizzly Grr, I don't even know what your name is. Grizzly.
That's right.
Okay,
You're gonna learn
if I open my window right now and I yelled, Grizzly Grr, okay, and I screamed it as loud as I could. I definitely wouldn't be anywhere close. You wouldn't be able to hear me, right? And that's
you didn't know where I am. I might be down the road. You don't know, but who knows?
Okay, maybe you are, mate. Maybe you are.
There's a small chance. It's like quite small. I know.
All I'm trying to say is that like odds are is that you're not going to be able to hear me, and that's because the Earth is fucking how many miles, how many kilometers?
It's gargantuan. It's absolutely
wow. I didn't mean to say miles. I'm into clicks and kilometers because I know that's how you like it, and I like it too that way.
Clicks. Look, sir, you can use whatever unit of measurement, sir. You can use any unit of measurement that you like. But funny enough, you're not going to like units of measurement. You're going to like, methods of calculation instead of units of measurement, aren't you?
Okay. Whichever one, I'll take it. All I'm trying to say
but
is
the point is, but the point is, just think about it hypothetically. Just take a step back and realize this. Say, you believe you're on a globe. A globe is a sphere, and you believe ultimately that you think it's downhill in every direction, no matter where you are. Just think about that. That's what you currently think. All jokes aside, bro, you believe that shit.
I mean, like, when you're talking about downhill, there's understand that like downhill. Unless it's a perspective, meaning that like you have a singular plane of which you are.
Wow. Bro, have you ever seen an Atlas stone? You ever seen one of those?
An Atlas stone. I think the Atlas, the sphere, the globe, right?
The Atlas stone. No, they got the Atlas stone. They used that in the world's strongest man competition. They have to lift up these spheres, these stone spheres, which are like 150 kilos or whatever, maybe less, whatever, but really heavy.
Yes.
Right. Anyway, hold on. So the point is they're spheres and they're pretty large, and you could stand on one of them if you wanted to, and you can even get larger Atlas spheres like stones in order just for art design, for artwork purposes. So there's like one outside some museum which is like 100, not 100, but let's say like 20 times the size of a normal Atlas stone. You could try and stand on it, and guess what? It's going to be downhill in every direction when you're standing on that sphere.
Fair enough. I appreciate your argument. I understand where you're coming from. I do. I just would say that we all know, like, when we're taking the trash out, even from our house to the road, there's like maybe a slope, but we don't really understand the actual average slope of the earth.
My bro, but when you get to the bottom, when you walk to the bottom of that slope, right? Is it still downhill in every direction, or is it the end of the slope and now it's going to be uphill?
It could be uphill at the bottom of that slope. Yeah, locally.
But it's not going to be downhill in every direction, is it?
Locally, I mean, on the average, I appreciate what you're saying. I agree with you. On the average, yeah, it is like, ultimately,
right. So for some reason, you think, this is what you think. You seem to think that, if I enlarge the Atlas stone I'm standing on, if I enlarge it by 1,000 times, it's now going to feel so level that I don't notice the curve. You think that, but how can that be possible when it's downhill in every direction? On any sphere, so even if you get a sphere, imagine this. Imagine we get a sphere that's 1 trillion miles across, all right? 1 trillion miles. The hugest sphere you could ever imagine. But if I put a marble on that sphere, it's just going to roll across it and roll down the sphere, even if it's 1 trillion billion miles big.
Would it just continually roll around forever then?
Well, if there's gravity, and if there's no gravity, then it's just going to drop and won't stick to the ball, just fall off the ball, won't it, sir?
But wait a second, because if there's no gravity, then why would it fall off anywhere?
Well, the point is, sir, you believe you're on a sphere, but you think the size gets you out of the whole slope thing. The whole slopes just disappear if I'm standing on a big enough ball. Well, no. They'll just be. They'll still be there. Doesn't matter if the rock is big. Your stuff will roll off it. Your water will curve around it. It will be downhill in every direction still, you see.
He's right.
No, Grizzly.
He's right. That is what I do believe. But I do also, though, that's the whole thing about what I was saying about seeing ships sink over the horizon, is that it's not actually something that it's not like unfathomable or unseeable. You can literally watch it happen.
Right, but you don't know why it's happening. You think you're going over a ball, and it could just be perspective and inverse square law. It could just be that. But you think it's a ball.
Fair enough.
But you think it's a ball, right? So when I ask you, think about it. If you were standing on a ball, you'd be downhill in every direction. Is that the place you're living in? Clearly, you don't think that. But somehow you're telling me you believe that.
Yes, I do think that. Yes.
Really, but dude, if you go on a cruise across the Atlantic for your night, you and your missus go for a nice cruise, a nice big boat, big cruise ship. You think you're going around the ball, or just floating along like in a big puddle?
Does it also?
What does it feel like to you? What does it feel like?
It just feels like it's going straight.
Right. So, and because it's so big, this ball feels like it's flat. But wait a second, but it would be curved. Stuff would roll off. There would be a curvature that you would notice in every direction. It would be downhill. It would be downhill in every direction. You would notice that pretty quickly, just like on that Atlas stone. If you were standing on an Atlas stone.
Yes. If it was a small enough curvature, an extreme enough
curvature. The curvature is the same on every sphere, sir. The coefficient of curvature on every sphere is the same.
Yes, I would say.
On every sphere, a marble, an Atlas stone, a tennis ball, a basketball, they all have the same coefficient of curvature.
A smaller radius than Earth, right?
It's a
so
sphere,
Mars would be more noticeable. But yes,
it's a
on
sphere,
Earth, yes.
Sir.
Yes, I agree.
You're telling me it's a sphere. You're telling me we're living on a sphere, sir. You're telling me all this water's glued to this sphere, and that makes it downhill in every direction. And you're telling me that's the world we live in. But how could it be when that's not what we see? We don't see it curving. We don't see stuff rolling off it. I don't feel like I'm going downhill in every direction at all times. So in that case, why would we ever need engines? Why would cyclists ever complain? They would just like start cycling, and you're just going to go around the world, around and around, like downhill. You would never have to pedal uphill ever. You'd just be all downhill always. Or on the water, you just basically, if it was icy, imagine it's all ice, just sit in your skates and you're just going to go skate around the world. Imagine it was all ice. Imagine the whole world was ice. You could just skate around the world, downhill, over and over and over, round and round and round again. You'd pick up speed again and again and again, downhill.
Like we already figured, like these people that are like, oh, I have to bike ride to work. I just don't care because it's like, it's downhill. It's just downhill. So relax. And then, anywhere, the bus, it's always downhill.
According to you, we live in a sphere, and if this entire sphere was made of like perfect ice, right, the cleanest ice you ever seen, like NHL kind of ice, right? Then you could just skate around the world. You'd never need propulsion. You'd never need any kind of any push. to move anyway because everything's downhill. Just remove, just stop, take off the brakes, and you're going to go down the hill, round and round the world.
Somebody finally fucking gets it. Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell. That's what I've been trying to tell people.
We live.
That's what I've been.
You're telling me we live in that place, dude. You're trying to tell me we live in that place when clearly we don't, bro.
Well, once you get to the edge of the earth, what happens? You fall off the edge, right?
Well, why don't you stay on the topic and realize that you don't have curvature that you're living in, bro? No curvature.
What's that?
There's no curvature, bro. In any direction, there's no curvature.
Yeah, he hit all the apologetics for it. He said it's
gravity affects us all, even when you go to the edge of the earth because you fall off.
You're talking nonsense.
Okay.
Can we just let the guy speak, please?
He's talking about gravity all of a sudden. Look.
All right. Well,
yeah, he kind of is like rambling.
Yeah, he conceded locally flat first. Now he's talking about gravity. He's apologizing for not seeing the curve over and over.
In a bit there.
Okay. Well, all I was trying to say is this: that you can see the curvature or whatever on Earth, even if that it's flat. You can see like boats and whatnot like sink over the horizon. This is
what are you blathering about, man?
Yeah, he's like he's never been to the beach himself. He's making this claim, but he's never experienced it himself. Has he never zoomed in on that boat he claimed went over?
We all have access to Google, right? We're all in
Discord. Yeah, we don't
need to explain it to you.
Practicality.
Bro, you need to look up perspective. Bro, look up perspective and inverse square law. Simple as that. Just look those up.
Inverse square law? Okay, sure. I understand what that is.
It just means things get smaller when they recede into the distance. So it's very simple.
So it didn't float. The boat didn't go over a curve, right, Grizzly? It just got too far away.
It got smaller.
Indeed.
And then it vanished because there's a vanishing point, if you understand what perspective is.
All right, fair enough. All right, I'm not trying to ruffle feathers. My bad. So let me just understand the consensus here is that the Earth is flat. There's no curvature, even though it's flat. It's just completely flat. There's just no curvature. It's just flat. There's
why are you repeating yourself? There's no consensus necessary. I live in Florida. It's 450 miles of flatness. Yeah, you interrupted me. You interrupt me. I live in Florida. It's 450 miles of flatness. Like, I don't need anyone to tell me anything. You keep interrupting. Thanks.
Jeez.
I apologize. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Naughty boy, is it?
No, he was enlightening me, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, basically, I can debunk your claim. I live in Florida. I've zoomed in on those boats you claim went over the curve, and they're not over the curve. They just went too far for me to see because the inverse square law, like Grizzly said. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, fair enough.
Remember, Henchman, you think you live in a place where it's downhill in every direction. That's where you think you live, according to you.
To be honest, I do actually think that I live on like a sphere just because of like certain other like principles, the way they interconnect and everything. But like, honestly, I really don't care that much. I'm curious what y'all think because I care about what people, I'm just curious what the hell everyone's all thinking of and shit. That's all.
Yeah, we're just all skeptical that the Earth is a globe, sir, because it's never been measured and proven. So we're just skeptical that it's a globe, you see. But you believe it, though. It's funny that.
I mean, I've never measured it, so yeah. I mean, I'm with you guys. I don't
think you are, sir. I think you're just.
I actually don't agree with you guys, but like, it's not. I don't want to like go into it because anything that I go into, it will be deemed as like, stupid science or whatever. And like,
no, it's not that. It's not that, Henchman. It's just that we've actually looked into these things. And if we were to use your reasoning and call on consensus, you have people like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying you can't see curvature. You wouldn't be able to see curvature. So, things like the things you're claiming, the people high up are saying that, no, that's not what the case is.
Right.
Exactly. So you and your scientific priests haven't even got your stories straight.
Look, man, I'm not here to debunk that shit. I do disagree with y'all, but I'm not here to like be that asshole.
Yeah.
I'm just here to like you know, it's Christmas weekend, and I'm just like fucking off. That's it.
So so now you're gonna say you didn't care anyway, right? Typical, man.
I mean, I don't agree with you, but okay, if you want to have an agreement or a disagreement or whatever, or a discussion, then let's have a discussion. But like,
I know you're already
you're not going to.
So you're already saying stuff like, "Oh, but I'm just here to chill, man. I'm just here to listen, man. It's just Christmas, man. I don't really care anyway, man. Yeah, I'm with you guys, man." You're trying to be very agreeable, real fast. That's what usually happens, Grizzly.
Yes, that's actually what I'm here to do. That's literally what I'm doing. That's literally what I've been doing. Sorry. I actually am. Have you ever met me before? Have I ever been here before?
No, sir. You're very generic, sir. I met people like you. Typical. Like,
just honestly, I disagree with y'all, but I know anything I say, you guys are not gonna like. There's no point in me trying to like say.
You could probably make it simpler, Henchman, because Grizzly just said it. Yeah, the thing is, you came here, and now that all of your claims have hit a brick wall, now it's like, oh, I don't know. It's just the Christmas weekend, so I don't really care.
Were you guys talking about something before I came here?
It's just that you haven't looked into it. Now I'm done with the sentence, and now you can speak.
All right. Sounds good. I agree with this guy.
Your claims hit a brick wall, sir. That's what they hit. Because you were giving it a little bit of chest. You had some decent road speed at that point, sir. You know, you didn't just walk into the wall. You hit it.
All I said when I came in was that when you look at the horizon, a ship's mast disappears into the horizon. And that is evidence that it doesn't necessarily mean that we live in a fucking marble. But it, as evidence, at least a reasonable mind could reason that it would be evidence that that there would be some sort of curvature to the plane.
All right, Henchman, but your mind has changed since then based on what Grizzly told you. And I have just told you, right? Because we can zoom in on those boats and the inverse square law and it being too far away from to see. You understand that now, though, right?
No.
I don't think it does. It just went right over your head.
Square law, I do understand that.
Oh, dear.
I do.
Well, guys, you know how they sometimes say, like, information goes in one ear and out the other? Well, this guy's even worse. It goes in and out the same ear. It doesn't even go through his temple, bro. It just comes out the same ear.
See, this is why I never wanted to say anything, because I knew anything I said was just never going to be.
It's cool. Let's just track it logically. What happened? You came here. We're here every day. Now it's just all the proofs that you brought. We explained them to you multiple times. Once you finally, I'm still talking. And once you got it. You said you got it. We all got it. And now we're back on that subject again because you don't really want to hear and it's Christmas time and all of that. So now you don't get it all over again, and you just rinse and repeating what we demolished already.
You pronounce some shit that you don't know anything about.
I gotta say, this is funny.
You still can't pronounce it, so that's fine. Talk to me about inverse square law. Go ahead.
Yeah, plane on the ground big, plane in sky small.
Go ahead.
I'll make it really simple for you. Plane on the ground big, plane in sky small. Yeah.
Let's see if you retained it.
And then
he might have retained it.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't.
Hold on. Let's test him. Let's test it. Same plane on ground big plane in sky small.
Okay, but it's to the degree of the inverse square law.
He didn't get it. Holy shit!
Right.
Okay, try again.
Went right over. No, the same ear and out there.
Big, plane big. Do you get that? Is a plane big, or is a plane small?
Who are you talking to?
Plane big.
Do you think a plane is big? Yes.
Oh my gosh!
Do you think a plane is
big?
You understand a plane to be big or is a plane small?
Do you know what the inverse square law is? I will explain it to you guys.
Oh my god! Why is he doing this?
Would you guys like to be enlightened?
Do you know?
Because I illuminate you.
Not from you. If you don't even know a plane is big.
Honestly, you don't know your head from your ass.
You don't know a plane is big.
Love you,
dude. You don't know.
We need a break. Crit. He's trying to actively derail the conversation because he doesn't know what the inverse square law of light is. We don't have to continue this.
He doesn't even know a plane is big.
On purpose, derailing the conversation, interrupting people as they speak.
Were you guys talking to someone else and he derailed?
Okay, the inverse square law,
dude,
actually deal.
Once you figure out playing big, then you can talk about something else. Until you know playing big, we're going to continue talking to the person that they were talking to prior to you. So once you understand playing big, let me know. All right, who are you guys talking to earlier? Did they leave?
When I got here, Crit, it was just Grizzly talking to that guy.
Oh, okay. Well, Grizzly, you still here?
I thought you guys allowed to say the N-word in this chat.
No, don't say soft R, hard A.
Just wanna,
just
no worries. Thank you.
I can't tell the difference between the two, so neither are allowed.
Didn't get that reaction you wanted, Crispy?
I mean, we're like halfway through Speculation Sunday. Who's got a good, come on, a nice juicy speculation? Here, I got one. A lot of these globalists, they know that planes are big, or they know things. They just pretend to be stupid because they have to argue with a flat earther. That's their goal. Their goal is to just nuh-uh over and over again. So suddenly now they don't know what the word big means if a flat earther says it. Had the conversation happened in any other channel, he would have understood the word big. But because
when I got here, Grizzly was holding his hand, walking him through his claims, his claims. So some people will never get it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I want to argue with someone. They just get rickrolled. I mean, sometimes you see these guys too. It's kind of nice to have fun. It's a fun thing to see the mod log because you can just see them go from one room to the next.
Yeah, that's true. It's fun to like kind of.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I think they turn into clowns and they pretend they don't know and all this, and they start all these gimmicks. I think it's because they come in here thinking, wait, well, my cult is correct. My cult thinking is true 100%. And then they're like shocked, like, wait a minute, I've got nothing to say. Like, but surely my cult can't be wrong. But then, well, these guys are asking decent questions. So it's like, there's like a short circuit that happens, and they have to reduce to humor or messing around or insults. They have to. There's nowhere else. Because they're like, wait a minute, how could everything I've known be wrong? These guys sound right. So what? I can't be right. And they just glitch. And they start behaving in this weird way.
N-word. That's what they do.
And it's always... Sorry, go ahead, brother.
No, I was just going to say, it's literally like a I can't even explain it, but it's like it's a mentality that becomes, it's almost like an error code that gets sprung up. Because their entire life, they're like, right, if whatever everyone says and the authorities confirm, that's the truth. That's how we know what is true. If everyone confirms it, the authorities confirm. So now it's like, well, what the authorities are saying doesn't sound very connected very well, but these guys are asking decent questions. So it's like, but wait a minute, that means I have to flip everything. Wait a minute. It's like you're asking them to go into the woods, and they're like, no, I don't want to come in. And they're like, no, I'm not going in there. No.
Yeah, whatever meth field symposium you're talking about, no, thank you. No, thank you. Don't want it. Nope, not buying it. Nope. Okay, if our realities are so far apart that you think playing small, if it goes to sky, and playing big, but not big and big on ground, fuck it. Okay, just fuck it. No, I'd rather just sit here and just hear people talk about other things or random nonsense or what they're with anything else than complete, utter, inane gibberish. Incoherent, inane, babbling gibberish. There should be some baseline understanding of words to have a conversation, like big and small, up and down, left and right. Okay, these words shouldn't have to be so subjective that you suddenly do not know what that is.
You know, I'd love to see one of these like Glober dudes, like on some like platform where there's a lot of people looking at them. So now they're going to be like a bit nervous, and so they can't act retarded. Now you can't, because people are going to say you're retarded. So imagine there's thousands of people watching them, and then they debate this. What are they going to do then? Because then they can't act retarded anymore. That is prevented, and they've got to answer questions honestly. So that's forced. And they've got and then there's an incentive of, you know, being seen as smart and winning the debate. So that's an incentive. So how are they going to behave then? But then they won't even go on there. They'll be too afraid.
I think that's what the final experiment demonstrated too, that these guys are an emotional wreck. And people thought like, oh, that's just because Discord. There's really no filter on Discord, so they act that way. But then when you see them in real life, like in Antarctica with cameras on them, and they act exactly the same, you're like, wow. It wasn't just Discord. They're actually an emotional wreck.
Yeah. So remember, underpinning all this is psychology, bro. So the information of the flat earth is one thing, but that's the external world. The internal world is the world of psychology, and these people are real messed up in that world, like real bad.
1,000%.
As bad as their worldview is.
Yes, I always equate it to the Matrix in this way. Like, who does Agent Smith who is he most likely to change into? A person walking on the street or a police officer? Who's more indoctrinating?
Oh yeah, that's what I know. I heard that the other day too. Well, Helio in there had done an Agent Smith effect and like a breakdown, the video of it. That in the Matrix, yeah, the Agent Smiths didn't appear to be a bum or just some random nobody. It was always systems or people in authority, FBI agents, police officers.
Yeah, people you can't question.
Because people are programmed to just do whatever they say. Those people are there for you.
Yep, they're there to serve and protect. Remember, that's the punchline. That's the motto: serve and protect.
And as long as they have people fighting for the system, they never have to.
Imagine someone is like offering you a service, and you say no, thank you. I don't want it, and they say you just declared war on me.
No. It's more nuanced than that. They say, oh, here's a service. And you say, I don't want it, thank you. And they're like, I'm going to give it to you anyway because I know what's better for you than you know.
The beatings will continue until morale improves.
Indeed.
It's very arrogant, actually. You see, so it's like, here, I'm here to help you. It's like, I don't need your help. It's like, well, if you don't think you need my help, that means you need help. And I'm here to help you anyway. In other words, it's like this unassailable force that just comes in, whether you see it's coercion, isn't it? Violent.
Yeah, like somehow they see this sign up here on this channel, 24/7 Flat Earth AMA, or make a claim to debate. They read this as, I need your low educated explanations of the globe. No, that's definitely not. Okay, like. Even you don't even need your own explanations. You can't even use your own explanations. Why the fuck would I even listen to it? Like, it's very.
They literally think the whole thing's on lockdown. Like the Earth's shape and the globe, whatever, is the same factual basis as like water boiling or like 1 + 1 is 2. Like literally, they think it's all in the same category of stuff that's a done deal. It's done. It's dusted. Yeah, we can bank that, archive that shit. Like, it's done. We don't have to worry about it anymore. It's literally in the same category. So when you tell them, when they see chats like this, they're like, whoa. They literally think they're coming into a chat where people think water doesn't boil, or people who think 1 + 1 is 3. They literally believe that coming in, not even realizing how fallacious and dumb that is.
It's just too stupid.
But they literally believe that. They literally think, guys, do you think water doesn't boil? They believe that's the same category of stuff they think That's what they see. You have to understand that. It's their minds think that. Now, imagine someone told you, bro, water doesn't boil. What would you say to them? You'd be like, get the fuck out of here, dude. I do it every morning, whatever, right? But imagine you didn't do it every morning, right? You'd still be like, what the hell? Oh, let me go and find out, right? But these people are like the opposite, man. They're like, they literally think it's worth a globe. No way otherwise possible. It's so retarded, man.
Yeah, there reminds me of this YouTuber guy, like I Will Science That Out or something like that. And he wanted to do an experiment. And you're like, okay, what experiment do you think would demonstrate the Earth as a globe? He's like, well, I want you to do this with me. And we're like, okay, and what's the experiment? He's like, okay, so you got pasta. You're like, yeah. And it's curved. Yep. What about spaghetti? He's like, don't talk about spaghetti. Why can't we talk about spaghetti? That's straight. So you start with curved, like elbow pasta. He's like, okay, fine, whatever. What do you want to do next? He's like, then you turn the water on. Okay, yeah. And you fill the pot up with water. He's like, or spaghetti, which one? Yep, okay. Then you put it on heat, yeah. And you dump the spaghetti into the pot. Like I go, dude, I see where this is going. Like you think you're trying to demonstrate to me that water boils, okay? And you can eat the pasta. How about we meet you at your level? You've got straight pasta. Spaghetti is called. Do you know what spaghetti is? Okay. You lay it flat. Is it flat or not flat? Is it curved? The guy's like completely lost. And then eventually at some point he decides to take the pasta and dump it over his head. And like, wow. What the fuck happened?
Bro, and if you ask that Wally, if you asked him to build a table, right, and you gave him some tools, and you walked in, imagine he's halfway through building it, right, and you walk in and he's got some table legs made and he's going to put the table top on top. And you said, "Oi, mate, is that flat?" He'd be like, "Yeah, it's flat. I measured it. Yeah, I measured it. It's flat. I got a level out. I made sure it's flat. I put a little marble on it. I know it's flat." They'll tell you that next to that table. And then you'll be like, "Bro, let's have a flat earth debate." And they'll switch into that, level, curve. They'll just switch across different software, different programs.
Yeah, they'll say it's not curved, it's a flat. I go, wait,
yeah, exactly. So when they're building a table, they'll say stuff like, "I've measured it, Crit. No worries, it's definitely flat. I've measured it with a level and a ruler, whatever." They'll tell you. But then in the flat earth debate, like, what's flat? What's curved? What's horizontal? What's what? You know what I mean?
Precisely.
Yeah, their brain just comes out of their ear. It's like, flat is an adjective. I've heard you use the word flat as an adjective. How do you somehow understand it to be not an adjective and an adjective at the same time?
It just becomes a tactic because we have to redefine words that they know the meaning of. It's just a tactic. That's all it is at that point because they know what these words mean.
See it from a larger perspective, guys. The conclusion of the proposition they can see coming around the corner. So when it's with a table, the conclusion is, "Yeah, you did a good job building a table. High five for you. Here's a cookie," right? But the ultimacy of this conversation is, "Oi, bruv, you don't live on a globe. They've been lying to you." So they don't want one. They do want one ultimacy. They'll, "Yep, it's flat. The table's flat. I measured it." But the other one is like, "Oh shit, I've got to change my worldview. The world's a lie, or a government, whatever." So in the end, they're like, they want one and they don't want the other. So they'll make up some shit for one and they won't make up some shit for the other. You see?
It's called a psychological dilemma. That's what they're in. Psychological dilemma.
It's very like selfish. Philosophically, it's very selfish, I would say. Like it's just what you.
Funny enough, I ask him to. I've just been asking him to. I say, draw me sea level, and then describe what you've just drawn. It's a funny one. They're either going to draw a straight line or they're going to draw a curved line, and you're asking them to draw sea level, and then they're going to tell you they've just drawn an arc.
You see, and what's changed? Just the context has changed because you're talking about the Earth. That's one context. They don't like to accept that notion. But on building tables and I don't know some other like day-to-day application, they'll completely accept the notion of flat, level, horizontal, whatever. they're just retarded in terms of philosophical. Like they don't want to be honest. So.
Precisely.
Comes down to that. If someone doesn't want to be honest, there's nothing you can do. It's truly like, it's like it's someone who just refuses. In other words, they just want to be left alone. They're just refusing. They don't want to participate. You can't do anything in that case.
Yeah, like the guy you were just speaking to, you can. I hate talking about people when they can't respond, but you can hear the change in his voice when he realized it. He started getting, he got really weird once the realization hit. You can hear it in their voice every time.
Yeah. I promise you, bro. Like if we did this experiment, I don't know, get some people who are not really aware of this topic, and we imagine we made a massive sphere, right? Just like we told them it's a game show or something, right? Made a massive sphere, like imagine made out of like something soft, so it's not too, not concrete or anything. But imagine it's like 1,000 times bigger than an Atlas stone, and we put them on top of it, and they can walk around, but it's downhill in every direction. And then we tell them, well, guys, we need to build. We're going to camp out here tonight under the stars. It's quite a lot of land here. Look, even though it's downhill in every direction, that's quite unsettling. Let's build some accommodation. Just for the night, we're going to build some tents. We've got you some tents, all paid for and provided. Let's do some stuff. Let's build some stuff. Let's make a little, pathway between that little tent and that little tent. They'll start saying stuff like, "But guys, how are we going to get it level? How are we going to make sure the tent doesn't slide off?" Like they're going to be saying all these things. They're going to be completely rational. They're not going to be retarded. In the moment, they're going to be completely understanding what's happening here, right? Because they're going to be dealing with it, right? And they're going to tell you about the levels and the horizontals. And if you try and trick them, they'll be like, "Oh, what's wrong with you? Come on, man. We need to make these tents, man. Stop telling me this curved level shit. We've got to get it level, man. Get your level up." Whatever. They'll be telling you that because they're building it, right? But in the comfort of your own chair on Discord, when your whole worldview and the whole of your faith in government rests on you accepting something, you better believe they're going to deny it. Oh, yeah.
It's worse than that, though, mate. I mean, that's why we've got certain words that we don't allow them to use on FED. And I've been saying it for a long time. They do. I mean, I know what you're saying, I agree with you, but they actually, when they do try and describe how Earth's curve is measured, they're telling you how it's measured flat, whether they're using Eratosthenes as example, Alba Luni, whatever sort of the proof they think it is of a globe. It's not globe proof, it's a flat Earth proof. And they describe that to you when they're trying to describe how a curve's measured, when they're discussing and talking about elevation angles and sticks and shadows. And measuring the heights of eye, so that's what they do. It's so funny. I love it. The moment they start trying to explain curvature, they're using angles, they're using horizontals, they're using parallel.
Especially the right kind of globe, not one of those like retarded ones that barks all the time, but the one it's just literally like watching. It's like clown world. It's like watching a human clown. It's insane. It's incredible. It's incredible. So ultimately, if you want to understand why these people are so retarded, the answer is not in what format should you provide the information to them, because they already have all that. The truth of it is understanding the psychology behind human beings and how they operate. That's in the internal world, in the microcosm, is the answer to why these people are saying these things. It's all to protect their structure, their lens, which they've built for themselves to see the world through.
I think there's some of them as well, which obviously there must be some of them who they do realise what horizontal is. They can see, that sea level is level, and we can explain this, but
remember, bro, it's not the factuality. It's not the factuality that stumps them. Remember,
I'm just saying, like, we know about the indoctrination, but I think a part of it is stepping out the majority. I mean, I think that's what a lot of them, which we've all done. Which,
breaking up, bro.
Sorry,
you're breaking up, bro. You're lagging out, man. Or is it me? It's you, bro. It's you.
Yeah, it's you on that.
Yeah, I got green bars, bro. You're lagging out, dude.
Yeah, I'll come back in. I'm in a bad area. No worries.
No, but you're right about you're saying that they don't want to step out from the majority. That's ultimately it's a psychological, internal psychological concept, which they're afraid. They're not confident enough to step out of the majority, the clique, the status quo.
Yeah, they learned at a very early age that anybody or anything that's different is
Exactly, yeah. Stepping out of being the minority is very difficult, challenging, actually, psychologically speaking. It takes guts and courage to actually stand up and say, look, I'm right, and I know the majority over here is wrong on something. In any case like that, like imagine if, like, I don't know, like you see some shit go down at some, I don't know, some restaurant you're at, whatever, right? And you see some shit go down, and you see people are getting something wrong. A courageous person will stand up and say, no, man, this is what it is, man. And I saw it, whatever, you're like, with the cameras or whatever, you're going to take charge because you know the truth. And if everyone's saying no, you're like, no, I'm right, I'll show you. Because that takes courage. But the fauna, the weak person, be like, oh, I didn't see anything. Or maybe I did see that. Oh, I was rather traumatized. I was rather shocked by that incident. So maybe I saw something else actually. Maybe that guy was a good guy. What do I know? The police will work it out, not me. Yeah, and then that's the other person. They're not very confident. You see.
I agree. Anything to not be the odd man out.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, in other words, fitting in with the majority is more sugary to them. It's more sweeter than having the truth in your hands, you see. It's interesting.
Yeah, they've done all these tests, haven't they, in classrooms and as tests, people giving the wrong answers, and the people who know that it is the wrong answer are agreeing with the majority because they don't want to stand out as a minority.
Yeah, it's got a guy called Solomon Asch, bro. Did experiments of this nature, conformity experiments. Solomon Asch. Great man, bro. Great man.
So that's what I'm saying earlier. Some of them do know that the Earth is flat. They do know it's measured like that, but they can't step out of the majority. So they just have to keep this fucking thing going in their head, this psychological dilemma.
Exactly, and very importantly, they compartmentalize that idea of like, I kind of know, but I kind of don't know. I'm just going to ignore it. They compartmentalize that in a part of their like psyche, which is like where they don't really accept it. No, they ultimately think it's a globe, right? But only because everyone else does. So as soon as everyone else starts going the other way, they'll go the other way as well. In other words, they're just floating voters. They're just like feathers floating about. They'll fly wherever the wind blows because they don't want to sit on the ground and plant a root and say, actually, I believe this is what I think. They don't want to do that. You see, so they compartmentalize a lot of stuff like that. Where it's like, well, it's not my business. I don't know. Who am I to say? I don't know. Who cares? As long as I've got friends, as long as I've got activities and dopamine induction coming, beautiful. That's all they care about, and ultimately, that's how they live. It's retarded.
Just regarding that majority minority, I can't remember the name of it, but there is a name for it in a term, and it's been tested on a number of things. And I don't know, it's like a balance point. So, like you say, so the more and more people who get into flat Earth, it won't change totally, flip to majority until it hits a certain percentage. I can't remember what percentage is, but
as they say,
yeah,
critical matters. As they always say, who knows what that number is? Who knows?
I think flat Earth is dying. Oh,
I agree.
It's like a disease. You got to cure it.
What the If you do that, how do you get back to your globe?
What do you mean get back to my globe?
Well, if you were to start, if science,
yes,
and you went through the process again, back to caveman age, but you burnt the church, there's no way of ever articulating flat Earth again. You found whatever sort of miracle cure that no one's ever going to perceive flat as flat anymore. How do you get back to your globe with repeatable, observable, measurable?
Well, you go to Antarctica, and then you realize the sun is up for 24 hours, and you're like, how do I explain that?
Oh, come on, man, give it a rest, mate. For fuck's sake.
Okay, so just all it takes is a lack of explanation, and you burnt the church.
He's just talking nonsense. It's like he's reading a script. Stop it, man.
Incoherent babbling at this point.
Yeah, he doesn't check that at all, Crit.
If that worked, how come like all 4 of the flat earthers that went there said it didn't work?
What do you mean? All 4 of the flat earthers have claimed that their claim is wrong. They've admitted it.
Not even close. What you got was a clip. Jaron said from the beginning, before he was even asked, he said science doesn't prove anything. He was not a fan of science. He said science, all it does is show the person running the experiment, it shows their bias.
That's bias. We made an observation, and the observation was meant to be true.
Who's we?
Did you observe a curved Earth, mate?
No, I observed the sun being up for 24 hours.
How about the Earth? What did you observe?
I just observed the sun being up for 24 hours.
Just something in the sky, then, not the Earth.
Sorry?
Just something in the sky, then, and not the Earth.
You would have to prove that it's not the sun.
What?
How does the sun in the sky?
Are you saying it's not the sun? Is that what you're going to go with?
Yeah, that's a better question. No, it's the sun, but are you not listening?
No, I said I just said I observed the sun being up.
Yeah, no, you're not listening.
And you just said, how do you know it's the sun? Is that
I
your?
Didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Well, then we can agree it's the sun then.
Okay, so the sun proved the shape of the Earth. Observing something happening with the sun proved the shape of the Earth, guy.
Sorry?
Observing the sun for 24 hours in Antarctica proves the shape of the Earth. How so?
No,
Tell me more.
It disproves the hypothesis.
What hypothesis?
What hypothesis?
That the Earth.
Yeah, which hypothesis does it disprove?
What's up with this guy? He knows nothing. What did he watch?
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what. You don't know what hypothesis is.
Hey, hold on. Let's get one flat earther to talk to this guy. Let's see if he can break away from his video game long enough to learn something.
You choose, Top Dog.
How about One Deck? I think One Deck would be the way to take this.
Yes.
Are you there, One Deck?
Yeah, man. Yeah, so Flat Earth Ranger was asking you, how does the sun in the sky prove the shape of the Earth? We want to know how you come to that conclusion.
It disproves a hypothesis.
So how does it prove the shape of the Earth?
I didn't make the claim.
So you're talking about it. Are you saying the sun in the sky, 24-hour sun in Antarctica, proves that you live on a globe? Is that your claim?
No, it disproves the Earth is flat.
How?
That was the claim from the flat earthers, right?
Well,
the claim from the flat earthers was the flat Earth model does not have a 24-hour sun. So if there's a 24-hour sun, that statement cannot be true.
So it's debunked a map.
I didn't say map. You said map.
Yeah, which flat earthers have you heard that you know?
Which flat earth are you guys following? Do you guys have a new one? Yeah, are we on 2.0? Or are we on 1.5?
I was halfway through my sentence, sir. What's wrong with you? Are you triggered? Yeah, did you hear anyone in here make that claim? You were the one who watched the video, came in here making claims about proving something. So
are those people not flat earthers? You guys just said 4 flat earthers went to Antarctica, and they said they were wrong.
Yeah, I think you said that.
0 said they were wrong.
They didn't say they were wrong. So if I pull up the video, what will they say then?
Yep, pull up the video. Listen to every word that comes out
in everyone's individual video. How about that?
Okay. I'm gonna need 4 hours. Can you guys give me like 4 hours? I'll come back to you in like 4 hours. Is that okay? Is that okay? I watched like a 30-minute excerpt, but if you want me to watch every video, I can do that for you. So please give me 4 hours. Is that okay?
All right, good. Bye-bye. Do that. I'm pretty sure.
Before I go, did you watch all of them? Did you watch all of them?
Yeah, you watch all of them.
No. If I have to watch all of them, that means you need to watch all of them too, because then we can't have a discussion. I'm not going to have a discussion where I've watched like 3 videos and you've watched only 1, and then you'd be like, "Yo, bro, give me a second."
Hey, you came in here with a claim about the video, so we're going to continue our conversation on our level. But
I'm happy to watch all of them if you say you've watched all of them, or we can watch all of them together. You want to watch them? We can bring out some popcorn. You want some popcorn?
You're extremely rude, sir. Why do you keep interrupting me as soon as I start speaking? What's wrong with you?
Why do you do this facade? I don't get it. You guys,
why do you keep interrupting me when I start speaking? What are you talking? What facade? Yeah, you go watch your videos, because I'm sure your 30-minute shorts video, you came in here with your proofsies about a video that you didn't watch. Yeah, get your shit together first, then come talk to daddy.
Yeah, but did you watch all of them?
Let's say I watched 0.
Okay, that's fair. I've watched 0. We're on an equal footing. Would you like
what did you know
both of us to watch them together?
If you watch 0, how do you know what they said?
No, but you made the claim that I need to watch all of them, right?
But you made a liar in real time.
Wait. I haven't lied about anything. I said I watched a half-hour excerpt. I've said I watched the half-hour excerpt, and I haven't watched any of the individual ones, right? So you said I don't know what they said, but how do you know? But how do you know what they said then if you haven't watched them either?
Yeah, because I watched it
or anyone.
Right. There we go.
You're exposed.
No. So you don't know what they say, and I don't know what they say. So how can any claim be valid?
Are you not? But
I just asked you. Did you lie to me? Did you lie to me?
Guy, calm down. Are you not 100% sure that I've watched everything on this, or are you just making a baseless claim because you?
I asked you, and you didn't. You said no.
Yeah, I never answered.
Why would you lie to me? There's no.
I never
answered.
Crit said he watched 0. Or even if he did.
Okay, so he's watched none of them.
Yeah,
okay, that's fine. I haven't watched them any either.
What's wrong with you? Do you have a problem? Why are you so rude, sir? Yeah, Crit said that. I didn't say I didn't watch any of it. You assumed that we watched it. You proved you exposed yourself. It said you watched a 30-minute.
I haven't exposed anything.
Yeah, you're interrupting.
I haven't exposed anything.
Why
would you like to repeat? Why would you like me to repeat what I said?
Interrupt me when I'm speaking. That's so rude. Yeah, you're the one exposed yourself and said you watched a 30-minute excerpt and you were going to watch the 4 hours of it. Yeah, you go do that while we're talking.
No, but I'm not going to watch a 4-hour video.
Yeah, there's no need to flip the burden.
If you're not going to watch the 4-hour video, though, right?
Yeah, there's no need to flip the burden and ask us if we watch it either. You're the one.
No, we can watch it together. I'm not going to be dishonest like that. We can watch it together, right?
Yeah, no, there's no need. You came in here.
But
with your video
why would I watch 4 hours of video if Crit's not going to watch any of it?
You came with the claim of what these guys saw in Antarctica. We didn't, sir. Why can't you grasp that?
But he just said he didn't watch anything, though. He said he didn't watch anything.
Why are you so rude?
What? No, I'm addressing him. I'm not addressing you anymore.
Is this guy still claiming the sun proves the globe Earth? Is that what he's saying?
We're having a discussion about watching videos. I'm happy to watch all the videos if we all watch them together.
Come in here and talk to us. Yeah, he hasn't
watched any videos, mate.
He hasn't watched.
Then I'm not going to watch any videos either. Then it's all great.
Watch it. It's worthless.
But then you don't get to make any claims about videos being watched.
Spoiler alert! It's worthless anyway. Every single minute.
No, so now you're deflecting.
No, just so you know, we can factor it out. You won't watch it. I won't watch it. Done. It's over. It's ogre. The final experiment is ogre. Now let's talk about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that.
But you don't. But if you don't want to address the final experiment, what's the point of
you don't want to. You don't want to.
Is the final experiment not valid?
You don't want to watch it. Mate. It must not be.
No. I said I watched a half-hour excerpt, which I did, and I would like to be more informed. But I would like to be more informed together. Would you like to take the journey together, or are you, or when I come back and watch 4 hours of video, are you going to be like, I don't have to watch that? I don't care.
Yeah, you come back after you watch the 4 hours of video.
I've just asked these other gentlemen, would they like to watch it?
Yeah, you don't want to talk to this guy.
We don't have to watch it literally together. We could come back tomorrow. I could watch it tonight, and you can watch it in the morning or something.
Why don't we just have a little read of our latitudes measured?
I'm not interested in that, though.
Oh, I bet you're not. I bet you're not interested in that, are you?
The shape of the earth, just what's happening in the sky. Yeah.
But the sky's so fucking amazing. Why does the sun not set in Antarctica, but it sets on Australia?
If you listen to the latitude argument, you might understand the flat earther's position on this.
They don't want to talk about latitude. They don't want to talk about Earth measurements. Same old story. Let's talk about the little lights in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. That's all you've got, mate. A light in the sky. We've got flat Earth, elevation, angle measurements, and you have. That's how Earth's measured. That's how you've got your latitude. That's how you navigate. The Earth's not a globe. Give your head a shake.
Clap. Yeah, and just to remind you guys, it is not downhill in every direction. It is not like that, guys. Yeah, remind you.
Yeah, Globers claim that gravity alters the vector continuously. So you couldn't tell. So you couldn't tell it's a globe.
Wait. Yep. What are you talking about, vectors?
The gravity vector means
Can you explain to me
go downhill around the Earth, which means you can't tell that Earth is a globe due to gravity. Good job.
Can you tell me why water boils at Mount Everest at a lower temperature than, say, on sea level?
There's less air pressure.
Yeah, why is there less air pressure as you go up? Shouldn't air pressure be all the same in a container?
Sea level, you say, my friend?
Yeah.
If I boil water in my kettle right now, it boils at 100 degrees, but on Mount
Everest, that's not a globe proof. Now it's your job. It's your job to link that to a globe proof, my friend.
But isn't gas pressure in a container like all the same throughout the entire container?
No, not in a dynamic container, not in a dynamic system that's contained. Now it's your job to link this to the globe and curvature. How do you do it?
He's spiraling. Give him a second.
No, but like, why? What do you mean by dynamic container? If I have a can of Pepsi, the pressure within the can of Pepsi is pretty much uniform, right?
Well, that's
otherwise the can of Pepsi would fucking explode in my hand.
That static system versus a dynamic system. If I were to warm up the bottom of the Pepsi container, it'd create a pressure gradient inside. So anyway, back to using this argument about boiling water on Mount Everest as a globe proof. How do you determine there's curvature of the Earth? Because you can boil water at like room temperature on Mount Everest.
You can't boil water.
How does that logically follow? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
It boils at 68 degrees, my friend. Doesn't make sense to anybody listening to you right now. Do you think people haven't
roll your sleeves up? Scully wants to argue the semantics of the argument and not the argument itself. Roll your sleeves up. So you can do better than this, bro.
We're with you. What's next? Mount Everest hasn't been climbed by anyone. That's fake too.
What's wrong with this guy? Why is he spiraling? Who made that claim? What's wrong with him? Is he a child? Sir, you can do better than this. You are underachieving.
What's the height of Mount Everest?
I don't know the exact height of Mount Everest.
You're getting clowned by
you're underachieving.
Is it measured in reference to sea level, my friend?
Maybe you need those. He is not utilizing video to help you. Wait, he is not utilizing the extent of his skill set. He is not reaching his full potential. He's down tools, hasn't he?
Women are ignoring him at the bar. He's not picking up chicks. What's wrong with this guy?
He's talking about pressure and sea level.
Your dad, and I put him in the fucking trash can.
Poor attitude. Now he's spiraling. Now he's mad. Now he's upset. You know who this guy is? This guy's the guy watching the group of geniuses make a joke, and they start laughing, and he hears us start laughing, and now he's laughing too because he doesn't get the joke.
Man, I'm having a great time being here.
Listen, mate. You mentioned sea level. Draw a picture of sea level, and then tell me what it looks like.
I have to draw anything.
Go on, draw a picture of sea level and tell us all what it looks like.
I'm too busy playing Path of Exile. I've got my two hands are tied.
Parlor tricks.
I knew it. I called it.
I'm sure it didn't work out.
I called it from the beginning.
That what? I'm playing Path of Exile. Oh, it's a video game.
Okay, I get doing something.
He was playing a video game. I called it.
And is there something wrong with playing a video game? Is that supposed to be like an insult? I'm actually confused about that. Like, what is that? That's so random. Like, it's not like there's actually that many things to do on a computer.
You think you can walk into a flat Earth channel and have your entire cosmology interrogated while you passively play a video game in the background? Something so profound is something that could upset your entire worldview forever. And you're flippantly playing a distraction on the side. I mean, that kind of says a lot about your character, right?
No, it just says I can multitask.
No, it just shows you're a lazy teenage mind. There, that's all.
Yeah, are you telling me? Are you telling me you do? Are you telling me you only do one task at a time? Like you don't listen to like music or
you can't watch that
videos doing
video
this.
and play that video game.
While you debate, you only debate. It must be full on debate. Nothing else must be done. You know.
Yeah, you can't watch
you
that
can't fully apply yourself in here.
Game.
Guys, I'm not allowed to play Path of Exile and debate at the same time. It's too precious.
Yeah, then don't apply yourself. Don't give this topic the attention it deserves, and continue on your merry way.
I'm giving it the absolute attention it deserves. In fact.
Bye.
See, he's getting rolled if he's taking L's left, right, and center.
He ran away.
Yeah, he got spit roasted, man. Yeah, he got spit roasted.
Oh, you ran? Well.
It was hilarious.
Another satisfied customer.
Bro, he got roasted on his spit, and I think he liked it.
On cue, there goes Henchman.
Well.
Oh, he's back.
In the game.
You got this, Henchman.
Water boils on Mount Everest at room temperature, therefore Earth's a globe.
I think Henchman deserves another chance.
Did he really say that? He said that it boils at room temperature?
On Mount Everest? Yeah, I don't know if it does. I gave it to him and said, yeah, so what? Now use that to prove that Earth is curved.
Yeah, he said 60-something degrees, but who cares?
And by the way, hold on. But when it boils at Everest or whatever, is it actually hot? If you put your hand on it, will it burn your hand?
He doesn't know. He hasn't even done it.
No.
He's just making claims about what other people have done. Maybe, possibly, probably.
Wait, because making it boil is one thing, but making it hot so it makes your hand burn, that's another thing completely, isn't it? It's not going to make your hand hot.
Right.
You pump the vacuum out of it, is it? Exactly, there's no temperature increase.
He doesn't know.
If you could increase temperature of water that quickly, every power station on Earth would be a vacuum inverse vacuum pump with water, and they would just be heating everyone's water. All their power stations would be making steam that way, turning the dynamos, whatever. They'll just be doing that. They wouldn't have to like pump in 1 trillion tons of coal into that motherfucker to power it. Why would you need that? Just pump it up with a vacuum and it makes it hot. Look, they just do that, but they can't.
Henchman, you want to have another go, or you want to watch cartoons? You're unmuted. I advocated for you, bro. Don't make me look bad, bro. Come on. Maybe he just wants to listen.
They're either completely silent or they give yappuccinos.
Either or. Hey, one deck. Did you ever add another poem or another word to the 30?
Hiya, pal. No, I mean, there's low. You could go on and on. I just decided to leave it at 30. But I mean, you can just add to it yourself, whatever you want, mate. But I just left it at 30 for simplicity. I thought 30 was a nice number.
I like it.
Yeah.
Do you want to go over the 30 right now? Because I think the last time I heard there was like maybe 12 or something.
Yeah, just give us a sec.
Okay.
Just 30 words. Just give us 1 second. Yeah, so these are the 30 words that are not allowed to be used when explaining how Earth curve is measured. Sea level, horizon, horizontal, parallel, plumb, perpendicular, elevation, angles, triangles, sea sextant, theodolite, spirit level, altitude, vertical, tangent, straight line, up, down, plane, north, south, east, west, azimuth, altitude, and flat. 30 words, and that's that. You can't use these unless you're explaining flat.
I freaking love it.
Yeah, man. So every time they use one of them words, you just stop them. I mean, I was trying to say, I had a word with Nathan. I was going to say, is it like a, what do you call it? I can't think of the name. One of the, not begging the question. It'll come to me. I was trying to put it under something, an umbrella of a fallacy, but it didn't quite fit. But anyway, that's what they use when they're explaining curvature. They'll start rhyming them words off, thinking they're talking about curvature, when they're not. So you just stop them in the tracks.
Yeah, the last guy said he changed his elevation and you can boil hot water in Mount Everest, like it proves something.
Yeah. And he mentioned from sea level. At sea level, it boils at this, and at Mount Everest, at another elevation above sea level, the water will boil at a different temperature. All referring to sea level, altitude above sea level. They can't stop themselves. Well, they can't stop themselves because they live on a flat Earth. You've got no choice but to use these terms.
1000%.
Just driving, so I'm just going to switch off a minute, but I'll be back on.
You got to check your mirror and you got to indicate, mate. Remember that. Okay.
Grizzly ran everyone away today.
What do you mean? I haven't even said much.
You got henchmen spiraling watching cartoons right now.
Don't worry, at some point, Embo will arrive and then there'll be Booger will be around, Peter will be around, and they'll all come up they'll start shoveling the shit.
Yeah, any minute now.
Specialists out there.
Guys, by the way, can you like we're saying stuff in like the chat. Can you please answer to our questions? There were a lot, and I think it's cool because like it's the first time that we've like Globe Earthers have been able to like answer like question 1,000 things in a single moment, and it would be cool if you try to answer that. Thanks a lot. See you.
Okay, so for the two guys in the VC that are like
they're so big ass up, nigga.
Me to answer their shit. If either one of you wants to fucking unmute and come into VC, it'd be easier than trying to send you text messages about the info. Okay, you fucking Globers in the VC that just want to be douche fucking nozzles, just fuck off. Like in the text in the live chat. Fucking saying stupid shit. Just get the fuck out of here. Explain my mama.
You're schizophrenic, dude. There's nobody talking to
you. In the fucking chat, there's nobody fucking responding to my fucking answers they're asking?
Here.
What do you mean they're not here?
They're not in the VC.
I said in the live chat. They're fucking texting shit. I'm saying unfucking mute, talk.
They're not in the VC. They're just in the chat.
Pardon me?
They are not in this VC at the moment. It's not that I don't understand what you're saying, but you have to realize that those people are only in the chat.
They can't hear you.
They cannot hear you.
When I text to them in the chat, join the VC, unmute, they're fucking reading what I'm saying. Right. Whatever, man. Why are you even fucking responding?
I mean, I'm just trying to help out.
Okay, then help out. Get in the VC chat and tell them. Say, hey, unmute, talk to Flatman Can.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Get in the VC. Talk to Flatman Can.
Unmute.
Type it, dipshit. The guy just said they're not listening. See, now this one's responding to what you and I are saying. No, you guys will yell at me and not let me fully explain my arguments. I don't like that. Here it is much, what's it say?
There you go.
Here it is much easier. You can text too, so don't worry. Fuck, bitch, I got dyslexia. I hate fucking texting or writing or trying to spell shit out. It's easier for me to explain it with my fucking voice and quicker, you fucking douche nozzle global head.
Dude, we were just trying to help you out.
No, I'm talking to them, not you guys.
Right, but they're not here. They can't hear your insult.
But even if you can't, you guys know I'm referring to them, not you. Come on, man. Holy Mackinac.
Douche snuggle. Like that.
Like they're sitting here wanting answers. I'm telling them to unmute. They're fucking being ass wipes.
Well, they're not muted.
And my voice, it's the holidays. We've been having fun, drinking, getting loud. Like I'm losing my voice here.
Have you been drinking a lot? These past days? Flat man?
Who, what's it?
Have you been drinking a lot these past days?
Well, I haven't particularly, but my friends and family do, and they get louder and the music gets louder, so I gotta talk louder.
Right.
I'm a Bob Marley fan.
Oh, I love Bob Marley.
Me too. Every morning, all day long, just before bed. Since I was 13 years old, every day Bob Marley's visited me, unless I was in jail or the hospital.
I mean, I like Bob Marley too, but listening to him all day, I'd probably get a little bored of it.
You're not reading between the lines, my friend. It's Mary Jane that I love.
Oh, was she a backup singer for him?
Yeah, now you're trolling.
Mary Jane all day, every day.
Really? Either you guys aren't out of grade school yet, haven't been taught what drugs are and that they're bad, don't do them, stay away. And the mainstream has told you forever that marijuana will ruin your life. Don't do it.
Yeah.
No, I'm from a country where it's legal.
As somebody that's been smoking,
it'll lead to worse things, right? Like you smoke a couple joints, you'll end up a crackhead
I'm gonna tell you something. Don't smoke weed.
You smoke a few joints, you'll end up a crackhead on the corner. That's what I'm saying. Bob Marley means I'd rather smoke weed than get drunk.
Oh, now I
needed to clarify because you guys weren't critically thinking.
I mean, we were trying to, though.
No, that's why I said you're trolling now.
I'm not trolling. But to be honest, I'm kind of happy I got off weed. Because weed has kind of slowed me down a bit.
That's why reggae was such a slow tempo.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to divert the convo or topic to Mary Jane, but the point was, I don't drink. When my friends and family are drinking, turning up the music around me, yelling and screaming, I gotta talk louder. That's why I'm losing.
Listen. We'll turn down the Bob Marley, and you won't have to talk as loud.
That's why I'm losing my voice.
Fair enough.
I'm the Bob Marley guy at the party, but everybody else is getting drunk and loud.
And that's why you're like trying to get people to unmute.
So I can use my quiet voice instead of having text every lousy thing. Like this one guy wants me to explain sunset, sunrises, eclipses, lunar phases. Like, take a fucking bus somewhere, dude. Jesus Christ.
All right, those are all observable phenomena in reality. It seems like something that I don't want to say model of the Earth but the reality of the Earth has to be able to explain, is it not?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just saying, if the douche nozzle unmuted to talk to me, I could just say, look, if what we were told was correct, moon's on one side of a ball, we're in the middle on a ball, sun's on the other side, and it's a ball. When the moon is on the when the Earth is facing the one ball, it's nighttime. When the other side of the Earth has the ball on the other side, that's the daytime side of the Earth. So observing the moon and the sun above a flat horizon is a problem for that idea and or theory. Because I should never see both balls in the sky if one ball's on one side of the ball I'm on. Right? Exactly.
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, but these guys just want me to text all that to them. Type it all in words.
Just tell them to unmute.
It might be like a
ignore
Christmas party going on behind them.
When,
right?
when I say to them, unmute and join the VC, they just ignore it and keep asking dumb questions in the chat.
Oh.
Maybe ask louder?
Yeah, maybe you just kind of.
I don't cap
enough.
I don't cap text because that just seems rude.
No, but I mean, you kind of did lose your voice, so I might have to do with it, maybe. Because of the whole voice thing. I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, right? Like, Jenna's just in the chat. She's not in the VC. So there's a lot of chat skanking going on both sides here.
Did you just get here? I have dyslexia. I hate fucking trying to spell and print shit out.
No, that's...
I'm trying to tell them
that there are Globers who are texting.
I'm out. I'm trying to say to those Globers texting me in the chat, unmute and join VC. If Jenna wants to text them all day long, go ahead.
Okay. Then I wouldn't engage in the...
Why do you sound mad, though? Did I, like, say something?
Stop, please.
Okay, we could talk about evolution, seeing as your most recent meme was about that. Do you want to talk about that?
Why would I want to talk about a theory that's unprovable, unverified? What happened?
Falsifiable.
Yeah, well, so we're both on the same page about this topic. Why are we going to talk about it?
No, I'm saying it's falsifiable, not falsified.
Well, no, it's not even fucking... There's no evidence to point to. What, are the fucking monkeys still here? They forgot to fucking evolve?
No, because chimpanzees and humans have a shared common ancestor.
You're not a fucking hairless monkey, bud, and neither am I.
Dude,
no, I have hair. I have hair.
You fucking brilliant.
Yeah, you said I'm not a hairless monkey. I'm saying you're correct. I have hair on my body.
Okay, stop, man. What the fuck? See, you want to fucking get me.
You want to get him going, dude.
Yeah, by telling him he said something correct.
Are you fucking trolling or not, man?
No, I'm not. I just really care about evolution. It's fascinating to me.
Else about fucking evolution, man. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Well, I would recommend not posting memes in side chat if you're not willing to even engage in a short
I recommend you don't tell me what to fucking post or not post. Fuck off, man.
I'm just trying to help. Trying to recommend what might be better for you.
You're not helping. You're not. Shut your fucking pie hole. Shut your Dorito
Makes
shoot.
you so upset to discuss the topic, you might not want to post a meme in regards to it. You know?
I mean, he kind of did post the meme there.
Yeah, I posted a meme. That means I want other assholes to unmute and talk to me about the meme I posted. Here's one. Why don't we talk about gravity?
I'm assuming you didn't want to talk. I'm assuming you didn't want to text about it, right?
Let's talk about gravity now. How about that, boys?
I love how that recent meme also has an allude to the evolution thing too.
So that's the thing, though. That's the thing.
Charles Darwin said blacks and women were inferior to men.
Let's talk
agree
about
with that?
Good thing we don't have to revere him as a saint, and we can take his information about his understanding of the diversification of organisms and like the beaks of the finches.
Hey,
relax.
I'm trying to talk,
relax.
man.
Relax.
Linda, we're talking about gravity now, not evolution. Let's go.
Yeah,
what do you got?
did you miss when Daz just brought up Darwin?
Do you got what?
The thing is, you're kind of posting things that are.
Yeah, let's talk about Darwin and gravity. Let's have some fun here, Globers.
Daz, just to answer your question, no, I don't agree with his sentiment about race.
Oh, good, yeah, because neither do I, neither should anyone. And I think it's just, it throws
Well,
down
I'm sure
this
there are
whole
some people who would.
quote theory.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't think it's because it's not referring to like natural selection, right? Like when we're talking about natural selection and certain what we would call now subspecies being favored, that has nothing to do with people of different skin colors, because all humans are of the same species, right?
Right on. We're all hairless apes on a spinning water.
We are all apes. I know that makes you upset, Flatman.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Might be an ape, but I'm not.
No, you are, ma'am.
No, she's not. That's my fucking mother. Don't call her an ape, you fucking cunt.
I'm saying literally every human alive. Is she a human?
No, we're not fucking apes, retard.
Well, I would implore you to show me a phenotypic difference between a human and a chimpanzee.
Listen to me clearly, Linda. If you want to identify as an ape, go ahead. Don't label the rest of us as fucking apes, douche nozzle.
Well, I label all of humanity as apes, so that includes you.
You're a fucking troll. Why are you here, man? Fuck.
I know you're not much for reading, but my name is not Linda, it's Rich. So if
you're a fucking troll, Linda. Fuck off.
He's a total troll. Don't let him upset you, bro. Just chill.
Well, he just implied my mother, you, and I are apes. The fuck, man?
I know. I mean, we may not be apes, but he's definitely stupid for saying that, so.
Amen.
Not that there's anything wrong with monkeys. They're cute and everything, you know. They're cool. But, no, they're not relative.
I'm sorry, it's just, like, I have enough of a problem when they not smart X, Y, or Z. Like, don't insult your own intelligence. You can learn stuff, right? You can learn things. And this just wants to self-identify as an ape and identify the rest of us as apes. He's not even trying to think. Like, what the hell?
If we did evolve from fish and monkeys, then I shouldn't be able to drown, and I should be able to climb trees like a motherfucker, but I can't, you know. So there's no evidence.
Why don't we have wings and we could fly like birds too? Like, come on.
If we evolved from monkeys, why are there still monkeys?
We're still evolving, so in another 10 million years, we're going to be flying dolphins or something, yeah?
I love it. I just quickly, I would
fair
just
enough,
like
Rich.
to,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind hearing your opinion anyway, but yeah, sorry, go on, dude.
sorry, I just want to quickly apologize for all the listeners at home. Dear, I got tricked there. I shouldn't have been so emotional about the bullshit there.
You're right, dude. I do it all the time. I always get triggered and shit when they bring up the Bible and evolution and this and that. It's always, yeah. That's why I don't go into evolution and creation and all those other sites. The Christian versus atheist and Muslim versus Christian and all that. I just don't. I'm a bit too old for it now. I used to love it, but now it's just too. I get too triggered in that. So I like flat Earth. It's a lot more cut and dry.
I was thinking about going a little bit, but I know my personality. Someone will say something real dumb, and I'll end up unmuting. And so, like you, I stay away from the. Like right now, I believe we're. So, and I know the topic's flat Earth, but I'm wondering if once in a while, like, if we're in the politics and religion or the politics over, is it okay if once in a while it goes to a bit of politics or a bit of religion in the religion? I don't know. I just like to keep it on topic. If it's flat Earth or questioning or asking about, that's what I want to speak on.
flat Earth is a measurement. Actually measure Earth to be flat. As well as an observation, yeah. Saying flat Earth is a measurement is also a claim. A statement of fact. It's not just a claim. Saying you got gas pressure without a containment is just a claim. Not even. Without any evidence. Can your car and punch in a destination? It's going to give you a flat measurement.
To do, and anyone can go do it.
I'm saying that like we have ridiculously low pressures at that altitude. Like why doesn't it just disperse up there, right? Like
so you have pressure.
Yeah, why is there a
gradient? So you have pressure. How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Gravity? What?
Gravity? What is that? A response? Is that a claim?
Yeah,
what is that?
That is a response. Yes, gravity.
What's gravity? Can you give me the scientific experiment that was conducted to prove gravity, please?
Mass attracting mass, Cavendish.
That's an experiment. What was the naturally occurring phenomena that they were testing?
That mass attracts mass.
When do we observe that in reality?
Whenever you drop something, weight being.
So when helium balloons go up, that's mass attracting mass. When clouds form and stay stationary in the strata that they're in, that's mass attracting mass.
Well, why don't they just still? Why do they just keep going?
Why are you asking me a question? This is your claim. Why don't you tell me what naturally occurring phenomena we're observing, and then we can test it?
I just told you the experiment, Cavendish. We observed that mass.
And where does that happen in nature again?
Things having weights, like just because.
Well, so now you're talking about weight. So how much does an anvil weigh in mercury?
And how much does an anvil weigh on mercury? What?
In mercury. In a vat of mercury, how much does an anvil weigh?
It'll weigh the same as it was if it wasn't on mercury.
Okay, do that test for me and let me know what you come up with.
Are you actually asking me? What type of question is that?
I asked you a question, you made a claim and an answer, and now you said it would be the same, so I want you to validate that for me.
Do you think something weighs more when it's in a medium? What?
No, I didn't say that. What? I mean, are these questions or statements? No, I didn't say. I asked you if they weigh the same. I asked you if they did. Dude, you're freaking out. No, I didn't. I didn't say that at all.
Yes,
you can back up the tape. This is on YouTube. You can go check out and get my quote. I asked you if it weighs the same. I didn't ask you if it weighs more or less. I said so it will. So that's your claim. It will weigh more or less or the same.
It'll weigh the same. Like if it's
okay, so then do the experiment for me. Do that test. Weigh an anvil in a vat of mercury, and let me know how much it weighs.
Well, it'll include the weight of the mercury. So unless
I want to know the isolated weight of the anvil in the mercury. Go ahead. What?
So if I take a 10-pound dumbbell and I put it in water, are you saying the 10-pound dumbbell weighs more than it would if it more or less? Let's just say more or less.
I'm not making any claims about that. Why are you asking me a question? Is this your experiment?
That
what was my claim?
More or less. You just made a claim that things weigh more or less.
No, I didn't. I asked you a question. You validated and made a claim and answered the question. Now I need you to validate that claim.
Weight is independent of the medium it's in.
Is it?
Yes, air is a medium. Do we weigh more or less when we go up in altitude?
I don't know. Do we? No, we don't weigh more or less. How would you determine that?
Do you have a scale in your house?
Sure.
All right. Let's see. I can find out what my altitude is where I live. Let's see if
Yeah, this is going to be real accurate. This is going to be really accurate. Bathroom scales? Are you kidding me, bro? Anyway, so you're going to go do the anvil test for me.
where I weigh something by what? Like this.
Yeah, I want you to weigh the anvil. No, I'm asking you. You made claims. Now you're backtracking. Now you're ad homing. This is what you have to resort to. It's simple. You made a claim. I want you to verify it. Excuse me, validate it and verify it. So you weigh the anvil, on the ground in the air, and then you weigh the anvil in the vat of mercury, and you tell me how much it weighs.
This is ridiculous. Like
it is ridiculous. You made a claim and you won't verify it. Why?
Air is a medium. Like you can use this as what? Does it have to be mercury? Because you're using that to specify.
Fine, swimming pool. You don't have a lot of mercury around. I get it. Do it in a swimming pool. Tell me how much it weighs at the bottom of the swimming pool. See if it's the same as in air.
Can I do it in Can I do it in air and do it in different?
You want to do it in air twice, and that's gonna verify it.
Dude, that's different. That's
okay.
Different density of the surrounding air, right? That's
okay. So how high are you gonna go?
I can see how high I can get.
Okay. How high can you get?
Let's see a closest like mountain to me. I'll do this just for you.
Great. Why don't you want to use water? I don't understand. It should all be the same, right? That would be way easier. You have a swing, you have a bathtub, and you've got dry air right next to it, right?
Because
it's so much easier.
Yeah, because you know that.
Now you're claiming it's medium dependent.
Yeah,
impossible to do. You telling me it's impossible to weigh something in water?
Yes.
Why?
The water is also going to be like what? I'm going to be weighing the waters. Are you saying that? Could I put the scale in the bottom of the pool and weigh the dumbbell? If so, yeah, I'll do
Dude,
that.
you could tear the container.
I could what the container?
Actually, no, it still wouldn't work. You'd have to put the scale at the bottom of the pool. You think the water weighs something? How much does water weigh? How do you weigh water? In the air?
Are you saying that yes, water does have weight?
Okay. Would you weigh it in the air? How much does water weigh in water?
It's still going to weigh 1 ton per cubic meter wherever it is on Earth. It's
so
what
it's independent.
Yeah.
Okay. So back to the anvil.
Yeah. What about it?
You're going to weigh that. You're going to weigh that at the bottom of a pool.
Is that what you want me to try?
Yeah, weigh that in the bottom of a pool and then weigh it outside the pool and tell me if you get a different result.
All right, I'll do that.
All right.
So was I accidentally temp banned? See, I got a notification I was temp banned, but I'm not banned, so I was super confused. I mistakenly temp banned? I guess no one's talking. Cool.
no. All right, I'll say it, I always get redundant because
this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat Earth is, mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat Earth tag aren't just flat Earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive dissonance, all that residual baggage from their ideas of like, well, they were lied about the globe. Now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you're a flat earther. Cool, bro. Let's think that the Earth is as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole Earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place. Like making all these assumptions, like that. You cannot do that. That's just think about things logically, you know. And it is what it is. Like I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like real, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers because of that fact. I will always just like listen. Like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know. I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It's painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. And they're like, well, I'll go somewhere. Go ahead, man. Like, that's the point.
That's
These
right.
other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Blow can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers but alternative cosmology in general is something that intellectually I'm very on board with, and it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief, and I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly.
Because
Meme, I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just have Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Witsit. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Witsit. I think Witsit had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are muted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secrets. I went ahead and gave him BC verified in case it's.
Thanks, man.
Done with him.
Oh man, I might get on my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You could bring it back.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Witsit, right? Just to be sure.
I just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Witsit? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then, meme.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem.
Manage.
Put those skills to work in the creation of enormous monuments, most of which have tragically.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other
Before he
tags?
starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and a civil conversation. You guys know the rules, Sergeant. Go ahead, man.
It's an open forum. You guys can chime in. But yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Witsit. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why. Your position, basically, so everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, oh, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Yeah, standard globe position. The prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the what do you call it? The Milky Way, which is looking across the cross section, the flat cross section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies. Stars that we can see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in the mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
Well, I guess there's other ways. Look at reflection in water or something.
Well, I mean, if you didn't
but you can see all the other people. You could feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you can feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean, no. I mean, it's just a nice chat. No, you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. But when we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
Science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Oh, Michio Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
Oh, that's
sorry.
Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah, and astrophysicist.
He's well known.
Yeah. No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has, and let's say, I don't know what credentials you have, or if you have any, or if you don't. But the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another. And that's interesting. Right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them, but it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those reproducible experiments.
What sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts and in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
Any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I add, go on.
Real science, right? Real science first starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But that's just
with many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance,
right.
Like distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months. The parallax from the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So, with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of those stars, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Wait. baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So that's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, that's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star. It is the peak of the triangle, but looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just like holding your finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Parallax. We are fully aware of parallax, but for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I even I don't want to address it yet because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic, and also to get into
in my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, the position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right. Simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, hold my beer is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Sid, and he was on edge as to how come somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So he's taken a very staunch position, and you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy? What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. I mean, can kind of give him a little bit of what we hear on the critiquing side of what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up though, guys. So, give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. I watched that debate and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Cat's character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well. And what the hell was he doing with this statement? This is what he's gonna do, and he's gonna make these, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me.
Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveller?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen. That Whitsitt would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Cats if you wanted to take it up. I can only really speak for myself. And by the way, I didn't say hello, guys.
just sound like, the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before everything was said.
Well, I didn't ad hom. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth, and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton I think it's called Boldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along, and they have to be I'll just finish off. They had to be perfectly level, and that is a curve, and it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters, and I can't remember what my third the third one was. Wasn't it my Mage balloon? Can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible.
I mean, I don't think metal warping in a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length, because
so in
of the water. 138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters?
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
That's
not much.
That's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
They use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. Like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the sleeper. Yeah. There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water, to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. So there was a hump of this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water? Or
sorry,
do I have
what?
Do you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll.
Yeah, we're gonna put a pin on a specific discussion that we had about the cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, and then we'll move forward to that one.
I don't know where you want me to post this. Just in the lobby.
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
got it. Yes,
the one here. So
okay,
you should
so
have perms. Yeah, you have perms.
Yeah.
Do they have perms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image? I think
he can't. He need image embed raw.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible, because things in here. This is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not gonna get what you get from other places. This is gonna be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So I would say fasten your seatbelt because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like a debate. This isn't a debate forum like you're used to, I would say. This is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. Don't, if you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like, for flat earthers, this is not even a great place to be if you're speculative, I would say. Flat Earth or Globe Earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the, I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is, just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dog pile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Mickey, I'm going to have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the ones of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately a 13th of a mile. Looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slugging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship. So I don't allow just the dog pile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion. And people coming through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in. So we won't know that you have another point coming up.
I'm good. You can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than, if nobody does, then I have a point to bring about the cosmos. So I'll wait you guys if you want to speak with him. He's the guy, if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
Well, yeah, it was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So.
Oh, that's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So. This is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe.
Really, I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Which debate was that?
Any debate with Witsit in it?
No, Witsit is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted. Sorry, I have posted those couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know. Is that come through? Okay. Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagittar for an east-west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.6 millimeter. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimeter over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above, and to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimeter, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimeters over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
I know, but the rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes, they are.
That's an instrumental error. That's user error.
They build the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it settle, I think, for a number of months. And then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact, it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use a laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, you can read the document. That's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water.
I know that.
And adjusted it so it's the same at every sole plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no! And it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they were off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
Know, isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that, which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations, and so on. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built and have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
thus demonstrating that
they don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e. maintaining the same distance from the centre of the Earth.
Okay, let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Okay. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
They accounted. Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational pull?
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. As I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2. Beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say tow tags. I said tow tanks. TANKS.
The Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah. Because, I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive, massive variations in temperature.
Indoors.
Sorry, concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete.
Exactly.
Of course.
You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint, and they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye, but it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes.
There are two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filled in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, may I? A half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that you're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. What's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship, let me see if there, I think there's, is there any images there of it? I don't, well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings. I'm sorry?
I can understand quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry, I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the south rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail, and checked it 6 months later, and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is a curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least you got your saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm gonna have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment. And
Level,
was a high-end guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build? What size things do you build?
I did a 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything. They never account for anything. Linear lines, every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has 2 mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
right. Level. And my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curve is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a level with a capital L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. Like that's
right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level,
no, I'm talking about a level, capital LEVEL. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right? Now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they've revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
level is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on, do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation?
No. I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on, I'm stopping you because we already know that definition because we hear it all the time. No, that is not what it's not about. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's not level.
If you're just talking,
hold on a second here. The point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable. Hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from 2 spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can
actually no, it isn't. No,
it is unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is horizontal. What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb. 90
degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I dropped a plumb line, 90 degrees from that is horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah, and over
a distance away, a long distance away, you take another plumb that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
It's the perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, drop two plums, and each one you had a 90-degree horizontal to those two plums, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No,
but
exactly.
They would be. And they will be.
And that's why I forget the exact term, but
reality.
It's not
in the drawing in your head.
No, I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen The Main Surveyor? I forget the term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138 meters. No, let me finish. I'm responding to your point. That tow tank was 138 meters, and it had a 0.6 millimeter.
Okay,
so over 500 meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters. So no, you're not going to see it with the naked eye.
How much? Hold on. How much is not 0.6 millimeter? How much
just over half a millimeter.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get two of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500-meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on. How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's 2.4. Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved earth. You would not have. Yes, you would.
Sorry, 2 inches at 138 meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your Sagitta, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 of an inch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 138 meters, you're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the exact calculation.
That's not wrong.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for a Sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, if let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say that
your level and our level.
Your level's called radio guys, level. Can you hear me? When I'm talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known, but
well, I just put 100.
Sorry, I'm gonna go and let you present the mathematics for that, but we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this, and if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150 just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth curve calculator.
Can't trust anybody else's judgment. Everybody has to go off their own judgment. How do we calibrate that, right?
Well,
I just find that interesting.
They believe in Zeteticism, which is a kind of hyper-empiricism.
Mm-hmm. What's that called? Zeteticism?
Z-E-T, I think IC-ism. Zetetic philosophy. It basically says you can't know anything unless you can personally investigate it and validate it for yourself. So I can't know that Paris exists unless I've been there.
But I don't think anybody actually lives like that, right? Like that would just be kind of.
They try to. They say they do.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, but I agree that they probably don't actually live their life like that.
Like, I just got a new dog. Well, you got to show me, else I won't believe you. It's like ridiculous. What?
It's a mundane claim. Why would you question it?
My dog likes to sit on the hood of my UFO, though.
That's cute. But, like, I'm willing to go along with flat earthers because I'm going to just be very honest. I don't know how to prove globe earth, right? It's just something I believe on expertise. But there's a lot of stuff that seems to comport with expertise, right? We seem to live in a world that, like, has done amazing things by having, like, a collective body of knowledge, right? And for that to entirely be false, based on, like, a conspiracy that, like, most flat earthers can't even, like, motivate. They'll be like, oh, well, they're funneling the money from NASA, right? To, like, get taxpayer money. It's all scam. And then you go, well, what about the audits? And then they go, oh, those are fake, right? And it's sort of, like, I don't know. Can't I just do this to everything and negate all knowledge ever? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah. I noticed that 24/7 has shut the mouths of flat earthers. Notice that not one of them can even speak, right? Will Duffy has shut the mouths of flat earthers. You know, Dave McKeegan and Mike Toon have shut the mouths of flat earthers. Their mouths are shut. They're speechless and without any kind of response.
Shut the fuck up with your bullshit lies, Brendan. No one's fucking shutting anybody up. The final experiment did nothing but extend the fucking conversation because now somehow you think looking up in the sky proves something on the ground, like you guys always have.
Yeah,
fucking retarded. You're retarded. You're retarded. You also believe fucking men can have fucking babies, so you're retarded. I don't fucking think anything you say.
They can.
You're a fucking retard.
Hey, Apocryphon.
I mean, even if we negate trans ideology, like hermaphrodites existed before, like the whole like trans cultural divide, but whatever.
Sure, they did.
Dealing with fucking dumbasses.
Well, you don't have to be this angry, right? Like, chill.
Well,
like,
it's
you're
all
not
they
being
have.
disrespectful.
Again. It's all they have. You can go back to having your mouth shut by Will Duffy.
Shut by how? How did he shut mouth? Tell me how.
Because flat earthers are no longer willing to make any case or provide any model for fear of it being falsified by people who know more than them.
Is Discord still here? Is this channel still on? Are you here? Not right now. Are you a fucking brain in a fucking jar right now?
Did you hear what I said?
If they shut up everybody, then we wouldn't be here, right? Like we would have all just said. No, I wasn't. No, what did you say?
I said that they've stopped flat earthers from asserting a model or putting out an understanding of their position for fear of it being falsified.
You can falsify it, yeah. I mean, I've noticed that, right? Like, whenever I ask, like, how does gravity work? They go, well, gravity doesn't exist. And then I ask, like, why does stuff...
Excuse me for 1 minute. If I might clarify for the bitches in the room, I muted it up to give you Globers a chance to yap and talk and
it was great.
Say whatever you want to say, and you said a lot of interesting things.
Right.
Like, you make claims that I say a lot of interesting things and that I can't talk no more. Well, here's proof that I can talk, motherfucker.
It's not that you can't speak. It's not that you can't speak.
You're retarded.
It's not that you can't speak. It's that when it comes to flat Earth, you no longer have anything to
shut
say.
the mouths of the flat earthers. So just shut the fuck up. I heard what you said, Brenda. I was listening. Unlike what you guys do. You listen to respond rather than listening to understand. I heard what you fucking said.
What's your model of the flat Earth, flat man?
Retarded. This is how retarded you are.
What's your model? What's your model?
Flatman won't answer me. See?
What is it?
Flatman won't answer me. So the Earth's a fucking spinning water ball in space, and we're going to Mars now.
No. You won't answer her, so your mouth is shut.
The reason why that's not even being answered, because that position's never changed. And I don't know why you dumb fuck Globers continue this nonsense, but when you're asking for a model, and we have for years told you, there's no way to model this place.
That's not true.
It is.
Said it's the AE map, and that the sun travels above the equator.
You made a lot of claims about my, however you want to word it, religious and or spiritual beliefs. So just you have no right to speak for flat earthers on the whole. Period. Okay.
But
don't say all flat earthers say no flat earthers have a model. Blah blah blah. Just shut up, man.
Oh no, Mark Sargent provided a model.
Yeah, Dave Weiss provided a model.
It just seems that if you're going to do any science, you would like build upon the knowledge, right? And you would like get somewhere. It wouldn't just forever be like skeptical, like, oh, I don't know, but this doesn't seem to be true. That just seems kind of like useless. Aside from like disproving people, right? When do you want to do more? I witnessed
a great model today that explains that observation by the final experiment. So it's been shared in the chat. It was shared. Excuse me. It was shared in the chat. Here, I can go back up and tell you the specific time.
Okay.
And anyone of you are free to spend 8 minutes looking at it, but I'm sure none of you will. So there you go. Here, I'll tell you when it was posted.
Already seen it.
Notice what you said, right? I said it seems that you guys are more interested in disproving than like providing a positive account of like empirical facts, like a body of knowledge, right?
Yeah.
And a model.
There, go to 1134 in the chat and watch that. It'll waste less than 10 minutes of your fucking life.
Okay, there's no need to be okay. Whatever, man.
I'm not seeing it.
No, that was for Brenda and the Globers. Sorry.
Oh, it's the Eric Dubé video?
Like you'll see a new so-called flat Earth model. If you need a flat Earth model, that'll explain some of that observations that were made on that final experiment. So go look. Take less than 10 minutes of your fucking time and look at another flat Earth model that I'm not claiming is the model of flat Earth. But I still understand the knowledge of flat Earth. So fuck you.
Okay. I'm not this emotionally attached to the Earth being a globe. I would be very surprised, but like.
So has Eric Dubé changed his stance on because he used to promote the AE model with the sun circling above the equator, thereabouts. So has he changed his opinion?
Yeah.
Brenda, excuse me, Brenda. Can you please just do me a favor? Just go watch that, please. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to come here and say, "Oh wow, Flatman Cat." I'm so happy you got me to go see that. Just go see it. Eric's talking in it. Okay, go.
Can you summarize it briefly? I don't know.
If you go to 4 minutes in, if you go to 4 minutes in, it's their possible explanation.
Your time watching it. I'm not summarizing it.
Well, I mean, it was published today, so it's not that weird that people don't know yet. I'm just gonna copy the entirety of the transcript in ChatGPT and ask.
Oh, it's the Joseph Hanvey model. Is that what you're going with?
Yeah.
Really? That doesn't show a 24-hour sun.
Whoa, excuse me, Brenda. I didn't say I was claiming that model. I said, since you're so stuck for a model, go look. There's a flat Earth model for you.
Yeah, it doesn't explain the 24-hour sun.
Yes, it did.
How?
You didn't watch it. You didn't even take 10 minutes, so you're not watching it.
that's true. I scrolled or scraped through, right, and saw Joseph Hanby's model.
Just don't.
Joseph
Just
Hanby's
don't.
model
Don't.
doesn't explain the stars.
I didn't try to verify that dog bones are clocks either, but I know they're not. So thanks.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna mute myself, and I'm gonna put it at 2 times speed. I'll be back in 4 minutes, and then I'll just convey the information, which you could do.
You really only have to go to 4 minutes in.
Yeah, it's gonna take me 4 minutes.
It's real easy. It's real easy, right? So even though you have idiots like McToon and all the other dumb fuck globers that are like, oh, the AE map, it can't work like that. It can't work that. Again, they are looking up and they're saying what's happening on the ground. So if there was, according to John Hanby's fucking model, if there was this weird thing that actually can't, we don't know. That's all theory. That's all fucking, we do not know, but it's an explanation of it, but we don't know if that's what it does. But to 100% come up into the room, if you're 1000% positive that it has to be a globe because you saw the sun going around your head while you're standing in a place where behind you in the camera, it's flat as fuck for fucking miles and hundreds of miles of fucking cross when they're plane flying. You just see flat as fuck. When you see that plane footage, just all this land, just flat as fuck. But then you're saying oh, but it has to be a ball because we saw fucking a light going around us above. If you cannot fucking use your own brain to realize how fucking retarded you sound, it's a false fucking dichotomy.
Apocryphon. I have a question for you. Can you tell where in New York City or on the coast of New York you are standing by the orientation of the Statue of Liberty?
Kind of.
Yeah, I guess if you're looking at it and it's facing a certain direction, you don't have to go to New York. You can say, do you know what way you're facing if you're in your backyard? If you know that your backyard faces the south and you're in the backyard and you're looking at the back of your house, you can say it's safe to assume I'm looking north. Shit like that, Rich, it's fucking retarded that you even bring this into the conversation as if we're fucking that stupid. Dude,
then we just extrapolate that to saying, can we use the stars to navigate where we are on the Earth?
The Polynesians did it for a long time before the globe Earth was even a thing. So yeah, you can. If I was to go in a big ass warehouse, right? Let's say I get a fucking Amazon warehouse, and let's say it's fucking a quarter mile long, okay, square in all directions. Let's say that we had signs hanging from the aisle. It's safe to say I could navigate through the warehouse by looking up and reading the numbers. It's the same fucking thing. But,
so looking at the ground of your where your feet are isn't the only way to tell where your feet are.
Okay, so but once again, that doesn't mean because I'm looking up at the fucking the ceiling of where all these numbers and colors and shapes are going on, doesn't mean it explains the fucking floor that I'm walking on.
That's what you said it does.
No. I didn't say that it does. I said you can navigate through the floor, right, where you're at. I'm on aisle 9 now because I looked up and I saw a sign that said aisle 9. And then I know that, okay, aisle 9 means aisle 9. And I can know that. But what I'm saying, though, it would be a false dichotomy for me to say, because I could look up and see 9, then I can tell you how the ground is made up. That does, because that's
okay.
That's
you're saying you can't tell what kind of tile the floor is by saying it's aisle 9.
Just for 1 second, if I may quickly interject before you respond to that. I just wanted to say that you guys are sitting in there asking for something. We presented something, or one person that understands things the way we do presented something to explain that. And you're just hand wiping it away. Oh yeah, no, that I saw his thing. No. That's hilarious. You ask for something, someone provides something that explains what you're trying to claim proves your globe, but in a flat earth manner, and you're like, yeah,
I mean, to be fair, if
it wasn't myself who said that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica proves the globe. That was Brenda, and Ego is currently.
No. I wasn't pointing out. I wasn't pointing out who said what. I was saying, asking for a model. Somebody on our side presents a model that explains that observation, and maybe it's her specifically. Yeah, whatever. That's so and so. That's so and so Duffy's model. Right back to the globe. They ask for something, we show it, and well, that's just an example of how it would work.
The Ego is currently looking into the video.
Yeah. So once again, okay, the theories, okay, for mankind to try to say that we understand how things work above our head, okay, when we can literally do these things on the ground that falsify a curve that would have to be there for it to be a ball that you guys say we're on. So if we're doing things on the ground and saying, wait, okay, so all right, so then it's not a 25,000 mile circumference sphere. Okay, so then what's going on above our heads? Because technically, that model that was made that showed us since we were children, like, it makes sense mathematically, and it makes sense even you can observe it to do that. But then we go back to reality and say, but when we do these measurements on the ground, there is no curvature to be found. So then you're stuck in a fucking paradigm where you're like, okay, I observed the sun, it's going around, they told us this means it's a ball, yet we take measurements on the ground and it doesn't equate. So are we living on a round checkerboard?
Apocryphon, your mic is a bit...
Okay, hold on. I don't know.
A bit hard to hear.
Yeah, my bad. It's my Bluetooth. Is that better now? It's my Bluetooth.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah. So now you're stuck in a place where you have to either believe that the Earth is so flat that it's a sphere. At this point, like, that makes no fucking sense. Logically, makes no fucking sense. It cannot be a ball, even if you see something going around or whatever you think it is. Go ahead.
I provided an observation just a bit earlier of the curve at ground level.
Okay, hold on. This is where I gotta stop all you guys when you say that shit, okay? And this is why, okay? When you use a mathematical formula that's assuming that the Earth is curving, so when you add in a curve and then it adds up because you've added it in, you are literally using the ball model to prove the ball model. And it's
not... I got to disagree with you just very quickly there. In by saying, right, it's not just because the math checks out, like, in the math itself. It's that the math that we calculate corresponds with reality and our observation.
So tell me. Let's break it down. Tell me how you measured it. Go ahead. Let's start with what did you do? What's your setup? We'll break this down, and I want to break this down because I want the audience to listen to exactly what I just said. It's going to be at the end. I'm just giving a little spoiler alert for everybody. Exactly what I just said. We are going to find out when I start digging in right now that that's exactly what happened. So let's start. How'd you set up? Go ahead. Let's start there. What'd you do?
Yeah. For all honesty, right? I didn't do the experiment, right?
Okay. Well, we're going to prove that whoever you're trusting did exactly what I just said. So let's break it down. What did they set up? What did they do? How did they do it? Let's go.
Yeah, so it's an observation over Lake Minnewanka.
Okay.
The prediction of the amount of the other side that would be obscured. I'm just going to post all the math in the side chat there, so just a second.
Okay.
I had to just take a screenshot.
So, and while you do that, let me just remind While you do that, let me just remind the listeners real quick, okay? When we are going to do measurements, just a little newsflash, no predictions are needed. You're not going to predict a measurement. You're just going to measure it, right? Physically. You're just going to measure it the right way. You're not going to take an angle.
What's the right way?
I'll tell you the right way. You're not going to take an angle, right, through a scope, through a lens, at something that's a mile, 5 miles, 25 miles away. You're not going to do that because that's not measuring it. See, because what happens is when you
so how are you going to do it?
Okay, so I'm going to tell you. But let me first explain when you do it the first way. Because when you do it to where you look at something 2 miles away, okay, you're going to add in a formula that has the radius cooked into it. Okay, so then what you could do then is you can say, well, because I know this mathematical formula, I can predict that thing that's 2 miles away from me, that's 18 feet up off the ground, and I know my height, I can add in that formula, and it's going to put a radius, a drop that isn't there, but you're going to say, because when I look at my thing and it matches my prediction, quote unquote, all of a sudden, eureka, the earth is curved because I predicted the drop through this formula, and then that gave me reality. Now, the way to do it is when you transfer that line in increments, when you transfer the benchmarks of that elevation, which, by the way, is going to be something set up at a vertical. You're going to establish a horizontal, and those horizontal lines are going to be parallel to one another. Okay? So how many horizontal lines are on the surface of a sphere? I'll give you the answer, 0. There are no horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere. They can't be horizontal lines because it's a sphere, because it's curving. You can only have curved lines. Okay, but once again, going back to the measurements, when you transfer those lines repeatedly, hops, you go to A, you go to B. You're at B, you go to A, you go to C. You get C, you go to B to D. And you're checking it. You're making sure you're horizontal. You're making sure you're flat. You're making sure you're level. Just a few words to get your minds right, okay? When you transfer that line, you're going to get to the end.
Yapping now.
Well, I'm almost there. Let me land this plane. When you get to the end, okay, your elevation is going to be a true elevation because you transferred it from your original position. And let's say you go 4,000 feet, okay? And I guarantee you that the person that calculated it, throwing in a formula by taking an angle to something that's 4,000 feet away, you are going to be true. They are not going to be true because they assumed a radius, a drop. So your transferred position won't comport to their predicted and calculated position because they're calculating for a drop that isn't there. And I'm going to land right there, but go ahead.
But the idea here is, right, that they did the math with the 6,371 kilometer radius value. They used the height of 1.5 meters as the maximum for the H0 max, and the H0 minimum was 0.1 meters. And that calculated a hidden height of about 2.7 meters when the camera was at the 0.1 meter amount. And when they did the observation, that's exactly what the observation showed.
Okay.
So when it's consistent with the math,
no, hold on.
What's the issue in saying that it's curved?
Here's the problem. As I said, it's not going to be if you transfer that, if you transfer it in increments, it's not going to match up to the calculated. What you're saying is, what
does that even mean?
Let me explain what that means, okay? When you take an angle for something that's 3 miles away from you, 5 miles away, for whatever these fucking idiot globers are doing out there in the field, when you take this angle, okay, and you use and by the way, everyone listening, he did exactly what I said it was from the beginning. He said they used a radius, right? This formula that's going to give you a drop. And then guess what? When they get to that position, it equals what they fucking predicted. Because that's already been established. You didn't understand it, maybe. So that's why I'm just repeating it.
It would only match if there is that radius.
No, bro. Okay. Let me give an example.
Hold on, it would only match if it had that radius,
go ahead,
right?
Cyclone. Go ahead, Cyclone. No, but go ahead, Cyclone. Jump in.
You failed.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, so are the Globers back to arguing that the horizon is geometric again?
That's what it sounds like, right? Because that's been destroyed years ago. But it looks like they're going back to that.
Is that the argument, Rich? Is the horizon geometric again?
Yeah, that's
there is a geometric horizon, and there is an apparent horizon, as far as I understand.
So you're seeing the geometric horizon.
Or very, very much so near it, yeah.
All right. So what about the horizon that we see in, like, the Black Swan?
I don't know. Like, so as far as I know, the apparent horizon within the Black Swan is because of the curvature of the light due to refraction, right? But I don't see why we have to go to a different observation when I'm talking about a very particular observation right now.
The one you're presenting here is the geometric horizon. Is that right?
Well, it matches with the. I wouldn't say that there's no. I wouldn't say that there's no refraction, but there's quite limited refraction.
I thought you guys said that you couldn't ever see the geometric horizon because there's always refraction.
And that's why I said or very close to it, right? So based on the measurements of the distance across the lake, I didn't say. I've said multiple times now that there is limited refraction based on the atmospheric conditions when this observation was made. Not that it wasn't there at all.
So how do you know how much refraction there is?
How do you know how much refraction there is? Yeah, so in I believe it's the temperature. I'm trying to remember exactly. I can state my ignorance as much as you want about refraction, right? But the idea here is that the observation
doesn't count because of refraction. But now all of a sudden you're trying to say this is the thing that you say we never see, the geometric horizon.
Well, to say geometric horizon would just be
what you're claiming,
observing the horizon as calculated by that radius value, right? So if we don't see that exactly, it's the geometric horizon's still there, but you can see further than it because of refraction.
When we observe it and it's not where it's supposed to be, you say, you don't see the real horizon, that's refracted horizon. So how do you know that this isn't a refracted horizon that you're observing?
How do I know that this isn't a refracted horizon? Well, based on the fact that this is a video and the atmospheric conditions we're talking about over maybe 10 to 15 seconds. So it's a constant amount of refraction if there is any.
So how do you know that?
When you have the camera lower in height, right? And then there's obstruction of the other shore, right? And a boat.
Obstruction by what?
The curvature.
What curvature? That's the thing you're trying to prove.
That's what's obstructing it. It's the water that is closer to you.
The horizon, so that's the geometric horizon that you're observing, that you're claiming that.
Well, the geometric horizon would be based on your observer height, right?
Well, that's what you're saying this is, are you not?
Can you answer the question? Your geometric horizon would be based on your observer height, right?
What you're claiming you're seeing, yeah? Yeah, it would be relative to your observer height, which is what you say. You say we've got the observer height, and the horizon that we're seeing there is the physical Earth curve, the geometric horizon. That's what you're saying, isn't that?
The obstruction of the shore is caused by that horizon, yeah.
Because you guys have been saying that we never see the geometric horizon for the last 4 years.
Well, I mean, you can discuss that with people that you have spoken to that about.
Okay, so we've got the horizon in the Black Swan behind the oil rig.
Actually,
how does that work?
I think I get where they're coming from, right? Because the geometric horizon would only ever be the horizon contained within the measurement. All we can ever observe is that can only be an apparent horizon.
All right, so the horizon's apparent again, not geometric.
Yeah, I got a bit mixed up with terms because the geometric horizon would only ever be within the calculations, right?
So the horizon you're seeing in your observation isn't a geometric horizon.
No, because this is a video of reality, not a video of math.
A video of reality. So in reality, it's not showing a geometric curve of the Earth horizon. It's apparent.
So because we are seeing it, it's necessarily apparent.
Right, so it's not the geometric physical Earth curve horizon.
Right, because we're not looking at a piece of graphing equipment.
So your argument wasn't that you're seeing the curvature here.
No, we are seeing the apparent horizon would still be the curvature.
Oh my God, bro! He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Well, light's physical, right? So
no, he does get it. He just realized he's trapped in the globe.
Yeah, he destroyed his own art. Yeah, he flat smacked himself. Yeah. Just real quick, Cyclone. Let me just finish this off for the listeners because he said something earlier that I just wanted to correct for everybody. Yes, 1000%. You're using the model to prove the model, and then you can't say, "Oh, but because it matches, then it must be that model." So, for instance, if I made a ball and I gave it measurements, and then I gave you a formula that you're going to use to prove that curve of that, or the radius of that ball that I've made, okay? And then you go on the ground, right, on the surface of the ball, and you do this model, you do this formula, okay? It's going to equate to what the mathematical part is because you did it correctly. But that's why I said it's very important that when you transfer the lines in increments, okay, over a great distance, you'll realize, and I'm talking about reality now, not the little ball that I made for you. I'm saying in reality, you'll realize when you transfer that line, it doesn't add up to the calculated drop. So you can say, well, I checked in work today and I did this mathematical curve and I lined up to the NGS disk. And then I say, well, yes, the NGS disk is based upon this model that it's curving away from you, but it's not curving away from you. It's just it's a mathematical calculation. Because when I set up my equipment and I transferred it over and over and over and over, I didn't equate to the NGS disk, but I did reality. You did a calculation. You didn't even walk the whole thing. You just took one shot.
It's the fact that the calculation is confirmed.
You still don't fucking get it. No,
via
bro,
the observation.
You don't get
when
it,
the calculation says that there should be 2.7 meters of obstruction due to the curvature of the Earth when the height is lowered.
You still don't get it, bro.
And then we can measure that. We can measure the amount of distance that is being obstructed on the other shore.
No, dude.
It's completely consistent with living on a globe.
Rich, you just said it wasn't the curvature of the Earth you were observing.
The apparent horizon would still be the curvature.
Well, why are you saying apparent horizon? Rich, what is the definition of horizon?
Where the sky appears to meet the water or the land would be.
Right, so it's redundant to say apparent horizon because by definition that's what the horizon is. So
okay, great. Yeah, so then we can see that the curvature of the Earth and the horizon in the video.
So the horizon is not the curvature of the Earth as defined and as you just agreed. You said it's apparent, so.
No, it can be where the sky appears to meet the curvature.
Talking while someone else is talking. I'm listening to him as well, and so is everyone else.
Yeah, you need to. I mean, Rich, we've already established that horizon is not physical Earth curve, so I don't know why you're still continuing as if it is. You've agreed it in multiple ways.
No, I've disagreed with that sentiment numerous times.
Oh. You just agreed the horizon is apparent, and you agreed before that the horizon is not a geometric curve.
No, the horizon is caused by the curve.
All right, so it is the geometric horizon again.
Oh my God, he's cog this, bro.
Why would a geometric horizon in reality? Why would it be geometric?
Yeah, you don't have one. You don't have one, remember?
No, I just showed it to you, and you're just ignoring it.
Okay, we've got a geometric horizon behind these oil rigs in the Black Swan, so I guess the radius is 250,000 miles, not.
How is that the geometric horizon?
Well, because you're saying the horizon's geometric.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's not.
What we would observe in reality, why don't you just say horizon? Why do you have to add geometric to it? When we agree on that, like what?
Why do you have to ignore the fact?
That's what your argument to APOC was. That, hey, this guy went to the lake and he took his observer height and we do the calculation. The geometric horizon should be this distance, blocking this much. This is what we observed. Right? And then
correct.
We just pointed out,
exactly.
Well, no. because you've been arguing for 4 years that you never observe a geometric horizon, and it can't be done.
I have?
You're showing horizon. Yes, you have, Rich.
No, I don't. I think
years.
you're mixing me up with another handsome man.
No. You've been saying it for years. You've been saying that's not the geometric horizon, that's the apparent horizon, because it doesn't match with your geometric fantasy.
Yeah.
But
and everyone knows that. Everyone knows that.
Obstruction. This is just pedantry. This is just pedantry, Cyclone. You're arguing about definitions instead of actually addressing the observation. Regardless of whether we call it the water hump, the water hump is still there. And it's obstructing the other shore and a boat near the other shore.
Hold on, though. You're saying that... Hold on, just real quick. You're saying the water hump is still there, right? 3 hours later, the water hump's now gone.
Why is that?
Because the optic phenomenon that happened earlier in the day, because the sun was above us, it was hot, and it made the way we saw the water way out in the distance, miles away from us, it looked higher. Even though it physically didn't rise, it just looked higher because it was an optical phenomenon. And then all of a sudden, the hours pass, and then it gets cooler, and then the water's lower optically.
You're trying to use refraction to explain this observation?
Rich, here's what I'm saying, dude. You can't say because we calculated something at one time and it matched up. Okay, well then did you do it like an hour later, 2 hours later, a day later, a month later? I guarantee you didn't, by the way. Guarantee you. You guys take one snapshot and you just fucking call it a day. Here's the point, though.
It would be cherry picking.
Yes, definitely cherry picking.
So the one observation is not sufficient for you guys. Okay.
No.
One observation of curve. We need to get more observations of curve for you guys to accept it.
You haven't got a single observation of curve. You already agreed it wasn't curved. The horizon is the apparent meeting point between the sea and the sky. So apparent, right? So not physical. And also, Rich, I mean, you're just going to have to tell us how you're divining which of these horizons is geometric and which is apparent. Because when we show these horizons not matching that, you're saying, no, that's not the real horizon, that's not the real curve. So what adjudication are you doing here to decide what level of refraction is occurring that you can now say we can tell when it's geometric after 4 years of saying, no, you can never see a geometric horizon. So walk us through that process. What did you do?
I'd rather just, discuss what I'm trying to present to you as evidence and not get into the pedantry.
It's not evidence unless you can tell us that you, Rich Evans, can now discern between the geometric and the apparent horizon, which is what you've been saying. You, as in the Globers, for 4 years, we never observed the geometric horizon. You'd have to remove the atmosphere for us to be able to see the geometric horizon. Good. So
sounds like you're going over the horizon, bud.
I mean, that's it. I mean, it's just like
you just cut out the last 45 seconds as to the word.
Oh, right. Okay.
You were roboting for like the past 15 seconds. Yeah, you roboted for like 15 seconds, then you dropped out, you came back in. But I mean, we get what you're saying, though.
Again, I'd really appreciate if we could talk about the observation and not this pedantry.
Yeah, again, okay, once again, then, Rich, your observation, your quote-unquote observation is literally you're hijacking reality because things in a distance drop, okay? We understand that. Perspectively, things will drop. We could go back to the fucking lights on the fucking street that are a mile long. The light poles are going to drop. It's a mathematical thing. And then the way things away from you in a distance will have optical phenomenons of all sorts that are going to affect it to where it could even be higher. It could be lower. It could be higher. It could be thinner. It could be wider. It could be amplified to where like this lensing effect happens and it looks even bigger than what it actually is. So there's all these different things. But then here's the problem though, Rich. This is why you don't fucking try to measure something from 3 miles across the fucking body of water. because you are literally you're fucking around too much, where there's going to be so much error and variables that's going to not give you a pinpoint position. You're saying, well, these observations, we predicted it, this is what the drop is, and this is where we're at. Okay, now I implore you to now transfer that fucking line all the way down, and I guarantee you your drop won't exist. The height of the thing that it's supposed to be, it should add up, but optically though, with your calculations, you're matching up to the model, but you're not going to match up to reality. Guarantee.
The model that is presented in terms of the equation does match with reality. That's what I'm presenting.
No, oh my God, bro. Okay, if I have a model that I've put these numbers in as data points across the town, okay, and then you use the curvature formula, you can't then therefore say, oh, look it, because this adds up to what the disk in the ground says, and my radius, cooked in formula also gave me that number. That doesn't mean that now all of a sudden it's reality, because you use the model to prove the model, and and the hijacking of perspective, the way things drop away from you, is also thrown into that.
I thought the horizon raised to eye level.
Okay. So once again, if you're not grasping what's being said right now, okay, because you just got off saying there's a geometric horizon, but and there's an apparent horizon. You said there's two different horizons. There's only one horizon.
The geometric one would be the one that is calculated.
Oh my God, bro!
And then the actual horizon is the one that we observe. So
okay,
the calculation and what we observe line up. What does that tell us?
Okay, Rich, that's what a Glober will say, because they have to say that.
What about when they don't line up? What about when they don't line up? What
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's more evidence to look into, is it not?
Oh my gosh, bro!
More evidence to look into. Does that support the claim of a geometric globe horizon, or does it not?
But we have to look into it, don't we?
So when the horizon. That's what we're doing, Rich. But your claim, unfortunately, would be that there can't be non-conforming horizons if the horizon is the curve of a ball, unless the ball's changing size, if it's a geometric horizon. You don't get that flexibility, I'm afraid. There's a maximum geometric distance on a globe. And when that's exceeded, that debunks your notion that the horizon is ever the curve of a ball.
The geometric horizon is the calculated amount.
Yeah,
it's the thing on a piece of paper when you have the measurement,
Exactly.
And then the thing that we observe in reality is the horizon, right?
It's not that.
It's the horizon.
So
Cyclone, you have to agree that it could either align with that or it could not align with that, right?
Well, I mean, if it aligns with it within the tolerance, if it exceeds it, then it debunks the notion that that's what it is.
Why?
It's a geometric proposition.
No, we agree. We're not looking out and seeing the geometric. We're only ever looking out and seeing the actual horizon.
So when it's obstructing something, you can't say it's the geometric Earth curve. Done.
Right. I'm not saying that you hold up the piece of paper with the calculation of the geometric horizon and that's obstructing something. I'm saying that the obstruction that's observed in reality, this observation completely aligns with that geometric calculation.
Why are you doing a geometric calculation? You don't have the geometry. That's imagination.
There is. I posted it earlier. Do you want me to repost it?
No, you don't have the geometry. No,
I just posted it earlier. Do you want me to repost it?
No. We've got horizons that don't match this. If your argument is the geometry is proven by the horizon, but the horizon isn't the geometry, you've already killed yourself.
He cannot get that. He doesn't fucking understand that. He's just like every other Glober. That like those words don't make sense in his brain, and it's fucking comical.
He doesn't understand the insanely obvious fallacious logic. to ignore the fact that observations debunk his claim beforehand. I mean, this argument's already dead. There's a reason you guys aren't using the Horizon anymore, except for you, Rich.
Exactly.
How does the Black Swan debunk the fact that when changing observer height, it causes obstruction?
Dude, that's not even the fucking.
That is the claim.
What did you just say?
He's pretending he doesn't understand the Black Swan anymore.
Yeah.
For the sake of his new.
Well, the Black Swan is a static height, right? The Black Swan is a static height, right? If you had the Black Swan taken from 2 meters up and then from 1 foot off the ground, what do you think would happen?
You'd see the water go even further from 2 meters up. Thanks, Rich.
There you go. You could see further when it's higher, right? And there's less obstruction.
But you've already,
and then when it comes down, do you think that you'd be able to see more of the bottom of the...
Further proving lack of curvature, you dumb cunt.
Do you think you'd be able to see more of the bottom of the oil?
It's already over, Rich. When you define the Horizon as apparent, by definition, it was already over. So
I know that's what you wish, but when you have a look at the Black Swan from 2 meters, do you think you'll be able to see more of the bottom of the oil rigs than if the camera was only 1 foot off of the ground?
Rich,
I prefer you answer my question.
Rich, you see less curvature from 2 meters up, even less. Thank you.
What, are you scared to answer the question, or do you not know? Silence.
You don't observe more curvature higher up.
You're already done.
You don't observe more curvature higher up.
I don't know how many ways we can explain it to you. I don't know how many ways we can explain it to you.
I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm asking that you
answering you. I'm answering you. You don't see more curvature the higher up you go. You don't experience.
Not what I asked.
Yes, it is, bitch.
No, it's not. I asked, would you be able to see more of the bottom of the platforms if you had a higher camera?
Dude, that's not even. Dude, okay. So let's get off the platforms real quick, because that's not even the fucking point. The point of that is that the platforms are just. This is, okay, it's not even for you, bro. It's for the listeners that are new to this, because you've heard this 20,000 times probably. It's not about the platforms. The platforms are just distance. Markers for distance. We know the distance to them from the shore. And then once you look at the horizon that's behind platform habitat, you'll see that it's gotta be more than 10 miles probably, just guessing at that point, because of how much farther it would be. Might even be more. But the point is that if it's a 1 foot observer height, then in your geometric horizon, even with the most extreme refraction, like out of fucking nowhere, like you shouldn't be seeing even the first platform in its entirety, meaning you can see all 4 legs into the water. And then to see the second one is like, what the fuck? It should be behind the globe ball right here at this point. But that's not even the argument. It's about that horizon that's way beyond that second platform. Okay? So now all of a sudden, your geometric horizon was supposed to be cutting out the first platform because it's behind the ball, but all of a sudden, twice as far as that, if not 3 times farther, you're seeing the actual horizon, which is way beyond the second platform.
Why will you guys not answer my question? I don't understand.
That destroyed the ball. It's not about going higher. We have a fucking point. It's 1 foot. Don't fucking change the variables. We have the fucking data.
You happen to be the one that's actually changing the variables. You're not talking about what I'm talking about.
Hold on, guys. Rich, I don't know why you're feeling the need to autistically try and change the point of the conversation to a non-sequitur.
No, this is exactly sequitur to the observation being presented. So you are the one committing the red herring by going to the Black Swan and then not even addressing my question when I talk about my premise.
Your argument was, hey, look, a geometric horizon. It matches the calculation. And then I pointed out, you guys have been denying the geometric horizon for 4 years now. How's that changed?
That's obviously a straw man, because that's not even an argument.
What are you talking
my
about?
Argument has been and always will be that when the observer height is changed, there is more obstruction if it is getting lower.
All right, so you're not arguing that the horizon that you're seeing. So you're not arguing that this horizon is a curve of a ball Earth.
No, that's what it ends up being. It ends up being because it is curved.
So you are arguing
as the height of the observer gets lower, there's more obstruction.
So you are arguing. So then you are arguing exactly what I just said you were arguing, and you said no, I'm not arguing that.
No, I'm.
You're intolerable. Intolerable. Just a standard flip-flop. Amazing. I thought this final experiment was supposed to be a win for you guys, but you're somehow in here acting like it's 2019 again. No progression, just regression. You guys are like NASA. I suppose that makes sense. You're going backwards. Got any other new guys in? Ego, you were in earlier. What's up, Ego?
Hello, I heard my name. Sorry, I'm fixing my headset. Give me a second. Fucking broke.
Yeah, Cyclone. They're resetting, dude. They don't even know what to do with themselves. He's talking about geometric horizons again. I mean, he went back to what's that season 7, season 6?
Yeah, it's a long way back. It's a long way back. So, Ego, what's happening, man? You doing some flat earthing? I guess it's fixing this mic. But yeah, that was a classic flip-flop. They think when no one's listening, they'll sneak in a geometric horizon argument after 4 years of telling us that you can never observe the geometric horizon.
Right. And then not to mention and the 4 years before that, that's what they fucking hung everything on. They were all about that geometric horizon.
Yeah.
That was the nail in the coffin for flat Earth. Oh, boats over the fucking horizon. We could mathematically equate it. We know how the Earth drops away from us. We could mathematically equate it. Yeah, and then Black Swan came out. And then that, as QE said, bye ball. And it's weird because they're still fucking hanging on to it. Like I think a lot of them though, a lot of Globers jumped ship after that though, I think. And they're like, yeah, that's like, it's not a globe. Like it woke up a lot of people. Like logically, like people are like, oh shit, wait, that doesn't make sense. How can you see like 10, 12 miles away if you're only supposed to see like 3 miles away? That makes fucking zero sense.
Because Rich is texting in the chat, so he's obviously still listening. And or Brenda and or any of the other Globe people that come in here so vehemently try to defend their bull crap. I just want to like Discord or discussion isn't necessarily to win, but for the information. Like I don't want them to get the impression that I think that they're my enemy or I don't like them. Like I just don't like their disingenuousness, and they don't want to open their mind. They don't want to hear the information. They want to interrupt and interject, and they keep bringing their old arguments in. It's insane.
Yeah, it's tiresome. So that's why I was going to be the jaded Bloober type, hopefully.
You were roboting.
Or maybe he is. I don't know. I was an Ego's got his mic storage, yeah.
It was my headset. I think I fixed it. My
Alright, what's up,
there's
Ego?
like a little headset holder that I had to fix with duct tape, whatever.
That sounds alright. So are you new to the conversation, or you been looking into the topic?
I don't know. I've joined this like place like a couple times, but like I'm gonna be very honest. Like my belief in the globe Earth, as you would call it, is a form of trust. It's a form of faith. It's a form of belief, have you, right? Because it conforms to science. Yeah. So usually I'm only able to have like the epistemic conversation. I wasn't educated in physics when I was younger. But I'm currently studying philosophy, and I'm like more well-versed in that department, right? Like, how do you come to rational conclusions? How do you weigh evidence? What are logical inductions? So usually I try to approach the topic from like a coherentist perspective, or like, what are the motivations for there to be a conspiracy? Or what are the psychological reasons for believing this, right? Because like I know how to have like basic conversations about the like the horizon.
I get that. I understand that. You're maybe saying you don't have the empirical evidence or argument down or looked at really.
Well, I don't have a form of like abstracting the empirical observations into like I don't know calculus, for example, and that's going to be very relevant when we're calculating radiuses and stuff, right? Or like
so you need to get familiar with the claimed geometry of the globe.
Yeah,
because that's what this comes down to. I know the sociological and psychological side of things is interesting to people, but this is what this entire debate boils down to, is the geometry of the surface and the lack of surface curvature that we have in reality.
Well, in reality is like the most loaded philosophical term you can have ever.
Entire globe. Well, in our physical reality, I will say that.
Yeah, that's still. But like, sure, I guess I get what you mean.
As we observe and measure it, the physical nature of the surface is what this is about. There's a claim on the table that it moves down and away from us at a certain distance, a certain rate, based on the size of ball that it is. And this is what people are testing. And what we're finding is that curvature that they claim doesn't exist. So, right from the very beginning, the globe is impossible.
It's because it seems so.
I guess that's something that you need to dig into a bit more. I don't know if you're on our home server, but we've got a lot of the observations and measurements and things on there. If you want
but like for me, it's I think the first conversation I had when I joined here was what was it again? It was posed to me that why would you not believe that the Earth is flat when you look out on the horizon and that appears to be flat, right? And then I said, because I'm not a naive realist, right? And what that means is that I just don't believe my sensors are like a one-to-one mapping to reality. So I gave the example of optical illusions, right? I'm more interested in those like epistemic conversations than like measurements and physics, honestly.
Well, that's where you're going to struggle to understand your physical and natural environment then, because you don't want to deal with it, really. It sounds like.
No, I'm like using Brilliant.org and like I'm.
Yeah, but you can't understand or know the nature of the physical surface beneath your feet with philosophy. That's not how it works.
Philosophy.
That's the wrong tool to employ. I mean, some things it's like if we wanted to ask you, like, hey, we need you to measure this table for us in this group, and you said, well, I don't really do measurements, but I can do prose. I can do poetry. Like, that's not going to help.
Yeah, I think you're like equivocating like philosophy in its modern day from like its historical, like, well, it doesn't really matter. Like, most modern day science came as philosophy, right? What we call philosophy nowadays is just what is left over.
If you're using philosophy in the broad text sense and you're not excluding empirical analysis and tests, then fair enough.
Right, but that's why I'm like learning. But that's why I'm like learning like basic physics and stuff like on my own, on the side of like doing a bachelor in philosophy, right? Because I want to like be able to engage in the STEM aspect a little bit. I'm just admitting that at the moment I'm more well versed in epistemics, right?
Okay, no, that's fine. And obviously you study what you want when you want, but I'm just telling you that for the fruitful gain of what this topic can give you, the route that you need to go down is empiricism. Like, and I mean that's from my experience, right? And being in the topic, And I'm not saying that you can't gain a lot from it philosophically and in other ways, but I'm saying in terms of getting to the meat of this dispute about the nature of our Earth, it comes down to the empirical, the observable, the measurable, the testable.
Yeah, but the empirical, the observable are already like front-loaded with bias, right?
Well, it depends what you mean.
Well,
maybe your interpretation of that physical is a bias in itself. Who's to say you've got the bias?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Anyway, I'm going to have to drop off, so someone else feel free to jump in. Welcome to the chat. Keep going.
Okay.
Thank you. I was just going to say, okay, if you want to look at it that way, fine. It was a bias for us when we started questioning things. The bias that it is a globe, it's curving, it's spinning, blah, blah, blah. We went to prove that bias to ourselves and found counter evidence, observation.
That's not what I mean, right?
But we counter to what our original bias was.
No, what I'm saying is that any observation, anything you experience, is going to be filtered through your bias. So, in Kantian terms, it would be categorical transcendental features of experience, such as space or time or causality, right? But even, like, if we don't have to go all, like, metaphysical with it, right? Or, like, philosophical with it. Like language, right? The way you speak of stuff has a real impact on how you observe them. I don't think... I'm very skeptical of this notion of like an unbiased observation.
So you might misunderstand what I was trying to explain, right?
Okay.
We all thought it was a spinning globe. We went to prove that to ourselves. We had the bias of it's a globe. Observations, information, etc. We couldn't prove that to ourselves. We couldn't prove our own bias. Here we are. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay. Just seems like you're doing a sleight of hand where, like, you acknowledge bias, but on the other hand, like, you're saying you've arrived at a position of no bias, right?
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I suppose that's what I'm saying.
Is anybody talking in here, or is it just quiet? Is it my connection?
There was a lot of action.
Well, who's streaming? Hey, Henchman, turn your stream off, dude.
Oh, I didn't even check for that. You missed quite a lot of action. You just so happened to jump in when it was a quiet moment.
Gotcha. Well, I couldn't join earlier because Henchman's streaming frickin' nonsense, so he's going to get about 5 seconds to end it, or I'm going to yeet him. It caps the room, dude.
Okay.
Everybody asleep in here?
Yo, yo. Happy Sunday. Sunday fun day.
What's up, Snacks?
Not much, homie. Not much. I'm chilling. It's my day off. Hanging out. Was just gambling here this morning. Made enough money I withdrew enough money to pay my credit card off. Cool.
Awesome.
Fuck yeah, buddy. Still got about $2,000 in the account, so maybe I'll triple that up. Who's to know? Or I'll lose it all. One of the two. Didn't hit the weed store in time last night. Nothing like out of weed. Doesn't open till fucking.
What brings you in today, Snacks? You just bored?
Well, yeah, pretty well, man. My lady had to work here today, so she's not here right now. She left this morning and is hanging out. Not a lot going on, dog. What about you? What's been happening here?
Oh, same old, same old.
I know.
People failing to bring any evidence for their globe religion.
Right on. Sounds about fucking normal, I guess. Excuse me. Oh, buddy. Fuck, man, I got a 12-leg parlay on the go here today. $10 wager, $20,000 to return. I'm just playing the under. Playing the under. Ooh.
You got anything on the topic you want to discuss, or do you just want to talk about gambling and belch into the microphone? Which one do you want to
do? Good question, man. I didn't mean to belch into the microphone, dog. It was kind of just... It happened.
So you don't want to talk about the actual channel topic?
We could. Let's ask this guy. Just joined.
Oh, so you don't want to be involved, right? So I can just put you on mute, I guess?
I want to be involved, man. Nah, fuck this. I'm out of here. You're just a fucking snob. You have a good day, eh?
Yep.
Adios to him. Holy cow.
So what's the next debate about, guys? Is Earth measured flat, guys? What do you guys think?
What do we think about what? What's the question?
Is Earth measured flat?
Many things are measured flat. The Earth lacks curvature.
Impossible.
My wall is flat. Is your wall flat?
Probably.
Flat enough, right?
There you go. You got a flat wall. The globe is a basketball with the air pressure and water attached on the outside of it while spinning. When you're playing basketball and the air pressure is outside of the ball. And it's also wet and you're playing basketball with it. That's how impossible the globe is. Right? Or left.
Yeah.
Or center. Doesn't have to be right or left. It could be center as well, right?
Left. Will you tell me the story about how Antarctica's a 1,000 kilometer plateau again?
Great plateau. Not just a plateau, a great one. So the bottom of the ball is flat. So it's a flat ball. You know when the ball has the air on the outside, what happens to the ball? It's flat. Isn't it? It's a flat ball. I'm gonna have to find one so Britnet can visualize it. So I don't think he can see it in his mind. Can you visualize it? A flat ball?
Let me ask the parasite. Okay, the parasites are saying I can visualize it. Like a disco ball, right?
Look, Britton, I found the globe for you. This is the globe model. Let me post it for you. There you go. You see the longitude and latitude lines?
Yeah.
There you go. The globe.
That's
you finally get it?
Ball.
This is the best globe evidence I've found. Do you have any reputations against this Britnet? What's your new name? Let me check. Rum Ilhanen.
No.
No? Oh, that's your name? No? Okay, no. Do you have a reputation for the globe model I posted?
Yeah, yo come manzanas.
No. I make apple pie with them. Different.
Tu bebe leche.
Puré de manzana. Tu bebe leche de toro. You know what that means?
No.
You drink bull's milk. There's cow's milk and then bull's milk. Anyways, flat balls are impossible. But that's what the Globe Star believes. And that's okay.
I'm waiting for some flat Earth proof. Where's the flat Earth proof?
You know, flat is not what something is.
It's like a mindset, right?
Because, you know, I have a flat round table and it's made out of wood, aluminum, and other materials. So the table is not the flatness or the roundness of it. You see?
Mm-hmm. ¿Dónde está la estación de
Or
tren?
don't you see? Oh no, everything got better now. We got Embo in the chat. It's like an upgrade from Room hasn't been here.
Embo's not in the chat. What are you talking about? Oh, the actual chat, right?
In the chat. What are you talking about? He is. I'm talking about he is in the chat.
Parasito cerebral.
Cerebro, no cerebro. Cerebro, cerebro.
Parasito cerebro.
Did you find out how to deworm from the Homo parasites or no?
Am I the only Glober here again? Let me see.
You're not a Glober. Stop pretending, bro.
Yeah.
You're too smart for that.
True.
Now, do you have a job to represent the globe and argue for it? That's another thing. Are you the job? No, you're not the job. Are you?
Oh, come on, Seisu. Don't mute. He's like the only other Glober that could come in here right now.
Yeah, show him the one that I posted. That you sponsored. The flat ball with the longitudes and latitudes.
You don't keep the law, Batman.
The who?
Batman here does not keep the law.
Batman or Batman? Batman does keep the law, because if you get out of line, Batman will open his mic. He's called F.E. Batman.
Yes, he does not follow the law.
Who doesn't follow the law?
Batman.
Batman?
Hmm.
But that's why he changed his name to F.E. Batman. Now he's following the laws.
This is not the Batman. He's different.
It's F.E. Batman.
What F.E. stand for?
Field engineer.
I see. Disregard. I thought he was the not law-abiding
engineers, field engineers, they have to follow the laws, because if they don't follow the laws, they lose their licenses.
He must follow OSHA.
Exactly.
I want to apologize for that.
No need to apologize. You haven't done any wrongs that I've noticed.
I misgendered him. I thought he was other Batman.
But if you want to follow somebody that doesn't follow the law, talk to Flugigugi. Fligugi. How do you say? Fligugi?
Fligugi.
Fligugi. That is a lawless man right there. Or man wannabe, or whatever. He knows the laws, but intentionally speaks against the laws and acts against them. Because he has a job to do. She's deny reality and promote falsehoods. I'll take that back. Britnet is a cool guy. He's one of my favorite Globers. He's a decent one compared to many others. But he has a job to do, so he gets it done. He'll lie to his mother. To get the job done.
Great plateau.
How many gray plateaus can you have on a ball? An unlimited amount, right? Fligugi?
I'm trying to see how many there are. I'm sure the Tibetan Plateau is a great plateau. Yeah, Tibetan Plateau, Colorado Plateau, Deccan Plateau, Altiplano Plateau or Andean Plateau, Great Dividing
Plano
Range Plateau,
Plateau. That sounds like redundant.
Anatolian Plateau, Mongolian Plateau. There's a lot of plateaus. Great
There's
plateaus.
so many plateaus on a ball.
On a ball.
Amazing.
Yeah. Disco balls.
We live in a disco ball. Amazing. So that means that globers and flat earthers are both correct and wrong at the same time. Can you imagine that? It's been a disco ball all along. It's flat and round. But the question is it a disco ball that is spinning or not spinning? What do you say?
Well, if it's a good disco ball, it would spin, right? Be a pretty lousy disco ball if it didn't.
I'll be back.
It's a boring ass fucking channel right here.
Is round. It ain't flat. Let me tell you that. It ain't.
Round like a quarter?
No, round like a ball.
Like a frisbee? Like a frisbee?
No, like a ball. I mean, how?
Oh, like a pizza.
Okay. So how? What's your explanations on the pictures on space?
Oh, you mean round like a flat table?
No, round like a ball.
Oh, no, that will be.
He said sphere pretty clearly, didn't he?
Well, actually.
What? I'm telling Alverga that you said round as a sphere, not as a coin or whatever the fuck you all talked about.
Round like a ball, that will be impossible. Nonsense.
What's nonsense about that? Just curious.
Nonsense. Your senses point out that it's not curving and not moving, and you're claiming the opposite. By definition, will make your belief nonsensical.
Why do you think that my eyes are perfect? Why do you assume that?
Your eyes are perfect? Can you define perfect?
Well, apparently they're so perfect that they're able to pick up the curvature.
So you're saying that the lack of the evidence is the evidence?
No.
Because since your eyes don't pick up, your senses, your vision doesn't pick it up, therefore the opposite of your senses makes sense.
No. You claim that because of my senses, it has to be flat.
You claim that because you don't see
I haven't
it's
claimed
there.
anything, buddy. You just made a claim.
You sure did.
So, support your fucking claim.
You claimed the impossible based on nonsense.
I didn't claim an impossible. You claim that based on my senses, it's round.
Your nonsense.
It's flat. No, buddy, don't dodge. You just said, but due to my senses, it's flat.
Now that will be by measurement. To confirm what you already know. Because your senses point out that the ground is motionless. And you observe a horizon. You observe a horizontal line. A horizon. And then you know that that's not curving. So if you want to measure that we already observed, or you want to detect the movement, you can pull out instruments and confirm what you already know.
Can you use a speedometer to measure temperature?
You could use a speedometer to measure speed, but you know the ground is motionless, so that's why there's no speedometer that detects the movement.
What if you want to use it for temperature? I mean, it's still measuring.
I mean, we're gonna have to call the authorities on you and put you like in a 4-wall padded room.
Buddy, I'm just showing you your argument. It's a measuring tool. Why doesn't it work with temperature?
Can you get in the same room as your mic?
Nope, certainly not. So why can't I use a speedometer to measure temperature? It's a measuring tool, right?
I mean, is that your argument for the spinning impossible?
No, because I'm not making any claim or argument. You are. You're saying that my senses show me that it's flat.
You're claiming the opposite of that. You're claiming none.
I haven't claimed the opposite. I haven't claimed anything. You made the claim. So support it.
You said it. The first thing you said, it is round like a sphere. Remember that part? That sounds like a claim to me.
Buddy, the other guy said round as in spherical, and you just said round as in frisbee or something, which you obviously didn't do. And I showed you that. Whatever the fuck you said back then, just was based on nothing. That was all I did. And then you just come at me and attack me.
So you got in the middle of a conversation and expect people to talk about something else.
No, I didn't try in the middle of conversation. I just showed you.
So you heard someone saying something, another person replying, and then you got in the middle of that and saying, "Look at me, listen to me."
No, it's not in the middle. It was after it, because what you said was wrong. Because it wasn't claimed, and you asserted it to me. That's a problem.
Bro, if you can't figure out a microphone, how you gonna...
Buddy, I don't give a fuck about my microphone. Assert your... Can you just support your argument and your claim? Like, please. My microphone doesn't have to work 100% for that.
You see? It's nullifying the belief that you're standing on a spinning water ball. That's it. Pretty simple.
When I believe in that? Why are you just...
I mean, the other guy. I was talking to the other guy. If you got in the middle of that, well, it's crossfire.
But it wasn't in the middle because he was done. Buddy.
He was done? You decided that then.
By leaving.
Alright, so you have a question? You want to say something?
Yes. Do you claim my senses are valid to assert that the Earth is flat?
Can you speak up, please?
No.
When you go to the seashore, you observe the horizon. You get horizontal lines from there, right? They have zero slope.
Can I see
infrared? Then you observe
can I see
non-curving line.
Can I see infrared light?
Yeah, if you have an infrared image in front of you, you can observe the infrared image, yes.
But that's not infrared itself, it's a visualization of infrared because we can't see it.
Look,
Why
I'm gonna show you.
It's
I'm gonna show you an infrared lidar across the Atlantic Ocean. Look, do you see it there? I posted it. Yes, you can see it. Look, you just gotta go to the chat, press the chat button, expand on the image, and you're gonna see that it's an infrared that is 1,120 kilometers across the Atlantic Ocean.
Buddy, that's
that
not
is infrared.
That's a
It is infrared.
visualization. That's a visualization of infrared because we can't see it. That's why we need special tools to do
Okay, okay. So now you're observing the results of the instrument, right? That's already confirming what you can go to the beach and observe yourself. You can see the horizon across the water, the horizontal line,
claims. Stop inventing new
and then you can extend that with equipment
Can you please
like LiDAR.
I'm asking you why you claim that my eyes are proof enough to assert the Earth to be flat.
Oh gosh, the flatness will be measured, right? And the observation that you're doing.
No. You just claim that my sense.
So you put a cup of water on top of your table, and you can observe the flatness of the water, right? So you can observe it. You can look at it with your eyes. One of your
being able to differentiate
your eyes, your vision. Remember?
Object and a sphere I'm standing on.
Why you have an issue with your senses? Why you denying what you observe already?
I'm not denying anything. You claim that they are
Sounds
perfect.
like you're denying it.
You claim that they are perfect enough to.
That word came out of your mouth. Perfect came out of your mouth.
What?
What?
Perfect in what? I didn't hear it.
You said the eyes are perfect. I never said that.
Oh, you claim that they are perfect enough to be.
No, you claim that. You claim that I claimed it.
Shut the fuck up when I'm making my point.
And you figure how to use your mind.
You assert that the eyes are perfect enough to, based off of their sense, of my senses, based off of my eyesight, I'm able to assert the Earth to be flat. Why?
You observe a horizontal line, right? That's what you observe. A horizontal line that has zero slope.
That's not true, and you know that.
What is a horizontal line? What is the rate change slope of a horizontal line?
Depends on.
It's zero.
No, it's not.
Okay, go Google it, and when you get the answer, let me know. Go Google the change rate slope of a horizontal line. Go ahead.
You just made the claim, but it doesn't.
That's not my claim. That's what a horizontal line is. It didn't make it up.
A horizontal line of a mathematical sense? Or the horizon?
We get horizontal lines from the horizon.
No. They use
Yeah.
a similar term of originate from. They're not the same. A horizontal line in mathematical sense is
Okay.
straight. That it's not
So we observe the horizon. We observe the horizontal line across the waters everywhere you go.
We observe the horizon. It's not a horizontal line.
Yeah, we observe. We do observe the horizon, correct? Yeah.
Yes, it's not a horizontal
lines from the
line. Stop
horizon.
saying otherwise.
I showed you an infrared of 1,120 miles. We equal 690.
It's kilometers, by the way.
1 kilometers. That equals 696 miles. Kilometers, right? 1,120 kilometers. That equals 695.9 miles.
Can you give
and
me
you can
the,
observe,
Can you give me the source
observe the
of a
horizontal.
picture, maybe? Can you give me the source, just so I know that measurements are accurate?
Yes.
Then, can you please also be so kind to just compress the picture real quick?
Be so kind of what?
You take the image, and you just side to side, just compress it. You know, just make it really thin and tall.
Compress it?
Yes, do you know what compression is?
You're gonna compress
File
it?
type. Hey, I'm asking you to be so nice.
Look, Jana is also posting the amateur world record photography. That's infrared as well.
Can you just send me the source, please?
I already posted some of the images that comes with it, so you can look it up. From weather balloons or weather satellites.
What altitude do you have the source for the technical data?
Yeah, I'll have to look it up.
Oh, well then please do so before you use it as evidence for anything. Jesus.
So do you have any evidence for the opposite?
I'm not making any claims to the opposite. I'm just
Too
pointing out
bad.
flaws in your arguments.
Pointing out flaws.
Yes. How am I
Denying reality.
How are
Is
my
pointing
eyes
out flaws.
sufficient enough to prove based on just them alone that the Earth is flat? Or to even suggest so? Again,
Flat is a description.
why
Flat
can't
Earth
I
is
use a
the soil.
speedometer to
And
measure
water is the water.
Why can't I use a speedometer to measure temperature? It's still a measuring tool. Why can't I use my eyes to
It's
smell?
not designed for the temperature, is it?
Why can't I use my eyes to smell?
You have multiple senses, right? You have your vestibular system that will tell you if the ground was moving, because when it moves, you know, thanks to the vestibular system.
How do you feel movement?
You feel it. Your senses are telling you.
Yes, but how does it work? Like, when do you feel it? What happens?
You tell me. Well, if the ground is motionless, you don't feel it, and if it starts moving, you feel it. It's very simple.
No, that's not how physics works. How do you feel something moving?
With your feelings, don't you?
Yes, but how do they do that? Not in the sense of its nerves working. How? What?
So you don't have any evidence for the globe. That's cool, man.
I
Thank you.
didn't say I didn't, but you're just unable to.
You're unable to prove the globe.
I'm not trying to prove a globe right now because it's so
So
funny.
you will be trying. Yeah, that's a smart move because you will be trying to prove the impossible.
How do you feel the movement?
You tell me. You want to know? You tell me.
It's change in velocity.
Ooh. Ah.
So why do you use that as evidence for the flat Earth? If an object is rotating at a constant speed and velocity, you wouldn't feel it either. So it's not proof for your claim.
What object is? You're saying that the lack of evidence is the evidence again.
I'm not using evidence.
You just said that you don't feel the movement
evidence
because
isn't a
because it's constant speed.
Your assumption. You can't use I can't feel a spin because you wouldn't feel a spin on both a flat and a globe Earth.
You're the one says that it makes sense when it's contrary to your senses.
Are you claiming that physics are wrong right now? Like, are you that?
You're the one going against the physics of reality and claiming nonsensical physics that makes no sense.
Buddy, how do you feel movement? How?
You can't figure the physics of your microphone, so I'm not gonna take any ideas from you. If you can't figure out your microphone, how are you gonna figure out the impossible?
Buddy,
and tell people about it.
Stop dodging. Stop lying.
You're the one dodging.
Stop assuming I'm not.
So, buddy, do you have any evidence or no?
I'm not claiming anything, so I don't have.
So you're running away from your claim. You're scared. You're scared of your
I
claim.
haven't made a single fucking claim. Are you that retarded? Holy fuck.
Your claim that you don't feel the movement because it's there, but you don't feel it.
Yes, because you can only feel movement when it changes in velocity.
So the lack of evidence is the evidence. Thank you.
How's that a lack of evidence? It's evidence for... Can you even think? Like, Jesus.
No, it's not. You're just saying stuff.
If you're in a car, how do you feel it moving? And when?
Because before you got on it, you said, you know what, I'm gonna go to the store and buy something. And you got in the car, and you know that you're in the car.
Oh, so what if you're blind? What if you don't have any nerves? How does a speedometer in the car know that it's changing its velocity and adjusting? Aw, he muted himself.
Hello, I have a question. Are there any?
We're listening.
Excellent. So, if the globe Earth model is wrong, how come when we use it to make predictions about total solar eclipses and the path that it will take and the time that it will be there, it is 100% accurate and we have no such analog for the flat Earth model that can make any predictions like that?
So you must be new here then, right?
I'm waiting for the answer.
They were predicting that shit long before your globe idea or model. Thank you very much.
Okay, wonderful. Can you show me the flat Earth predictions?
What do you mean show you? Just review history.
Can you show me the flat Earth total solar eclipse predictions for the next 50 years?
I don't have them in my hand, for fuck's sake.
Where can I find them?
They would be exactly whatever the fucking ones you're looking at.
Okay, wonderful. Can you show them to me? Since they so clearly, obviously exist, right?
Whoa. I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to take us out of the sky, which is where you have us, and put us back down on Earth. What we're walking on, what we're standing on.
Okay,
right?
So to be clear, you cannot show me any flat Earth model that predicts the future solar.
Even if I did, you would go, oh, well, it's still curved. So, are you still there, Linda? Did you run away? Hello? Okay, so Stonehenge was created to tell summer solstice and X, Y, and Z. That was long before globe, okay? And Stonehenge is definitely related to flat Earth observations. Thank you. If you even heard that, because I'm assuming you ran away.
Yeah, I think you ran away. But the answer is the Saros cycle, 2,500 years old, which predicts eclipses. Long before the full Earth concept. And he seemed so confident when he came in. Anyway.
It always works out that way, eh, gentlemen? Now he's in the text, I guess, saying I'm afraid of him. Goodness.
So the spiral cycle predicts eclipses. It's 2,500 years old, developed by the Babylonians.
Hello? Anyone here?
Yes, hello.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just trying to get confused by technology. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to ask, you know that final experiment thing? I know it doesn't prove a glow, but does the sun actually do 24-hour in the south. But what's the outcome? I tried to watch a video of it, but it was time lapse. Anyone found any problems with it, or does it happen, or what's your thoughts?
So, if my identical is correct, I'll refer you to, I believe it's 11:45. Excuse me, 11:45 a.m. in the chat. I posted something that showed a model that could explain how that happens, even with a single sun. But again, I think that that's just placating to the Globers to give them something to look at. You know what I mean? Because they want a model. So here's something that explains the observation, and you gave it to them, you know? And then they'll still go, oh, well, but it's still a globe. But yeah, I believe it was 11:45 a.m. I posted something from Eric Dubé about the final experiment. And there's a gentleman in there, I believe one of the Globers knew his name, that has a model that shows how that can happen.
Okay, I'll have a look. Thank you.
Or I think somebody else might be able to post it as well.
Yeah, sorry, could you repost it? I don't know if your time will be the same time as mine, or I can't find it.
Just give me a few moments, please. There you go, brother. And if I recall from the conversation earlier, you only have to go, like, you can fast forward to 4 minutes, and then you'll see that guy's model that he built. Again, I'm not claiming that's the model or our model or the Flat Earth model. That's one Flat Earth understanding individual that built a Flat Earth model that explains the 24-hour sun observation that was observed in the final experiment. I'm not speaking for all Flat Earthers or any Flat Earthers. That's a single Flat Earthers model that was designed by that person to give a visual of how it could happen.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'll have a look. Thank you.
I've got to dip out, ladies and gentlemen, and go pick up my lady. Thank you. Bye.
Wow, lively bunch. Don't everybody talk at once.
Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Shut your stupid ass up, dumbass nigga.
Somebody in here talking? Is somebody talking? Cat. You know Heathcliff's better, right? Bring it to you live, 14.5, 101.2, in the cool mid-morning of the hour of 2:27 in the afternoon. That's right. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. But it's not just right. One day at a time. 2 days will occur. How fast is the speed of life? Not light. The speed of life sounds more interesting than the speed of light. It looks like your name says Flat Earth Ranger or Flat Earther Anger. I like it. Took a break for a couple minutes. Work can get pretty busy around these holidays. You know what I'm saying, man? Or it can be shitty around the holidays. You can either have no work or a lot of work, depending on what you do on the holidays. You know, seasonal type shit. Murray. What the hell am I looking at? A koala bear? A parrot? A rabbit? A chicken? A duck? What the hell is in your thing, Murray? I don't know what the hell that is. Could maybe be a baby snow owl. Why did chicken have feathers on their feet?
What's up, everybody? It's over chatting with Witsit and Earth Awakenings. I think he called me a cultist.
What do you guys think about? What do you guys think about the Earth spinning and the camera that they were using to film the sun spinning as well? Like, is it a nothing burger? Is it a nothing burger, or is it something?
I mentioned that to him just about 30 minutes ago because Witsit's in Earth Awakenings, and I was just talking about, the fact that who was it? Was it McKeegan? I can't keep track on who's posting the all the 24-hour sun videos, but yeah, there's one where they're tracking the sun. It's a time lapse, and you can see the camera in front of the camera that's recording the sun. You can see the camera throughout the whole frame, and it rotates. And he goes, well, that would have to happen on a flat Earth or a globe. He didn't really. He just said it had. That just has to be the case. The kid's a train wreck. See, I don't know. I don't know much about that kind of stuff.
Well, you'd think the reason the sun's moving is it's not because the sun's moving; it's because the Earth's moving, right? In their paradigm.
In their paradigm, the sun's supposed to be stationary from our perspective, and we're moving around it.
So kind of weird that the camera's moving.
Yeah, I thought so too. But he goes, no, that he called me stupid and said it's supposed to do that regardless if the sun's moving or the ground's moving. So the camera would always have to move. So I'm like, whatever.
If the camera's on the ground, right, facing us like one direction, and this like the Earth is moving, why wouldn't the camera have to move to follow the sun? I don't get this.
Exactly. The camera should be moving at 15 degrees per hour with the sun.
And that's what it does, right? To follow it.
Well, I mean, with the camera, the fact that the camera itself is moving, it just begs that the sun is moving and that the ground the camera's on stationary. Otherwise, if the sun was being still and the ground was moving, why would the camera have to move?
That's kind of weird. It's like if you're looking out of your car at your friend who's waiting on the side of the road and you keep looking at him, like why would my head have to move to keep looking at him?
Right.
Yeah, but we're talking about going around in a circle here, right? You're talking about going by them.
True.
And the reason why the sun goes around in a circle, right?
If you were in a NASCAR, right?
Going in a
circle. The NASCAR, yeah, but the car has to be keeping the same orientation.
And I was standing in the center of the oval, right? And I was looking at the NASCAR.
No, but if you're in the NASCAR has to be like keeping the same orientation, right?
Okay, so the NASCAR is going 80 miles an hour all the time.
And it's not always going straight. Sometimes it's going sideways and backwards. This is why it's a flawed analogy.
I guess it would be more like if you have like a crane and you have the NASCAR, like where it's being held up by a crane and some chains, but the wheels are touching the surface, but the surface is moving. And that's what's causing the wheels on the NASCAR to spin.
Yeah, you're on a merry-go-round in the center of the oval following the NASCAR, right?
Yeah.
Think of it this way. If you're on a carousel, right, and the horse that you're sitting on is spinning, in order to look at the center of the carousel, you'd need to move your head.
Would you, though?
Because there's two vectors, right? Like there's the spinning of the carousel, and then there's the spinning of the horse. The horse spins around once every 24 minutes, or let's just say every 24 hours. And then the carousel takes a year to go around. you would like because the horse is spinning, you would have to very slowly move your head in order to stare at the center of the carousel. I don't think you're a cultist for asking that, by the way. Oh, the guy left anyway. Maybe it's going to a cult meeting.
So what's its take? Like, is he all into Pete as well? Avax, he's still there?
Nah, he left. No, he's back.
Sorry, guys. Hey. I just want to see if they were still on the same subject over there, and now they're all in the weeds talking about electrostatics.
No ether yet?
Oh no, they've been talking about ether this whole time. That's why I got muted. I mean, rightfully so. I should get muted because sometimes I can get up with a lot of sorts. Just like I was drinking when I was on here last night too, so I was probably being an ass. And when I woke up this morning, I felt kind of embarrassed. So I'm sorry if I was rude to anybody if they were in here last night. But I just, it's funny. It's quick to call people cult members, but then he wants to push his ether nonsense that he can't prove. And he was saying, "Oh no, don't talk about gas having no directional bias. Just say ping pong golf ball." I'm like, dude, that's so dumb.
Ping pong golf ball?
Yep.
What's that even supposed to mean?
Because when you say that there's no directional bias with gas, he goes, yeah, but if you take a ping pong ball and throw it in a lake, and you take a golf ball and throw it in the lake, the ping pong ball will float and the golf ball will sink, hence ping pong golf ball. Like, he thinks that's a better argument than just, saying gas moves freely in all directions.
That's not too bright.
A little silly.
Always that appeal to, relative density as opposed to an actual explanation of downward bias.
Well, yeah, if the downward bias gets deleted once you come to the realization that gas doesn't have a downward bias. It moves freely and randomly in all directions.
Why is the pressure so much greater, lower?
Yeah, but the thing is that there's still pressure, and I mean, like when you're in a 747 and you're flying at 40,000 feet, the wings of that aircraft require gas to push on, so it can have a lift effect.
I'm not saying there's no gas, but there's you could see that the pressure there is far less than it is at sea level.
Yeah, but I mean, where's the gas
so
come
much
from?
more gas from? Right, so gas being produced down below doesn't change the fact that it would still tend towards areas of lower density, right? That's the whole linchpin of the flat Earth space thing, is that space can exist because if there was an area with that much lower pressure than what we have here, all of the gas would want to go there immediately. But if there's that much less pressure up at 40,000 feet, it doesn't matter if gas was generated on the surface. Why didn't it all just go right there?
As it's contained, you can't have. The vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics. If you have pressurized area adjacent to an area that has no pressure, all the gas would fill that area. Gas is already filled.
Right, because it's going towards the lower pressure area, right?
Sure. And
so then
the thing is,
all of this higher pressure closer to the surface would want to go up to the lower pressure, right? Where the plane is.
It does. Yeah, well, I mean, the plane's flying, therefore the gas had to make its way there, so the gas is there. The second law of thermodynamics isn't being violated because the gas is present in that area where the plane's flying.
No, but why, if gas wants to go up there, shouldn't it be higher pressure up there?
Well, why? What's producing gas at that level? All the gas is coming from the bottom of the ground.
Right, but if gas is produced here, but wants to go up,
it does.
Right? Then why do we have such a gradient? Why doesn't it just continue to go to where the lower pressure is?
It does. There's gas on top of Mount Everest. There's gas for, you get up in an SR-71 Blackbird and that bad boy's flying around. There's gas for the plane to push on. Well, the gas is pushing on the plane to cause the lift effect for the pilot in the Blackbird. So therefore, gas has made its way there. There's gas there. You can have,
and there has to be gas pressing against the edge of the container, right? Otherwise,
wasn't that the whole point? You can't have pressurized without it.
Exactly. So, there has to be gas pressure up there regardless. Why is it so much less if gas under high pressure wants to go where it's low?
Well, who says that the volume of gas is any different? It's like if you take a bottle of spray paint and stick it in your oven, the spray paint bottle is going to explode. It's not because the oven's adding more gas to it. It's just increasing the energy.
Heat. That's about heat. That's not addressing anything. That's even worse for your position if you're talking about a local sun.
What do you mean?
Sun generates heat.
Why do we have gas pressure in the first place?
Contained.
I was asking Rich.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because of gravity, obviously.
Yeah, gravity. Yeah.
Gravity makes gas pressure?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
How?
Mass attracts mass, right? Gas has mass.
Yeah, well, you got to prove mass
bam.
attracts mass, but
yeah. So again,
right?
You said yourself, gas doesn't have a bias for direction. It goes wherever it can.
Sun doesn't generate heat, by the way. Sun doesn't generate heat. It generates light.
Sun doesn't generate heat. Wow.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It generates light, and then there's there's an interaction between the light and particles, which creates heat.
I don't know anything about the sun, so I don't.
Do incandescent light bulbs create heat or just light?
Light and matter interacting causes heat. Prove me fucking wrong. Anyway, continue on where you were. So I just had to interject and add that in. I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
Thank you. Where were we?
Gravity causes gas pressure.
Oh, yeah. Prove me wrong.
Prove it right.
Yeah, because mass attracts mass, right? And when you have
prove that,
well, you can look at the Cavendish experiment, right? There's a demonstration of mass attracting mass.
What's the naturally observed phenomenon in the Cavendish?
You can look it up and read about it all you'd like to, dude.
What, you can't answer? Like, what does it show, dude? What's happening there?
As I said, you can go ahead and look it up, man. Like you're just digging a deep hole of how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? And I'm not really in the mood.
You were just doing the same thing, asking about fucking gradients and stuff, and why, right?
Well, asking why or how does this work is different.
Oh, okay.
Because if you just said I don't know, then I'd respect it. I wouldn't say that you're wrong because you don't know. It's just that you always come back with another question.
So why don't you?
Now,
just
if we want to talk about the shapes of the Earth, I mean, we can do that.
Rich, the problem is the problem with this conversation is, Rich, you know he knows what the Cavendish experiment is. So the question is rhetorical in nature.
That is a very good way to put it. Thank you, Mark.
I know he knows too.
Right. So move on with your conclusion and stop playing the game of asking the question.
Why? Why can't he answer the question? What?
Because there's no point.
What natural phenomena does the Cavendish represent?
You're asking a question to which you already know the answer, and he knows the answer.
Well, what's the answer? If everybody knows it.
Well, then, yeah. What's the point? You're just wasting everyone's time if everyone knows it.
No, I'm not.
Stop
it's
trying
kind
to
of my whole point, to be honest with you.
Stop trying to save him. He brought it up. Tell us what the natural observed phenomenon is.
You can just server mute me too.
Yeah. Okay. You don't know. Neither you do.
So does anyone have an explanation for the pressure gradient in the atmosphere, the stable pressure gradient in the atmosphere? That doesn't include gravity?
I guess they don't.
So I guess that's how this conversation ends. I ask how we got gas pressure, and you guys just say gradient and
But
gravity.
you guys don't. You guys don't have any demonstration of gravity doing anything to gas. He asked him what the natural observed phenomenon was, and he couldn't even answer that. So
gas pressure results from a containing force. That containing force could be a physical container, can also be gravity. There you go.
Oh, can you show that with an experiment?
Show that with an experiment that gas pressure needs a containing force?
No, what you just said, that the containing force can be gravity.
Sure. All we need to show is that gravity is a force, and we're done. Which Cavendish shows.
You're out of date. Cavendish. Okay, you're in the wrong paradigm unless you're going against Einstein and outer space and black holes and all that stupid shit.
All that stupid shit. Nope, not. Would you like to argue the actual point or not?
I am. It's not going to be a force in that paradigm. So what are you talking about?
Newtonian concept of gravity works fine to explain all these things. You don't need to resort to other explanations, other models.
Fine to explain. So this is just a story that you're using to explain phenomena, not something that's actually been demonstrated practically.
No, of course it's been demonstrated practically. That's what all models are.
How can it have?
They're explanations. That's what all scientific models are.
How can it have?
Do you not understand that? Do you not understand how scientific models work?
Before I mute you, how can it have been when Newtonian gravity can't exist if you're in an Einstein paradigm?
Einstein gravity and Newtonian gravity are just explaining observed phenomena. They're both models They have explanatory power, right?
Oh,
they both have limits.
Are those scientific models?
They are scientific models.
Okay, give me the experiment then.
For Newtonian gravity, it's Cavendish is a pretty good one.
What's the natural observed phenomenon?
The torsion of the bar.
Where was that observed in nature?
It's observed in the laboratory.
Okay, so there is no natural observed phenomenon.
You're misunderstanding what nature is.
Okay,
You
so why
don't
can't
understand
you
the scientific method.
Why can't you point to anything in nature that's actually presumably being affected by gravity? Does it not affect anything in nature? Does it only occur
Do you understand what natural science means?
Okay,
Do you understand what natural science is?
Yeah, I'm going to shut your mouth in a second. I understand that you can't point to a single phenomenon in nature that seemingly is affected by gravity since you don't have a natural observed phenomenon. Is this something that only happens in a man-made setup?
The laboratory is in nature. The fact that men created it does not change that it's in nature.
So what's the natural observed phenomenon that you wanted to test gravity being the cause for?
Objects being attracted to each other.
Where? What? Be specific.
In a laboratory.
In a laboratory. So this doesn't really happen in nature. This is just a phenomenon that arises out of a man-made setup.
Your misunderstanding of what nature is, or pretending misunderstanding what nature is.
You can't point to a single phenomenon actually naturally occurring.
I'm going to post
where gravity would have been the cause. You can't point to one. You keep looping back to this thing in the lab.
I just did, Cavendish.
Plus, you're out of date. You just said that you were going to go with Einstein because you're not throwing away outer space, heliocentrism, black holes.
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
It does not need it for this.
Now you're arguing Newtonian mechanics, which are obsolete.
Which are sufficient to explain what we see in the atmosphere.
Don't care about explaining. I want you to demonstrate.
It is the demonstration, the explanation results in predictions. The predictions can be verified through empirical observations. That is science.
That's a nice word salad. So what experiment do you have?
I have Cavendish to demonstrate the attraction, which leads to prediction of how it would affect the atmosphere, which we can verify. We can verify with atmospheric measurements.
There is no attraction if you're in a universe with Einsteinian mechanics and black holes and heliocentrism and all that stupid shit. So what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is a scientific model, which we know both Newtonian gravity and
scientific model based on
experiment. Are you going to let me finish? You're going to let me finish?
It's a scientific model based on experiment.
Are you going to let me finish? You're going to overtalk me. We know both Einsteinian and Newtonian. We know most. I'm going to finish this whether you want me to or not. You can mute me if you like, but I'm going to finish my explanation.
No, you're not. I don't want an explanation. I want a scientific demonstration for any of these claims. I don't know why you're trying to provide a scientific demonstration for something that's been superseded and out of date within the heliocentrist paradigm for over 100 years, if you believe in that. Kind of stupid.
I agree. It's kind of stupid. Would you like me to explain Cavendish again?
No, not at all. Because would you
like me to post?
It's out of date, dude. Why are you trying to demonstrate a force that goes against the paradigm that you're here trying to argue for? It makes no sense.
It doesn't go against the paradigm.
Yes, it does. Einstein superseded it. Stop being a moron. You can't have a force and not a force simultaneously being the same thing. Stop being a dipshit.
Einstein isn't right. Einstein is not a force. Newtonian is. Neither are absolute.
There you go. Yeah.
Are you committing?
It's not a force. Okay, right. So therefore, obviously, they're mutually exclusive ideas. You got one that's not a force, one that is a force. Can't simultaneously be a force and not one. So which lane are you going for? Just choose, because I'm tired of you jumping. I'm kind of getting annoyed with you jumping back and forth. You've just elucidated for the audience that it can't be both, because it can't simultaneously be something and not that, obviously. So tell me which lane you're going for, and we're going to stick in that one.
You're committing a reification fallacy.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you which fucking gravity.
You're committing a reification.
Okay, yeah, you're not going to pick a lane, then you're not going to talk, and I'm also going to ban you. Fucking asshole. Time waster. One more chance. Pick a lane.
Which lane do you want me to demonstrate gravity?
I don't care. It's your choice.
The Newtonian. We got Cavendish. We're good.
Okay, so no. All right, then to clarify, from this point on, no heliocentrism, no black holes, expanding universe, all that stupid shit. That's Einstein.
To explain the pressure gradient, it's not needed. I'm not trying to explain all of this stuff.
Yeah, but if you're going to demonstrate the existence of Newtonian gravity, then you'll also be throwing all that stuff away because that stuff can't coexist with Newtonian gravity, doesn't apply at the cosmic scale whatsoever. So I'm just clarifying that you're throwing away your universe.
I'm not trying to prove the universe. I'm trying to explain pressure gradient.
Hey, all right, you're going to demonstrate. All right, you're going to demonstrate gravity being mass attracting mass, which is then going to contradict the universe, Big Bang, expanding shit.
It does not contradict any of that. It is not needed to explain what I want to explain.
You can't have that. Like I just told you, Newtonian gravity doesn't apply at the cosmic scale in the heliocentrist worldview whatsoever. You can't have them both. So you're going to demonstrate something that's going to invalidate all that then, right?
Do engineers use Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity when they create things on the Earth? When they engineer things?
They use Newtonian, which doesn't help you.
They use Newtonian because Einsteinian, while true,
and what are we talking about? What do you mean when you say gravity and engineers using it? What type of gravity? Little g or big G?
Both, right? So anything that has attracted to the ground is explained by the mass attracted mass.
Who's using big G?
Gravity.
Who's using big G?
The gravitational constant. No one's using it. I mean, well, engineers don't use it.
Both, you dumbass.
Yeah, you just
engineers do not use. One's a result of. Hold on. One is a result of the other, right?
Just shut up. Answer my questions or shut your mouth. Who's actually using big G?
All right, so you're rabbit trailing here. Let's talk about the pressure gradient again.
I'm rabbit trailing. Yeah. A second ago, I was just trying to get you to clarify that you will be going against the heliocentrist outer space cosmology now by demonstrating a force that can exist within it. Thanks.
Under Newtonian mechanics, heliocentrism worked just fine.
No,
it just didn't explain. It didn't explain Mercury.
No, you're going to be way off with the orbit of Mercury, and everything is going to get weirder from there. So
what was the difference in the orbit of Mercury that Newtonian didn't get? Do you know what the amount it changed?
Yeah, it was some arc minutes per century.
Arc minutes per century. Thank you.
Yeah, and how many years has this been going on for? Billions?
Well, Newtonian's Einsteinian's only been about 100 years since we've understood that, and even that's
how many years has there been a solar system for, Mark G?
Our solar system's been around 4.8 billion.
Okay, so why don't you add those arc minutes per century up and see how much of a catastrophic error you have in your so-called model? Then, thanks.
Yep, it's arc minutes per century. Anyway,
and you've got.
So the point is,
how many centuries has this been going on for?
So we use the model that's most appropriate for the problem.
Okay,
that's what we do.
Yeah, so you have another model that completely contradicts the one that you're now going to demonstrate physically exists.
No, it does not contradict the Newtonian model completely. The Newtonian model is assumed by Einstein. It handles everything Einstein handles everything Newton does.
Supersedes it.
And is more precise.
He supersedes it. It's not more precise. It supersedes it. Like you've already said, one's a force, one's not. Can't simultaneously be force and not force.
Calling it a force or not force is a reification fallacy.
Well, what the fuck?
They're both just models.
Didn't he just concede this? He just conceded this 2 minutes ago.
So, okay, all right. So there isn't actually any natural observed phenomenon that we can physically test any cause for and demonstrate that it actually was. You just have a model.
There are models which explain what we observe.
It's not a scientific model then, or else you would have what I just asked for, right?
No, you're wrong about what a scientific model is.
Oh, really? Models are based on experiment, right?
No, models are based on predictions. Hypotheses and predictions.
A scientific model is not going to be based on experiment. Hypothesis, you said? You're going to base an experiment on a hypothesis, you dummy. So it's based on hypothesis, not experiment? Is that what you're telling me?
Hold on. Let me get this straight. Hypothesis is based on observable phenomena, and you have a possible explanation or statement about that phenomena.
And no shit.
Then you can test that phenomena. You can test it with an experiment, but you can also test it with empirical predictions.
You said you had a model. You're going to need experiment. And the hypothesis is what the experiment is based on.
No.
Oh, you're doing observational science, right? You're just going to make a prediction and then watch something and not manipulate anything, right? That's what you're saying.
Science does not require experimentation.
Yeah, you're doing this stupid shit again. Observational science. Yeah. Okay.
It's not I don't know where you come up with observational science. There's science and not science.
This is what you guys parade around in here. I don't have to do experiments. I can just watch something.
As long as you can predict it and then observe it, and as long as that prediction can falsify your hypothesis, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, that's cool. Does it have any relevance to this conversation right now? Because you said that you were going to show gravity. So
I said
you're going to just do that with an You're going to just do that with an observation. You won't be experimenting in order to demonstrate gravity's effect on anything.
Well, the Cavendish experiment was a true experiment, right? So that's fine. But the predictions is how it would attract, for example, the atmosphere.
It was a natural observed phenomenon.
The attraction of two mass in a laboratory.
In a laboratory, that was naturally observed, was it?
That is naturally. Would you like to point out what natural is?
This isn't a phenomenon that actually occurs anywhere in nature outside of this man-made setup, then.
Okay, you're confused. I think you're mistaken as to what natural is in the scientific concept.
I can't get you to point to a single example of this phenomenon.
All right, I'm gonna mute up. I'm gonna post a link to the explanation of what natural means in science. Give me a minute.
No, I don't need you to. I think this is
well,
good
obviously
enough.
you do because you're wrong.
I think this is good enough,
Mark G. You're flat out wrong on this concept.
I think this is good enough, Mark G, because you're trying to claim that this is this pervasive force
you're
or
going to
not
have to
force,
take me out before
whatever
I post
you're
that
claiming.
link, and you're going to be embarrassed.
No, you're not even listening to what I'm saying, do you? So you're going to be embarrassed for posting something, thinking you've got a gotcha when you haven't even listened to what you're trying to get the gotcha on. So this is supposed to be this pervasive force that exists everywhere. It's causing all these effects around you, and you can't point to one instance of it anywhere outside of a man-made setup. Kind of weird.
No, it's not weird at all.
Yeah, it is weird.
One of the points
I'm just going to assume that whatever you've demonstrated...
Would you like me to answer the question or not?
Mark G, that whatever you've demonstrated only occurs within your man-made contraption, nowhere in nature, because you can't point to it anywhere in nature.
No, heretic. Right. No,
so
it's because you don't.
One of the advantages of experiments is to control confounding variables, right? So you can isolate things.
Okay, so what was naturally observed then?
When it's possible to use experiments to do that, to be more precise. So we isolated two mass in a laboratory. We can see how much they're attracted to each other, and then if you say that's a force, does it occur in nature anywhere else? And then you can make predictions. The predictions can be verified, which they are.
Okay. Yeah, you see them attracted to one another. Was that the observed phenomenon?
That was the observed phenomenon in a laboratory.
Okay, now you're conflating your IV with your DV, so this is a fucking mess.
What are you talking about? The observed phenomenon?
The attraction would have been the cause for what was observed. So, for example, like somebody drops a rock or something, or an apple falls, right? The observed phenomenon was something falling. What you suppose the cause to have been was attraction. Now you just
no. No, of course you don't understand Cavendish. I can explain it to you too. So I'm going to explain Cavendish to you.
No, you're not going to.
The independent variable. The independent.
Shut up! Shut your mouth. I was in the middle of speaking. You don't speak over me in this place. You can get out of here if you think you do. So natural phenomenon was something falling. The supposed cause would have been the attraction. The attraction isn't the thing that was observed outright. Then it would be the phenomenon, wouldn't be the cause of the phenomenon that was observed. You don't understand how this works, obviously. That's why you're talking over me.
The independent variable is the distance between two objects. The dependent variable is the amount of attraction.
Okay. The dependent variable is amount of attraction. So where's amount of attraction observed in nature?
Run that by me again. I think I don't even think that makes sense. What is it?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. That's why I said it.
Well, no, I'm saying what you're saying doesn't make sense because it doesn't. Run that by me again. What are you saying?
You're saying some gobbledygook, dude.
In the Cavendish experiment, the independent variable is the distance between two objects. The dependent variable is the amount of attraction between those, which is demonstrated by the torsion of the wire.
Amount of attraction. Newtonian attraction, so you're begging the question of that?
No, I'm demonstrating it.
Yeah. No, you're begging the question of it. It hasn't been demonstrated in the first place with any experiment. You're just going ahead.
In a laboratory, not in nature.
Yeah, Newtonian attraction, this force that conflicts with Einstein, which is what you really want to be arguing for if you're a heliocentrist. You haven't confirmed
I can argue Einstein too.
That it actually causes any thing in nature. You've just taken for granted that it does, that all these phenomena and things going on around you are due to this force, which is the wrong thing to be arguing for. And you're now trying to quantify it. You're not doing an experiment. You're trying to quantify something that you've just gone ahead and assumed.
The Cavendish experiment does not assume attraction.
Yeah, it does.
It
It's not
demonstrates
even an experiment, you dummy. He's trying to quantify something that's already been assumed. He's actually trying to weigh the Earth, if you take it from his paper.
That is one consequence of it, yes, but that's not what it demonstrates. It demonstrates the attraction of two mass.
Give me Cavendish's hypothesis then, because it's sounding like a measurement to me, what you're telling me. A measurement is something that hasn't been confirmed to exist in the first place, and can't if Einstein's right.
You measure the torsion of the bar, or the wire. The amount of torsion of the wire from the proximity of two masses.
Cavendish's hypothesis. It's going to be an if-then statement.
I can't render right now. It's something along the lines of if masses are attracted to each other when they're in proximity, you'll see torsion.
I don't want you to butcher it. I'm just going to cut you off. Go and get it.
Why is that relevant? Does that render Cavendish?
What do you mean? Why is it relevant? Why is the hypothesis of the so-called experiment you're citing relevant?
Did the effect not happen that he observed? Am I misrepresenting what happened in the experiment?
I don't know. I wasn't there. But what did he write?
The Cavendish can be recreated. I've got videos showing it being recreated in modern laboratories if you want.
Yeah, so what? It's worthless.
It's worthless.
For demonstrating.
I know it doesn't. I know it invalidates a lot of your worldview, but it's not worthless.
It is worthless. You haven't been able to use it to demonstrate what you wanted to, that apples fall to the ground because of a Newtonian force that wouldn't exist if Einstein's right.
Okay. The implication
because of orbits, which are imagined, not observed anyway, or any of this stuff that you believe in.
Okay.
So I think it's pretty worthless.
What I'm saying is one of the predictions.
From how Cavendish, because this is where we started. Tell me how Cavendish demonstrates Newtonian gravity being the cause of a gas pressure gradient.
Sure, right. So what you see is that the implications of Newtonian gravity is something called the inverse square law, right? So it's a logarithmic
decline. All right, right away. So you're going to be affirming the consequent with the inverse. Okay, so can you show me that the gradient follows the inverse square law?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can. Give me a second.
All right, so let's get it parsed out here. So, all right, if gravity, then gradient follow inverse square law. Gradient follow inverse square law. So gravity?
Okay, first of all, you make a prediction, and you cannot affirm the consequent in scientific evidential analysis, by the way.
You just ignored my question.
Yeah, I know. You keep bringing up affirming the consequent, and it's a category error.
Okay, so you just ignore my question. It's still logic, and you can't use that logic. It's not logical.
The logic would be, does this match our prediction? The prediction from the inverse square law is that the atmosphere would also follow that inverse square of pressure, right? That's the prediction. You can verify that. So if the atmosphere did not follow, for example, the inverse square law, we'd know it was something other than gravity, or gravity is wrong in some way.
Okay, but you wouldn't be able to conclude that gravity did do it based on that. That would be circular.
Oh, it's evidence. It's not proof. It's evidence.
Got it. Well, I still want to see that anyway.
All right, give me a minute. I'll find it.
And the hypothesis and all sorts of things.
Oh, you don't need a hypothesis. Why would you need that?
Because I want to know it's even an experiment.
Why does it have to be an experiment to be scientific evidence?
What?
Seriously.
I will say that again. Scientific evidence does not need to be an experiment. It needs to be something that you can empirically measure.
Dummy, isn't this an experiment you're arguing for?
I said Cavendish was an experiment. I'm saying that
yeah, okay, you have. So this cop-out isn't going to work here because you've already declared this is an experiment. So therefore,
Cavendish is hold on. Let's get it straight. Cavendish is an experiment. I said experiments could even be preferred.
Okay,
over other
quit buying time and post the hypothesis from your experiment.
No, I'm not. No, I'm saying Cavendish is an experiment. I'm saying the atmospheric pressure is an observation which could falsify the hypothesis of gravity causing the atmospheric pressure.
Okay, well, go ahead and falsify it after you get us the hypothesis. Just do all those things.
Do all those things, which is just, I don't even know what you're asking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you seem to forget really quick then.
Wow. No, you're kind of all over the board because you're not getting anywhere.
No, it's just two things, bro, and they've been asked for like, I don't know, 5 minutes or something.
I'm going to demonstrate atmosphere.
Okay, we got number one, hypothesis. Number two, gradient inverse square law. It's really not that hard to keep track of.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just curious about the inverse square law part. If you can demonstrate that, that's interesting.
Okay, I posted a couple things. One is the temperature, which really isn't germane to this argument, but included in that is a graph about the pressure. And if you look at the x-axis on the graph, that is a logarithmic axis, which is inverse square law.
Okay, let's see here. I'll look at that.
I mean, pressure gradient doesn't really have much to do with the inverse square law of gravity. These two are not really related.
Here they come tripping each other. Okay, tell Mark G.
Yeah, so the gravity at the top of the gradient of the atmosphere and the bottom of the gradient, the value is basically the same. The change is negligible. So it isn't a matter of gravity being weaker at the top. It's a matter of the fact that when you have a field that pushes everything down, then at the upper layers, you have less of the stuff above that layer because you're higher in the altitude than if you were lower. So there's less air above you pressing down onto you. That's why the pressure is lower.
Yeah, it's hydrostatic pressure, which is a result of gravity, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Even in a uniform field that has the same value everywhere, you will still get a gradient.
Yeah.
You will still get a gradient, but hold on. But the hydrostatic pressure is a result, in this case, of partly a result of the inverse square law, because it would not be what you see right there if there was not an inverse square law of the attraction.
Technically, yes, there would be some discrepancy, but it would be probably very small. And the fact that temperature changes with height would probably have already much more effect than what you just mentioned, that gravity is weaker up there. And it's neglected in most of the calculations.
So you're claiming it's just hydrostatic pressure that causes the pressure gradient?
Yeah, it's the same as with anything, like the water or even like the ground. If you were to be like, if you go to water and you are like deeper in water, then you have more pressure because there is more water above you pressing down.
No, I know that. I know what hydrostatic pressure is, right? I know that.
Yes, so that's my point.
Okay, I'm going to go back and look at this. That might. I'm willing to accept that. Might explain it. Doesn't mean the gravity isn't containing the atmosphere, though.
There would be probably a small difference in the profile of the atmosphere than if the gravity was same everywhere, but the difference is probably negligible. And the formulas for the gradient don't even assume the change of the magnitude of gravity with height. They just assume it's constant.
Yes. It's always an acceleration downwards.
So I'm sorry. Why is the acceleration downwards?
The atmospheric barometric formula. Gravity, mass attracting mass.
Yeah,
acceleration
that's
downwards of 9.8 meters per second.
Yes, that's explained by gravity.
I know. I'm telling you that it's explained within the formula. What the formula tells you. Yeah, I'm telling you that. Yeah. What the fuck, man? Do you not listen? Fucking crazy.
No, I wasn't sure I heard you.
Just stop.
Wasn't sure I heard you. And I'm willing to accept that it could be hydrostatic pressure. So if Heretic would have said hydrostatic pressure could explain it, I would have listened.
You're willing to accept that? That's what made me laugh earlier as well. You know?
I heard something which could explain what I'm trying to explain without gravity, or as a consequence of gravity, but not necessarily the inverse square law of gravity. That's fine.
The weight of the gas pressing downwards and only downwards, because that's the pressure direction of gas. Weight. Not gas presses outwards, not just weight, not just down, outwards in all directions. What the fuck?
But it presses stronger down than up, and that causes this effect.
Just inject the story, and please get a better microphone for Christmas. Please, dude.
Yeah, and a better accent while you're at it. Holy, yeah, that might be a good start.
It's just boggled my mind that you were just willing to accept that. Yeah, the gas it just presses downwards, but the weight of the gas is stopping the gas from expanding into space because it's in a gravitational field. You're willing to accept that? That's weird.
Well,
no experiment. No experiment. You failed to give one.
Hydrostatic pressure is a well understood. Hydrostatic pressure is a well understood concept.
What was Embo's description? Water. We're not talking about water.
But that hydrostatic pressure doesn't apply just to water.
We're not talking about water. We're talking about gas, and gas expands outwards in all directions.
That's right. And hydrostatic pressure applies to fluids, not just water.
Well, how do you fall for these tricks? I don't get it.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about in terms of tricks.
We're talking about gas. Gas expands in all directions. Come on. I mean, you should be willing to accept that, right? That's what it does.
Gas expands in all directions?
Yeah.
It does, but it has a preference towards down because of gravity.
There you go. Preference towards down because of gravity. Is there any way?
So let's say the inverse.
Is there any way, shape, or form that you could actualize this hypothesis in an experiment?
We can make predictions from forces we know and observe phenomena.
No. I just want you to cause it to happen in an experiment. Just make that happen.
Why would you need to?
Because when we're dealing with laws of nature, we can observe them happen and we can make them happen.
No, you can't. You cannot make. For example, you cannot make gravity. You cannot make electromagnetism happen. It just happens.
Weird. Again, it's like you're not listening. So, for example, I'll give you an example.
I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you.
I mean, why are you talking?
I want to listen to each other. Now I'm gonna mute you if you don't stop talking.
Okay, well, I'll just mute you. Problem solved. See ya.
I can observe the phenomena of gas pressure. I could cause that gas pressure by putting a container.
If the Earth is flat, how many niggers are allowed on Earth?
You as well.
Yo, what's up? Why are there so many people in this voice channel? I want to say.
Hey, bro, we're doing a thing right now. Relax.
Anyway, Jedi, I posted a link to hydrostatic pressure.
I don't care.
Well, I know you don't care, but it says it can apply. It applies to any fluid. It does not apply just to liquids, for example, right? So that can explain the pressure gradient. There you go.
You're going to need a container to talk about pressure.
No, we need a containing force. I agree with that, but you do not need a physical container.
Okay, so I can demonstrate my claim by putting gas in a container and witnessing the pressure differentials when I put more in and take less out because of the containment of the gas. Can you do that? Can you do that?
What is the walls of the container
I don't understand why you're talking.
Because I understand your point, because you and everyone had said these things for ad nauseum. What is the
and
force?
yet you're still here talking about this shit. Yes, it is ad nauseum. Yeah,
it's kind of, you're right. It's kind of nauseating.
Yes, it is very tiresome.
Over you, Jedi.
Oh no.
What do the walls of the container do? They provide they actually exert a force against the gas.
Stops the expansion of gas that wants to expand.
By exerting a force on the gas.
Right, the gas is colliding with it. It's in the fucking way.
It exerts a contrary force to the gas to keep it from expanding.
Yeah, awesome. So we can do this with a container. Can you do this with gravity?
Right. So we agree that the container exerts a force on the gas. So all we have to do
container. Yep.
And exerts a force on the gas which contains it. Right. So all we have to have is a force containing the gas, which is gravity in the atmosphere.
Okay. So now actualize your hypothesis. Or are you going to tell me that you don't need to? Or are you going to try and do something else?
Well, I've already established that gravity can be considered a
something
force.
else. No, you haven't established anything.
That's what Cavendish does.
No, you haven't established anything scientifically. Not one thing.
Cavendish is a scientific experiment, is it not?
Do you really want to go through this again?
You never posted the hypothesis, so at this stage, no.
Does Cavendish not establish the attraction of mass?
If it does, then your Einsteinian heliocentrism cosmology is in trouble.
Oh, damn.
It establishes the attraction of mass on the Earth.
Not really.
It satisfies it. It would be explained by Einstein or Newton.
Mass has no meaning, so anything you'll ever say about it will only be conceptual at best.
Okay.
Okay.
You're going to be demonstrating that Einstein is false, then.
So we've established that mass attracts mass.
So you've got an idea that mass is a thing and not just an idea. But all you have is an idea that mass could be a thing. But you don't have proof. I'm sorry. You don't have proof that mass is a thing.
I don't have proof that mass is a thing.
We'll try to define it.
There you go.
Mass could be mass is the amount of material, physical material that we have in the universe.
It's like a valid physics definition. The amount of stuff, amount of material attracts amount of stuff, amount of material.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're going to manipulate and vary the amount of stuff and show that it attracted a bunch of other stuff.
No. You could manipulate the distance, though. You can manipulate the distance between the things to see if there's a relationship between the distance and the attraction.
You're not going to vary the amount of stuff, though, to show that actually was the direct cause of anything.
You can manipulate the distance to show that the distance is a cause or affects the dependent variable, which is the attraction.
Dependent variable. Attraction is now the observed phenomenon. I thought it was supposed to be the cause of whatever phenomenon was observed. You're very confused.
First of all, gravity. Oh, hold on.
Okay, this is why I want you to post. Listen, you're really confused.
Let's get this straight. Gravity
let's get this straight. You are bullshitting. This is why I asked you to post the hypothesis, because you keep saying wrong, stupid stuff. So I just want it straight from the paper you're referencing, please, instead of you trying to make it up as you go and butchering it.
Was my description of Cavendish incorrect?
Let's take a look at his hypothesis and see if he's as stupid as you are.
Well, Cavendish has been recreated. I'll find a Cavendish experiment and post it.
Let's see if Cavendish himself is as scientifically illiterate.
No, not Cavendish. This is a repeated experiment they do in laboratories around the world, even today.
And that answer is what I'm asking for. How? I just want Cavendish's hypothesis. I want it from him. I want to see if he's as scientifically illiterate as you. I want to see if that's where you got this from.
Why do you need to see his hypothesis?
Because I just told you why. Keep butchering it, so I want it from the source.
The source is the repeated experiments. It verifies what Cavendish
You can't even tell us what the hypothesis is, ding dong. So
That's not the fucking source. The source would have been what Cavendish wrote. That's what I'm asking for. Not people for hundreds of years trying to replicate whatever he wrote that you can't even show.
The replication is a demonstration of mass attracting mass. That's what he showed.
I'm not
that was the replication.
replication. I'm asking you for the hypothesis from Cavendish. Why is this so hard for you to understand?
I'll look at the Cavendish experiment hypothesis. Hold on.
Finally.
And here we go. Finally. It's like you got to ask the question 33 times before it clicks. It's insane.
No, it's a rhetorical tactic. He wants to get me looking at his original hypothesis.
It's to help you. You know, it's for you. It's for your benefit. No, not really. It's for your benefit. Because once you go looking for something that isn't there, maybe you'll realize for yourself. There's an old saying that goes, a fool who persists in his folly may become wise. So we're helping you persist in your folly, my friend. Maybe you'll help realize the truth of that ultimately.
I'm trying to help you guys, but
we don't need your help, buddy. The shoe's on the other foot.
Really?
You're very much in need of help right now. That's why Heretic is cooking you, Jedi's cooking you. Just go get the hypothesis and we'll go from there. Jedi, dude, Jedi is so funny.
You guys have some experiments going on? Nice.
Even Price of Adam's cooking, bro. Oh, man. Watch out. W Price of Adam as well. Got W's in the chat. POA. How long? Give me a prediction. How long do you think it'll take for him to get the hypothesis? I'll start a timer.
I don't know, man.
It's going to be a while. Get you a snack. Oh. Grab a drink, snack. It's going to be a while, guys. Get the timer started.
He might even come back with something, but it won't be what we asked for.
Guarantee it, Jedi. That's a good prediction. I guarantee that's what's going to happen as well.
I'm just cleaning my house and reminding people that mass has no meaning.
Facts.
We better define hypothesis in the chat real quick, just so that he comes back with something that actually is one. Because I have a feeling he's going to come back with something that actually isn't a hypothesis.
Also agree with that, man. We're cooking right now. It's so true. Are you sure it's not just ask a question, Heretic?
Or just assert something?
Yeah. All right. Well, time is running. So, any predictions on? I'm not a gambling man, but anyone want to take an over or under? Or what's the betting line?
I'm posting links to definition of hypothesis, so you guys can't pretend it's something other than it is.
All right.
That's what I'm doing. Going to post a definition for hypothesis. So whatever you post, I just want to make sure it's going to follow that format. It's not going to be something else. There won't be some sleight of hand where you're calling it a hypothesis, but it clearly is not.
This is amazing. We're like multitasking and cooking. Guys on Google still can't figure it out.
I didn't predict that would happen, though. A slight shifting of the goalposts, a slight widening of the goalposts, because now we're going to be talking about the definition of hypothesis.
Hey, you guys brought that up, not me. You guys brought that up, not me.
Mm-hmm.
For a good reason.
Because you guys often butcher these terms.
Not really.
This is weird. Butcher these terms. Interesting.
Yeah.
No, we just read them out. Don't butcher them. We just read them out. I don't understand why you have to use these terms, dude. Is it like personal survival, cognitive kind of? I don't know, man.
1000%.
Because I've spent many minutes or hours arguing the definition of hypothesis or scientific method in this room in general, and also with you, Jedi. So I know.
Yeah,
Mark,
exactly. Again, that's what I'm pointing out. It's like Mark's late to the party again. I know. You've had this
Hypothesis from Cavendish, Mark. Have you gotten it yet?
He said he's been arguing for how many hours and he still hasn't figured it out? That's good.
Well, what's a naturally observed phenomenon for Cavendish?
Oh shit!
The freaking laboratory, guys. The laboratory. Come on.
We did that, and he didn't give us any viable or actual natural observed phenomenon. So that's why I told him to just go get the hypothesis from the paper. So if there is one, Cavendish himself will let us know.
Was the natural observed phenomenon was the torsion of the bar?
No, we're not asking you anymore. We're not asking you anymore. We've already beaten that to death. That's why we're going to go straight to your source, Cavendish, and he can just tell us for himself whatever he thinks the natural observed phenomenon was. Because you can't even give the hypothesis. So if he can, then
an apparatus is a naturally observed phenomenon.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Whoever said that.
Yeah. I've already been through this with him. He doesn't have anything in nature he can point to where gravity would actually be supposed to be the cause. Because the only thing that he seems to be able to point to where gravity's in effect is this man-made apparatus. So that's kind of interesting. That's why I want to get the hypothesis straight from Cavendish, and that'll just clear it all up.
Timer is still running, folks. We are at 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
Cavendish was a bit of an oddball if you actually read about like the way he would like interact with like people in his time. Like he was a strange cat. Like he wouldn't directly talk to people. He would turn his back and shout. Like if he was like he wanted to make eye contact, he would like not face the room and then just say stuff and then leave, and then like people would have to like, in order to speak to him, they would have to like write him letters and then pass them to him, and then he would read them and decide if he was going to talk or not. He was an interesting guy. Probably drank a lot of mercury and stuff.
Oh shit. Timer is, so we are now over 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, it turns out Cavendish did not make a hypothesis. It was just an observed phenomenon.
Excellent. We're going to hand wave this experiment, so-called, since it would obviously have a hypothesis if it were an experiment. Thanks for doing that for us.
Well, but hold on. It's been conducted as an experiment subsequent to Cavendish.
Yeah, by a bunch of
I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you mean by that.
By a bunch of pros, it doesn't have a hypothesis, which an experiment would. Thank you for doing the legwork to demonstrate that, at least.
So it's been conducted as a hypothesis-driven experiment subsequent to Cavendish. So what's your point?
So where's the hypothesis? You just told us it didn't have one.
How do you have a hypothesis-based anything without a hypothesis?
He did not specifically have one, but subsequent versions of that Cavendish can and do.
Okay, by process like Mark G, you're replicating an experiment which actually was an experiment because it never had a hypothesis in the first place. You sound like a bunch of idiots. I rest my case. Let's just throw this out.
Yeah, facts.
You want to try this Cavendish, which demonstrates mass attracting mass. Does it not demonstrate that?
No.
Mass doesn't attract mass. Gas moves in all directions.
He said it's hypothesis based without a hypothesis. That's insane.
Yeah, no, it's hilarious.
I said it's.
Oh my god.
I said subsequent versions of Cavendish are hypothesis
All right,
based.
why don't you? Yeah, sure. We'll take the bait. Give us a subsequent hypothesis. Go for it. How long is it going to take you to get that one? Another 10 minutes? Actually, 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
I don't want it from Mark G, though. I want it from somebody reputable.
Yeah, cite it.
I posted some recreations of the Cavendish experiment. You can go look for yourself.
Don't need the hypothesis. Forget what
The hypothesis is that as mass comes closer to each other, it will attract. The distance is relation to the inverse square law.
It's not a valid hypothesis, goofball. You don't know what a hypothesis is. Why is it not? You don't know what an experiment is. You don't know what science is because you're confused.
Wait, why is it not a valid hypothesis?
Well, you would need a observable, naturally occurring phenomenon. So what's that?
Mm-hmm. We see that things in nature tend to fall towards each other or be attracted.
Where?
Everything falls down to the earth.
No, it doesn't.
First of all, I'm looking around my environment. I don't see anything falling right now. So what specifically is falling?
You're falling down at one G right now.
Really quick. You said that you see things falling down. That's a natural observed phenomenon for Cavendish that'll be tested. Okay, what falls?
That is something. That is something you observe. What
falls in Cavendish? I'm just asking what falls in Cavendish.
A hypothesis can be that things are just attracted to each other.
He's not listening.
Naturally, I'm trying to explain what the hypothesis is.
No, it's not a hypothesis. It's not a valid hypothesis. We don't have a valid, naturally occurring phenomenon even.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, sure. What's the occurring phenomenon again?
Things don't fall to Earth in your world.
Oh wait,
I'm looking around right now. I don't see anything falling. So what is it?
I'll take that though, CB. Things fall. Okay, so what falls in Cavendish?
Ooh.
That's not what it's designed to prove. It's trying to prove the hypothesis.
Okay, name the wrong phenomenon then.
All right, do you understand what a hypothesis is, heretic?
Yes.
Please read my definition.
Here we go.
Right. Hypothesis is a potential explanation or statement about an observed phenomenon. Right?
Yeah, so
you don't have an observed phenomenon.
If you say educated guess based on an observation.
It could be an educated guess based on observation that is consistent with all previous observations and evidence, right? Okay, so you have an idea, and how can you test that idea? One way to test it is to put it in the laboratory, which Cavendish did, or subsequent people do to Cavendish. Another way to do it is to make predictions and observe those things in nature.
Wait a minute, Cavendish did. You weren't able to cite a hypothesis from Cavendish. What are you talking about?
I'm saying you could test it as Cavendish did, not that he did a hypothesis, but that is one way to test the hypothesis.
He didn't do a hypothesis, but you're going to test a hypothesis as he did, even though he didn't do a hypothesis.
Holy smokes.
Yes, the hypothesis.
Yes.
If you were to redo Cavendish today,
yes.
I can take that hypothesis into a laboratory and test it today.
The hypothesis he didn't have, you can take that one.
I can take the hypothesis I just gave you and take that and test that. Can I not? And I would find the same thing Cavendish did.
The same thing he did, which was not have a hypothesis. That's going to be the same thing. You have
to run the experiment, which would falsify by hypothesis.
You've brought mass into the equation, which is conceptual. It's not physical.
Mass is inferred from properties it has, like inertia or weight.
It's conceptual.
Everything is conceptual, Jedi. What do you mean?
So give me mass then.
Mass is measured by inertia or by weight.
By weight? No, that's not true. By weight?
Yes, mass is measured by weight.
No.
And it's also measured by inertia. Its actual true measure is inertia, but we use a proxy of weight.
What was that definition? The amount of substance in a space? Come on, dude.
I just told you it's measured by inertia or weight.
What does it do?
What does it do? It exists. What do you mean? What does it do?
What does mass do?
I'm not sure what you're asking there. What does it do?
Mass attracts mass.
Yes.
Right? So what does it do?
What does it do?
Yeah, what does it do? Where's this energy come from to cause this acceleration of an object it is not in contact with at distance, faster than the speed of light, instantaneously? What does it do?
Okay, first of all, it doesn't happen faster than the speed of light. Secondly,
instantaneously.
Secondly, I don't need to provide an explanation of what it does. The experiment just shows that it happens, and it's predictable and reliable. Right?
No point.
That's the experiment.
No, not right. There's 0 point talking to you. I'm asking you what it does, the mechanic. You're just bringing up this word and saying it does something. How? What does it do?
It's a feature. The mass attracting mass is a feature of the universe that we can demonstrate using the Cavendish experiment.
What?
It's a feature of the universe. What, like a corner sofa? What the fuck are you talking about, mate?
Brother.
Is there 3 dimensions in the universe? That's a feature of the universe, right? Electromagnetism exists. There's all sorts of the 4 fundamental forces are features of the universe, right? So these are just things that exist that we can determine how they operate, which is part of the Cavendish experiment. God, you guys really need an education in scientific method in this.
Brother, you need help severely, okay? Holy smokes. We asked you for a naturally occurring phenomenon. You're like, everything's falling. No, what? Where?
Mass attracts
Mr.
mass.
Chicken Little
Stuff
over
doesn't
here.
fall, and you've never seen anything fall. That's a
What
pretty
do you?
sheltered life.
Anything? No, I
You need
just
to up
asked
your
you what
medication.
is falling. Hold on.
You need to
Just
up
one more
your
time.
medication, dude.
Hold on, one more time. Where you are right now, what is falling? Go ahead.
The rain from the clouds, bro.
You're freaking Mr. Chicken Little over here.
What about the gas?
The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Come on, man. He said you're in your chair falling right now. What?
Didn't Newton himself kind of go back on it and said that it was like you'd have to be ridiculous to believe that a mass could attract another mass?
Yes. Yeah. That's exactly what he said.
This guy's tripling down.
Instantaneous magic at a distance.
As far as I know, gravity is not instantaneous. Although it feels that way.
Okay, well then it's not Newtonian.
Yeah.
No, that's true. That's true. In Newton's conception, it is instantaneous.
Wow.
No, I'll walk that back for Newtonian. That's true. It is instantaneous on Earth scales. It might as well be.
All of this conversation for the last hour out the fucking window. Then you fucking
Yes.
I'm trying to be clear about the point I'm arguing, and you guys can't refute it. So you guys just try to
cooked you the entire time, bro.
The smallest thing, and pretend like that you win the argument because I clarified something. Oh, tough to be you guys.
Yeah, because time's involved in Einstein's equations. It's instantaneous magic at a distance within Newtonian physics.
Yeah. And that's the way we experience it on Earth. It might as well be instantaneous. Yeah, that's true.
Holy smoke, dude.
Okay, so whether we've established that there's a hypothesis, you can test it with a Cavendish experiment to demonstrate mass attracting mass.
He's going to do it again.
Mass attracting
Why are you
mass
respawning?
explains the containment of the atmosphere.
No.
We got it all cleared up. Glad I could help you guys.
We don't need your help, brother. You're the one who needs help.
I think you guys need help.
How? We just roasted you. 5 people roasted you 5 different ways, dude.
Saying those words doesn't make it true. You could say it.
Yeah, but when I asked you what's falling right now, you couldn't name a single thing, dude. Holy smokes. That's you getting cooked. You're cooking yourself. That's 6 people cooking you 6 different ways, and yourself included.
You are falling right now. You are falling right now.
No.
What's holding you on the ground, dude? There's a force holding you on the ground. That's you falling.
No.
Go back to high school. Please go back to high school.
Wait.
Ask for an introductory physics course.
Hold on. Let's address your assumptions involved here real quick, and I'll send it back to the panel. Are you assuming that your body should be floating right now?
I'm assuming there's a force holding me down, and I'm not moving in a random.
I'll ask you a very clear question again. I'll ask you a very clear and pointed question one more time, Marky G. Yep. One more time, Marky Boy. One more time. Very clear, pointed question. Are you assuming your body should be floating?
I'm assuming that things would be random if there isn't some type of force directing it. That is Newtonian. I am assuming Newtonian.
You can't answer basic questions, guy. You can't answer basic questions. I'll ask you one more time, Marky G. It's a very pointed, clear, concise question. Are you assuming your body should be floating right now? Yes or no? Just get a clear
I'm assuming Newtonian physics.
He doesn't know how to answer basic questions. So you're basically, I'll just tell you, you're assuming you should be floating, which is a retarded idea.
No.
Right? And then your second assumption, hold on. Your second thing is, not really, because you couldn't answer the basic question. I'll just pop you on mute for a second, because you couldn't answer a basic question. So now I have to help you out. You're assuming your body should be floating off your chair right now, or you're standing on the ground. You should be floating away. And then your second assumption is that something's preventing this from happening. Neither of those are necessary or true. So when you say, well, you're falling right now, no, I'm not. I'm at rest on the ground where I belong. My body does not try to fly, doesn't try to float, and there's nothing that's preventing me from this floating or flying ability that I never had. Very simple. So again, when you said, well, things fall, everything's falling, I don't see anything falling around me right now. But if I happen to pick something up and drop it, well, maybe the cause of falling is me, the one who picked it up. But again, things are at rest, nothing's falling. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Back to you, my friend.
Nothing's preventing you from floating away. Awesome.
Yeah, exactly. No. That's a retarded idea that you have in your mind.
You just
right?
said
You don't need that idea. Right? Again, you're assuming that's even ability. You're assuming that's an ability that you have. You don't have the ability to float or fly. Human beings, that's not part of our world. So you don't need another thing that's preventing you from this ability that you don't have. Right? So it's very silly for you to assume that I should be floating or flying and something's stopping me. That's retarded.
You said nothing's stopping me from floating away. That's exactly what you said.
You don't have those abilities. I just said it very clear twice.
You don't have those abilities?
You don't have those abilities, and therefore you don't need something to prevent you from achieving these abilities that you don't have. Very simple, very easy.
What determines you don't have that ability?
You weren't born to fly. You're not a superhero. You're not a Goku. Trust me, bro. I've tried to fly. It's not going to work.
Yeah. What determines that your chair doesn't float away?
Why would that? See, this is you assuming that should, could, or would happen. Why would you assume
I'm just
that
asking, what
floating chairs is a thing?
Can't? You're asking. I'm asking why do you assume it can't?
It's not a cornerstone of this reality that we live within. Floating things.
What determines the reality?
Just the reality that we're born in.
The reality that we're born in, which might include gravity.
It doesn't include floating or flying, humans, chairs, etc. So you're assuming that that's something stopping this floating from happening. Well, you don't need either of those ideas. Nothing's preventing this floating from happening because it's not trying to happen. Very simple.
Nothing's preventing
your ideas
from happening, but it doesn't seem to happen. It doesn't seem to happen very often.
Thing. Yeah, it's not a thing. Exactly.
Floating's not a thing. What prevents it from being a thing?
Nothing. Wow. It's not a thing.
Nothing
to
prevents
be
it from being a thing.
It's not a
thing. So why isn't it a thing? Your explanations don't really make sense.
I've been very clear. It's not a thing that needs to be prevented in the first place. Okay. How are you not getting this?
It's just not having a force act upon you.
Here we go, Joe.
Do we have somebody new?
Yeah, we'll just move on. Go ahead, Ego or whatever.
I don't know. I was just trying to clarify what he meant. It seems ridiculous to mention the notion of floating as a force in itself. Of course, yeah. What even is floating, right? To me, floating is just no other force acts upon you, so we conceptualize that as, floating.
It's not a thing, dude. This is the issues. People, they have two underlying faulty principles or base assumptions. Well, I'm in my chair, falling. Something's pulling me down to my chair because if it wasn't, I would float away. It's where do you even get that idea from that you should be floating or flying? And then on top of that, you're adding this other thing that's preventing you from that happening. I'm just taking away both of those shitty ideas, and you're left with what? You at rest in your chair. Nothing's pulling you down. Nothing's trying to have you launch off the ground or float or fly. Abilities you don't have, you weren't born with. So nothing's preventing you from achieving abilities you don't have. Very simple. Mm-hmm. This is the first step in the scientific method, right? You need a naturally occurring phenomenon. He couldn't even give us that. Go ahead, Embo. We don't want to hear your voice, dude, but go ahead, brother.
So can I speak or can I not speak? I'm confused.
Please don't speak. Get a better mic, maybe? Yeah, get a better mic and a better accent, then come back.
Can you not just join on your phone? That would be better than this $5 mic. No offense, dude.
I'm on my phone.
Okay, get a better phone then, Brokey.
Maybe buy I don't know, some earbuds. Those would probably have a better mic.
I don't know. But anyways, this idea that we need something to make us accelerate comes from the fact that we can actually make us in a state where we, for a short period of time, go up. This is called jumping. So when I give energy to my body and I jump up, then I go up. And
doesn't your agency provide better mics for paid agents?
Embo, I can help you out here, bro. Humans jumping and continuing up is called flying. right? That's not an ability that you've ever had, never will have, and is an ability that you were born with or anything. So nothing's preventing you from achieving this. So when you say I jumped and came back down, well, yeah, that's because if you were to jump and continue up, that's called flying, my friend. You
Hey,
can't do that.
when Heretic said someone new, did he mean Embo?
Can I speak for myself, please?
No.
You admitted that there's something preventing you from doing that because you admitted
No, I
that
said
flying is
nothing's
just.
preventing you. You're okay. We're just gonna pop you on mute now because you're not even listening. I said it very clearly. Nothing's preventing you from achieving abilities you don't have. Period.
Is going from Mark to Embo like an upgrade or a downgrade? Yeah.
It's a huge downgrade, I guess.
They've been playing this for many days. Mark jumps in, waste time with him, then he's finished, then Embo comes in. Then Embo was done last night, and then Dogs Are Gods came in. And then after that, it kept downgrading to Peter and Rolling My Boulder. And all the new people got ignored. All the new people got ignored completely because of the same thing happening now. But yeah, keep it rolling. Eventually the other ones will come in.
They can't even understand English properly, so we'll just move on to someone with higher IQ.
The issue is that Mark, Embo, Peter, they're not stupid. They play and they're doing their job. And they're playing a good game. They know. If they didn't know, they wouldn't be able to deceive the way they deceive.
I'm not. Who are they deceiving?
If they knew, they wouldn't be here.
I don't think they're fooling anyone or themselves.
Well, you're trying to do that.
Oh, yeah. Holy smoke, man. He resorts to, first of all, I mean, let's just move on. Okay. I don't know why we're giving this time to these retards. So who's next? Mush Kane, what up, man?
Why is Embo muted?
Bro, he doesn't know how to listen properly. How many times did I say, nothing is preventing you from abilities you don't have? He's like, so you said something's preventing you. It's like, all right, you're just clearly retarded, dude. Like, I'm not even the guy in here using big words and trying to be the intellectual. I'm very much the layman, people's champ, if you will. So if he's coming in and not understanding basic things that I'm saying, dude, that's just now. Go take some English lessons, get a better accent, get a better mic, then come back. And we'll deal with you then. You can pop him off mute then. How about that?
All right, musician wants to talk to Embo. Go ahead, Embo. Talk to musician. Go ahead, musician. You got the mic.
Okay, so again, I've never claimed that he said that directly, but he implied that indirectly, because he agreed that flying would be a continuation of jumping. It would be jumping infinitely into time. So, jumping has a time limitation. It happens in a finite time. In like 1 second, I have a velocity up. In another second I have velocity up, and then in third second I no longer have velocity up. Now I have velocity down.
Oh my god!
That means my condition changed, and there was a thing that had to be changed, which was my velocity up that I gave myself. That's why you're lying, and it's wrong that there's nothing that needs to be changed in the first place, because there is the velocity up that I can give myself, which is jumping. Why is does jumping have some specific time period, and why can we accurately calculate how big that period will be depending on the force? And why is that period that specific time?
You got all that, musician?
I kind of want to ask Imbo a question, but I guess it would be derailing the current conversation. So
yeah, please derail it. Yes, do that. Derail it. Yes, please do it.
Just said, please save us.
All right, Imbo, were you listening in when the guy before you was talking to them? I think his name was Mark G.
Yes, and they were very much failing to understand the scientific method. I was listening to that. So what about it?
Well, I was getting confused because he was saying that mass attracts mass, and then Jedi came in and said something, and then he kind of walked it back, and it seemed like he walked it back, but then he went back to saying, but no, mass does attract mass. So is it logical to hold both mass attracts mass, like Newtonian physics and Einsteinian physics at the same time, or is it just something of like, well, we're just in practicality we're using both of them? Like I'm not understanding how you're using both of them at the same time, or how he was. It seemed like there was some cognitive dissonance going on. I don't know.
I think it's logical to claim both at the same time because it's the same phenomenon in reality being described in two different ways using man-made words. So bending spacetime would result as an effect in what you would perceive as mass attracting mass, because one mass will be getting closer to another over time, and this is what we in language call attraction.
So yeah, it's the same effect, but it's different descriptions. But so space-time curving does have different effects than just mass attracts mass, though, right?
It has, yes, but the difference between the two descriptions is in conditions that don't happen here on Earth. They only happen like in very massive objects, like black holes or whatever. So it isn't really applicable to anything we're discussing here.
Well, wouldn't gravitational lensing? That's purely warping of space-time, right? Like mass attracts mass doesn't explain that.
That's true, but again, it happens only near massive bodies. Like if you have something like the Earth, it's too little massive for it to cause significant observable gravitational lensing. You'd need something like the Sun, at least.
Space-time is conceptual, just like mass.
That kind of sucks for you because your hypothesis for things falling and rising is relative density, and density is mass per volume. So a concept mass times another concept.
Damn.
Technically, if you want to speak about science, any phenomenon is a concept because phenomenon is an act, is an action of something happening, not the object itself. And science deals with phenomenon, not with the objects themselves. Like something burning, for example, would be burning is not an object, it's something that happens to an object.
Thanks, Embo. Appreciate it, man. You're burning right now. You just got cooked.
That's why no one could address what he was saying, because he got cooked.
Who wasn't addressing who?
The flat earthers were not addressing what Embo just said.
What do you mean?
What do I mean by saying the flat earthers in this room did not address what Embo just said?
What did they say?
I was just asking him questions. He was just responding to my questions. He wasn't like...
Yeah, but saying that mass is a concept as some sort of critique, he pointed out that it's utilized under your framework, that the reason things fall down is because of relative density, which is mass per unit volume.
Well, let me get a specific quote from you then. What mass are you talking about that's used in that equation?
I mean, the two types of mass.
Embo, shut the fuck up. I was talking to Rich Evans.
All I merely did was to say that Embo's point wasn't addressed. So it's obvious that your point is, your question is towards Embo.
Rich,
you okay, buddy? You okay?
Rich, you might you got a stuttering problem, Rich. So what kind of mass specifically is he invoking in that equation?
I gotta ask Embo. He's the one who said it.
You're still stuttering, Rich.
I didn't stutter at all. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Sit down and
Did you
shut
get hit
the
in the
fuck
head?
up, Rich, maybe sit down and shut the fuck up.
Damn.
Maybe address what Embo.
You're still stuttering, Rich.
I can still stutter.
There you go.
Harder than you.
So sit down and shut the fuck up.
Stand up and address what Embo said.
I'm asking you, so you don't know, right?
Why,
so
you're going to scared to hear what Embo's answer is?
No,
I don't know how Embo uses it.
You don't know how to sit down and shut the fuck up when you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, Embo. In that particular equation, what is the mass? How are they describing that mass?
Well, there are two ways to define mass: the inertial mass and gravitational mass.
Yeah, dumb fuck. Hey, Embo, I asked you specifically which one in that equation are they invoking?
I was trying to arrive at that. So these two were measured to be equivalent, basically. So they can be basically used interchangeably because they have the same value and the same proportions.
Says you. What mass?
The measurements.
How are they defining that mass? Go ahead, tell me. Which one are they using?
So you could define mass as a force divided by acceleration. This would be one definition. And another definition would be the variable that causes a change in the...
I didn't ask you about a definition. I asked you which mass they're using in that equation. How come you're avoiding this?
So what, do you want me to give like an object that you will be using the mass of? If you don't want the definition of mass, like a specific object, what do you want?
What unit of measure? What unit of measure?
Mass would be like kilograms.
Oh, so weight. So in this case now, it's weight.
Weight isn't in kilograms. Weight is in newtons.
Okay, fine. So we're actually talking about something that you would need, like, I don't know, a scale for?
Yes, for example, that would be.
Oh, okay.
To measure mass.
So it more has to do with like weight, right?
I mean, a scale is an indirect measurement of mass because it directly measures weight, but assumes that weight and mass have relationships, so it calculates mass based on the measured weight.
Right, Embo? I don't know why you filibuster and add all this extra bullshit. In this situation, it's kilograms, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how does that? What's the problem with that as far as density is concerned?
Because it's a concept. And you have somehow a problem with concepts being variables in physics for some reason.
So kilograms are just a concept?
Absolutely. Units of measure are a concept. Okay. They are a construct.
So in your world, is a concept attracting a concept?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, not the
so it doesn't. I guess it doesn't exist in reality, right? It's not weight. It's just a concept. So concept is attracting concepts, right?
No, in my view of reality, concepts are useful in describing the world when I'm
describing what? Weight?
Physics.
Oh, physics. Physical, like. So what's weight then? What's a kilogram?
Weight would be a force of attraction between the Earth and a given object.
A force of attraction. Okay, can you show me this force?
To be more specific, it's a net force from the centrifugal force from Earth's rotation.
I just need you to show me the force. I just need you to show me the force. And I would also like you to show me the Earth's rotation while you're at
it. So you can put something at the scale, and this will be a demonstration of this force. It will give you a number, although the number would be in weight. Because in mass, because it converts weight to mass. But I guess you could reprogram it to give you a weight directly.
Embo, shut the fuck up. You always say more than you need to. Why do you do that? Let's get an object. All right. In this case, what do you want to weigh?
I don't know, like whatever. A rock.
Whatever.
A rock, for example.
Okay, a rock. Let's take a rock. So, how much does that rock weigh?
Let's say 2 kilograms.
2 kilograms. Where are we measuring this at? Are we just doing it on like a table?
A weighting scale? Yeah, you could put a weighting scale on a table.
Okay, so on a table. Now, let's take that same rock. Is it going to weigh the same if I put that scale at the bottom of a pool?
Probably it will weigh less.
It will weigh less. Why?
Because the water, it causes buoyancy on that rock, and it will counter some of the weight and make it less.
Water causes buoyancy?
Yes.
Okay.
Any type of fluid.
Can you get me that in a citation? Water causes buoyancy.
I guess I could find some, although it's like primary school knowledge, so I don't know if there are.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just get it for me, and we'll go over it together. Go find it. Water causes buoyancy. I want to see that in a citation.
I mean, technically, any fluid causes buoyancy.
Embo, shut the fuck up. Embo, go get it.
Here you go. Some random article.
Get me the citation, please. Water causes buoyancy. So, where's the citation, Embo?
I just posted a link now. There will be a citation. Give me a moment. And here's the citation. Buoyant force can be defined as an upward force exerted on an object that is completely or partially submerged in liquid. The unit of the buoyant force is Newton. Buoyancy force depends upon two factors: amount volume of liquid displaced by the object and the density of the object.
Oh, okay. So what's determined by this force is the density of the object within the medium?
I guess so. You could calculate it based on that.
Okay. So this is a tendency of a body to float or to rise when submerged in a fluid. Interesting.
No, it's just to rise.
It says to rise or to float.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So we have things rising due to some kind of buoyant force. So what's this buoyant force? Can you help me figure out what it is?
Yes, it's a force that is caused by a difference in pressure between the fluid at the top of the object and the fluid at the bottom of the object. the pressure will be more the deeper you are. So there will be stronger pressure at the bottom of the object, pushing it stronger up than
Is that
down.
pressure? Does it have a vector, or is it usually pounds per cubic inch?
Pressure itself doesn't have a vector, but if you have pressures...
okay. So we're not going to be talking about top or bottom in this situation, then, are we?
But if you have pressures at multiple points, then you can calculate a net vector force from that. Not on a single point.
You could say that again. Multiple points.
If you take pressures at multiple points of the surface of the object, you can calculate a net vector from that.
Okay, a net vector. All right. So, is the pressure of the water? Does it have a vector?
Pressure, it's at one point, it doesn't have a vector.
So it doesn't have a vector. So why would it matter at multiple points if there's no vector? What's going to happen?
Because at some points the value is stronger, and at another point the value is weaker.
Well, wouldn't that mean it has to have a vector?
Yes. If you sum...
But you just said there is no vector.
If for one single point there isn't a vector.
One single point? I'll tell you what. You show me an experiment where they measured the pressure on a rock in a pool, all the different vectors of pressure around that rock, and tell me why it weighs less at the bottom of the pool than it does when it's sitting on a table. You got something like that?
I mean, the fact that there's more pressure the deeper you go is kind of a basic knowledge, like it's experienced by any diver.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because there's no vector, right? Who cares how much more pressure there is deeper? There's no vector.
Again, there's no vector if you measure pressure at one point, but if you sum them up, then there will be a vector from the fact that
just get me the test that I asked for, Embo. Just get me for what I asked for. Just get me the measurement of the points on any rock or object within a fluid, and tell me why you say is actually happening.
That would be like any measurement of change of pressure.
Yeah, I know. Just go get it, stupid fuck.
They seem to have some emotional problems for some reason.
Embo, I don't know why you're not going and getting what I asked for. Why do you think I'm emotional? I'm like just waiting for you to go get the thing that you said happens. So let's just get me the evidence for that. I mean, if I'm emotional, I'm impatient because you won't shut the fuck up and you won't go get what I asked for.
More ad homs, less time.
Sorry, who's talking about ad homs?
Oh, that was me. I was talking about him. More ad homs means less time having to go look for what he's trying to find.
Yeah.
Here we have one example.
Okay, what am I looking at?
There's a cylinder filled with water, and there are a couple of holes in it at different heights, and the lower is the height, the further away the water spills out of it, because it's at greater pressure.
Yeah, that's not what I asked you for, Embo, is it? Why do you guys, when we ask you for something very specific, you don't get what we ask for? Are you retarded or are you deceptive? Which one is it?
So what do you want exactly?
I want you to get me what I asked for. Do you not remember? Or did you just ignore it and get something that you wanted to get? What did I ask for?
A measurement of different pressures over distance?
No, that's not what I asked for. How come you don't listen? Hello? Why don't you listen to people? You guys are like retarded children. You don't listen. You go on your own missions. You're in here to troll. You're in here to bullshit. You're fucking pathetic.
Everyone must be burnt out about flat Earth, huh? Getting ready for Christmas?
Feeling all right.
Are you ready for the holidays?
Of course.
Good.
You?
I think so.
Good.
I like the no snow and ice. That's good. You see the latest science news?
I'll keep it going. No.
No. Scientists say they spotted a quasar that has enough water swirling around it to fill 1 trillion of Earth oceans. Did you see that?
No. No, I didn't.
Fascinating. Yeah, fascinating stuff. I guess they've been looking at this thing since 2008, according to the article. Astronomers here and somewhere in France. Price of what does your username refer to? Does it refer to anything or no?
Who?
Your username, does it refer to anything or no?
Mine, no. Adam Price, and I just got bored. Someone was like, "What about Price of Adam?" I was like, "You know what? I like that."
Okay, I didn't know if that was the name of a television show or what. You know.
No, but I don't know. Esoterically, just before that, like a week or two before that, I had a friend call me Adam Price was paid, and I was like, I like that, you know. So I like the idea.
All right.
Dude, I've been banned from 3 channels for anti-Semitism for saying Epstein was a Jewish person. And like, it's not anti-Semitic to say that, it's just true. Like, he was a born and raised Jewish guy. He attended synagogue once a week.
I mean, so was Jesus, I think.
Fuck, man, I can't believe you guys didn't ban me right there. I was expecting my 4th ban.
I'm sure if that's all you've got to say on the subject, then there won't be any need to ban you.
Yeah, that was all I said, and I got banned from 3 different fucking channels or rooms in this server. Like, that was it. What you heard right there was it, and they banned me for anti-Semitism. I was like, holy fuck, man, a little touchy, are you?
Okay, so I have a question to the people that think the Earth is flat.
Do you have any evidence that it's a globe?
My claim isn't that it's a globe. Is it
Okay.
flat?
You're not able to defend it being a globe.
Oh, you're running away? That's fair enough. Anyone else with some balls that can speak to me?
Running away? You don't have balls.
You can't answer a question, Jay.
Specifically, the main ball in question.
You can't answer a question, Jay. Your balls are flat. Why can I not see Mount Everest from my house?
Probably because you're mentally retarded and don't have any.
Why can I not see? No, I have like one of these very cool telescopes, very expensive, right? So I can look at the stars. I can like look up at the planets. I can do a bunch of stuff.
Nice. Yeah.
When
So how many miles? How many miles? How many miles? Okay. Yeah. 2 questions. How many miles are you looking through? What's the air density?
So you haven't really answered the question, right? So why can I not see Mount Everest from my house? Why can I not see Nepal?
Air density and miles. How much?
You believe in air? That's crazy. You're retarded.
How much air are you looking for?
What the fuck is a mile, bro? You believe in miles? What the fuck is a mile? You're retarded. Only kilometers.
Wow.
Miles doesn't exist. It's a fucking co-op by the government. You're retarded. Anyone that's not retarded, they want to speak?
Why?
Oh, Jedi, you're flat. Do you believe the flat?
You're asking why you can't
Terry
see.
took a show of this incompetence. So, Jedi, why can I not see Mount Everest from my house?
How far away is it, your house, from Mount Everest?
It's in Sweden.
It's in Sweden.
So why can I not see Mount Everest from my house?
So we're talking about...
It's a very big mountain, right?
Yeah, we're talking about a mountain that's thousands of miles away.
Do you believe in miles too, bro? That's crazy.
Miles?
That's retarded. What the fuck is a mile?
I'm not going to even...
But you believe in distance? Wait, do you believe in distance? Are you dumb? Prove distance to me. What's a distance?
So this is the extent that you're coping onto now.
Heretic.
Prove stuff
Heretic,
like...
you have showed your incompetence. Please be quiet. I'm speaking to this.
I don't get to speak freely in this venue because you're a dickhead. So, do you have any evidence that the Earth's a sphere? Nope. Ran away.
Yep.
Yo. Yo, Flat Earth Ranger. Yo, Jedi. Yo, Jenna Mother Flurfer. Yo, Mio Wheel. Yo, Morvis. Yo, Murian. Yo, Mephisis.
Yo.
Who talked? Who was it that's talking? Who talked? Speak up or forever hold your silence. Yo, Price of Adam. Yo, Subdude. Yo, Sunny on the plane.
Why'd you skip me, man?
Yo, back you.
Who are you?
Crit.
Who?
Were you like just supposed to go down from top to bottom, and you like?
Yep. Oh, I haven't even came to you yet.
Oh, well, skip.
Wait your turn, man. Yo, Sonny on the plane. Yo, T-Dub. Yo, TVH. Yo, Jamesy. Yo, Critter 600.
Yo.
You saying you?
Yo ho ho.
Everyone had a Merry Christmas.
Yo.
From the screen to the.
Give it to me, guys. Make me admin.
Well, not admin. We could put you in for moderator.
Yeah, just make me admin. Make me like a superior or whatever.
Well, let's do like, how about you want an interview for moderator?
Do it in front of everyone, or?
Yeah, I mean, because that's
it like a vote. Do I get voted in?
Well, just a few questions and see how well you answer, and if you get good vibes, you're a mod. It's just that easy.
Yo, I want to be a mod.
All right. So, what's the most important rule of this channel?
Don't talk about Fight Club.
No, you flopped it, dude. The most important rule is remember, always have fun. If you're not having fun, go do something else. Go be bad at something else than this.
Rule number 2, or you got a question?
No, that's it. You flopped it. You already fucked it up. Yeah, so you gotta have fun, dude. If you're not having fun, then go do something else. I mean, life is short. Live it well. A lot of people come in here, they're very upset, very triggered. You'd be like, okay, well, why? Why be upset, dude? Why you mad, bro? Why mad, bro? Yo, bro, why you mad, bro?
Yo, bro, why you mad, though?
It'd be like, I hate flat earthers. Okay, well, I'll just ban you then, so you can, go do something else. I hate being banned. I'm like, well, what the fuck do you want? Like, holy shit.
I think you should stop swearing so much. To me.
That's only Friday morning that there's no swearing. That's when the Nathan Oakley is live.
That was rule 2. I read the rules. No swearing.
No, you can swear all you want.
No, I'm making a new
slurs.
Now I'm a new mod. I'm making a new rule.
No, you didn't. You didn't make it, dude. And besides, new rules have to go through a committee.
Yeah. Let's put it through the committee.
Well, you have to get to mod first, and then
I did.
No, you didn't. Okay, what's rule number 1?
You have to have fun.
Oh, you fucked it up.
What is rule 1? You don't talk about Fight Club?
No. It began with a remember what?
Remember the 5th of November, gunpowder, treason, and plot?
No. Remember to always have fun. If you're not having fun, you're not doing it right.
What if I talk about Fight Club?
You can talk about whatever you want to talk about as long as you don't go off topic. And besides, taste speculation. Do you want to speculate about Fight Club? What's Fight Club about?
You go in this bunker and fight people.
That was it?
Have you not seen the film? It's a good film,
it had more to do with male ego and male persona, that he couldn't really do what he wanted to do, so he invented an alter ego called Tyler Durden that could do the things that he wanted to do. Like, he fancied himself, like this sort of over the top character, but he couldn't get there because society had kind of ground him into nothing.
Oh, it was an edgy film about fighting people.
No, that wasn't really much. That wasn't really part of the show. That's to get you distracted if you weren't looking at the nuance of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably didn't watch the same film. The film I watched was about fighting.
We'll try again, but this time at the very beginning, there's a short clip where Tyler Durden addresses the audience. It's on screen for just a few seconds. It's like they break the fourth wall right at the very beginning, and he says, "Hey, in case you watch this movie and you miss it, I'm going to tell you exactly what it's about." I'm paraphrasing, but if you look at the beginning, there's like a fourth wall break by Tyler Durden.
Yeah, but the rest of the film was just fighting, really, apart from that bit at the start. I don't know, I think you should rewatch it. Maybe you'll understand what I'm talking about.
There's some disturbing subliminal images on that movie. I actually, when I had a VCR and that movie came out, I noticed at the end of the movie there was this little glitch. I'm like, what was that? So I actually opened my VCR and I slowed down the tape, or I think I had a VCR where I could actually pause it frame by frame. And I found the little glitch and I paused it, and I'm not going to tell you what it is because it's inappropriate.
Wait, just tell us instead of being a bitch about it. Just tell us.
Well, I know what you're talking about. No, say I know what you're talking about, but you probably shouldn't bring it up. It might go into the whole thing about violence and mass casualty events. It'd be better for maybe the Conspiracy Channel if you're ever up there.
It's actually not that. It may not be what you're thinking of.
Oh, okay.
But I could just say it. I'll just use lukewarm language around it. It shows a naked. It shows a naked crotch of somebody.
Is that disgusting? Have you never seen a crotch before? Piece of the human body, dude. You get over it.
No, I'm over it.
All right, who's got a good speculation? Come on, someone must have one. It's Speculation Sunday. We got like a little.
It's not Sunday. It's Friday, man.
Then an hour. A little, it's almost over. Speculation Sunday, like a little less than an hour. Come on, let's get a good one. A good, juicy speculation to close it out. Close out Speculation Sunday.
What do you mean we only have an hour?
Remember, it goes Zulu time. Zulu time is Zulu time.
Oh. That's London time.
Yeah. It's a tip our hat to all the Londoners who are, the ground zero. Without them, flat Earth would have never been able to get to where it's at today.
No, it's the time zones. They started in London, dude.
So let's all give a cheer or whatever you want for Greenwich Mean Time. Okay.
Wait, so why do you have time zones in flat Earth? A good speculation.
Well, that would be a globe Earth. Why do you have time zones? Because on the globe Earth, it would only be daytime or nighttime. Either the Earth is facing the sun or the Earth isn't facing the sun. That would be two time zones. If your time zones are all related to what the sun does, you only got two choices on the globetard. Unless you were thinking about, every 15 degrees the sun moves across the sky. But if you do that, then you got lots of explaining to do. Because the northern hemisphere has less time zones than the southern hemisphere. Neither hemisphere has like 24, which would be like 360 divided by 15. 360 divided by 15. So there's a lot to explain.
I could argue that time zones are more cultural.
Well, yeah, so that would be your cause on the globetard, that they're political conventions rather than objective, measurable reality.
Like,
all right,
how would it work on flat Earth? That's my thing.
Well, yeah, exactly how you see it.
Yeah, but can you explain it?
Well, exactly how you see the sun move.
Yeah, but I only know the way the globe people tell me.
Well, yeah, your globe person one doesn't have anything to do with the globe. It's a hot mess. It's literally a hot mess.
Just go outside and you watch the sun, right, for a whole day. And that's it. That's how it works.
Yeah, but how does that work?
Well, how about this? Take the globe time zones, factor out all political conventions. Boom. There's your time zones on flat Earth.
Yeah, but the way it works in real life is they have the political stuff.
Yeah, so you got to take that out. If you take that part out, that government can control time and space, then you get flat Earth time zones. Time zones plus sun minus government. Globe time zones are time zones minus sun plus government.
Wait, so you don't think the sun is real? Or I'm confused.
No, I'm saying the government can't set time zones. That is a political convention.
Yeah, but who would?
Well, how
would
about
we all
this?
just agree to it? Or?
The time zones you would make, those are flat Earth time zones, not the time zones that government would make.
I think I'd probably make it so USA is the 000. London is 2-3 hours ahead or something.
Well, here, let's try this, right? So you've got a ball, and that looks like, like you put it as a globe. Sun that would move, across the sky. So here you would have okay, here it goes. I don't know why it's not posting. Oh, did you take my posting perms? Okay, here we go. So then the blue section, you got daytime, and the other blue section there, side would be nighttime, and there'd be like a twilight and dusk on both sides, like a little bit of a mixture there. That'd be like your Terminator line. But what you actually got on the ball, this globe Earth is something like this. Like, what the hot mess is that?
Yeah, that still makes sense though. Like,
how does that make sense? Okay, sure.
That one you're showing right there, that's in London time.
Okay, how about this one? Does that make sense?
Let's see, 1 second. That's Christmas Island, isn't it?
Hold on just a second. I just thought of a saying. Here's the saying. So I'm interjecting right in between what you're going to bring up next, Crit. So the saying is, what in the ball tart is that?
What in tarnation's going on, hey?
What is the ball tart? What in ball tardia is that? What in ball tart is that?
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you stupid or something?
It's like that ball ain't right. Damn it, Bobby. Damn it, Bobby. That ball ain't right.
That ball ain't right. I like it. I couldn't even swallow. I had to say I like that.
Do you guys like Maltesers?
Like the dog, a Maltese?
No, the chocolates.
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know a whole lot about chocolate. Never been a big chocolate fan. I'm not sure why. I just kind of like,
What about chocolate raisins? Do you like them?
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, so you eat balls?
Well, no, chocolate raisins okay, the first time I ever had a chocolate raisin, it was I was in grade school, and they did this thing where they would if you got a tick, they would go to the nurse's office and the nurse would pull the tick off. And the principal was like, we got a special surprise for all the ticks, when it comes around to winter, and then they came like at winter. We're like, oh, what's the surprise going to be? What's the surprise going to be? And they came to the classroom, and each kid got a little Dixie cup with about a couple chocolate covered raisins in there, and they're like, hey, all the ticks, we chocolate covered them, so here's a little extra protein for you guys to eat. And people are like, ew, like the kids, no way, that's gross, right? But I was like, fuck it, I'll try it. I mean, like you kind of like, you gotta think they wouldn't give you a tick, like. And I bit into it, and I was like, huh, like just kind of imagining myself like eating the tick. And I came home, and I'm like, I ate chocolate covered ticks today, and they're like, no, you didn't. Shut up.
You seem the kind of person to eat insects, You seem the type of person.
Yeah, everyone. Well, I mean, that's a good speculation. Hey, when is going to eat the bug? When's eat the bug going to happen?
I would. Yeah, but like as a child, you would eat bugs and kind of dirt and that kind of thing.
You got to eat the bug. You got to become a net zero hero.
You drive an electric car too?
No, you got to walk everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Take the bus. Oh, sorry, just walk and cycle.
Well, no, even cycling you won't be able to do because that's got rubber in the tires. That still has a carbon footprint.
Okay, so you need to wear clogs, like wooden shoes, and walk everywhere.
I mean, that's kind of where it's going, isn't it?
Yeah.
5-minute or 15-minute cities, and
I think liberals just don't like being places quick. So vendetta.
Was he gonna round it back to the topic of discussion or what?
No, it was a speculation about. He wanted to speculate that.
Oh, it is Sunday. You're right. Yeah.
All right, and so who's got another one? That speculation was a little weak sauce.
Speculate, lad. Ladder of Ranger is gay.
Cool beans.
Yeah, everyone is happy. It's the holidays. It's like,
hey, baby. He said I'm gay.
Yeah, which means happy.
Why you're gonna get your boyfriend on the mic, dude?
Why do they do that?
Go get your boyfriend on the mic, dude.
Gay, joyful, carefree, bright, and showy.
Oh, then 1000%. Yeah, I'm extremely gay.
Yeah.
Oh, I meant homosexual.
Bright, happy, and merry.
Oh, that sounds like me.
No, I meant homosexual.
Yeah, what you say, Crit?
Yeah.
If that's the best they have, then wow.
Well, it looks like Starspire. The Bible mentions a sun.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Doesn't mention sons.
That's weird. I don't mention sons either. Not sure what relevance this has.
Do I?
You guys know Jesus was the Son of God, or?
I know that's not his name.
Jesus?
That's another topic.
But his name was Jesus. Jesus or something.
Okay.
So what would be the speculation there?
That he was Mexican, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he was Palestinian.
What sounds good to you?
The Mexican area of Palestine.
You ready for Christmas, Crit?
I don't know. It's complicated.
What was good to eat while you were in Portugal?
Yeah, I've been meaning because I didn't buy a SIM card, but I had a digital camera. I took a lot of pictures and stuff. I've been meaning to get them off, the card and everything, but I have to like use that memory stick thing, the memory stick reader.
Yeah.
So I just really haven't got around to it, but I'll show you. I took a lot of the plates I ate. I took a little picture of them and stuff. So.
All right. Did you have a chance to have something you never had before?
Oh yeah, pretty much. Like, I mean, it's all kind of like the same stuff, but like different like ingredients and dishes and whatnot.
Right. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. What you think about this? Now, in the U.S., if you're a teacher, let's say in a grade school or a high school, if you tell the kids that the Earth is flat, you'll be terminated, won't you?
Well, I don't think you can fire a teacher. Did you hear that one of the kids tried to pay for their lunch with a $2 bill?
Yeah.
And they called the police, and the police arrested the 14-year-old for counterfeit. What do you think happened to the teacher?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you think you think it's hard to fire a teacher, or like it's hard to fire a cop? These people are entrenched. They can say or do almost anything they want, and there's no risk at all. Like they can literally say, "Little Timmy tried to buy their lunch with federal currency that's been in circulation." I don't know, when was the $2 bill started? Like, I don't know, like 100 years probably, maybe 70.
It was 10 years ago. 10 years ago.
Well, they stopped printing them. I mean, think about how bad the education system is. Is that number one? The kids tell them, "No, this is a $2 bill. It's currency." Like, I don't know what the fuck you're on about. But then they call the police, who doesn't have jurisdiction over counterfeit anyway. Okay, it wouldn't be the appropriate authorities to call as a starting point. Like, you would call. Do you know? How about Ray? Do you know who you would call if you had counterfeit money?
The U.S. Treasury?
Probably the Secret Service. Probably the Secret Service, yeah.
There you go. Okay, so you did know that. Yeah, that's impressive.
Well,
I mean, not impressive because I mean, like, for you, I'm just saying in general, a lot of people don't know that little bit of bar trivia.
Right.
Wait, who would you phone?
Did you say the Secret Service?
Yeah, he did.
What is their number?
It's right there, printed on every bill. Just hold it up to light, and you can see it. Okay. All right, Star. I'm not following what you're saying here. There's too many like ... dots.
I'm sorry. I've been stuttering a lot this week. I had a pretty bad seizure. I was trying not to talk. I was just pointing out when you're pointing out the time zones and how we acknowledge them. It's politics. For example, the Aleutian Islands, they all want to have the same time, even though the international dateline goes right through the middle of them. So they zigzag it because of political reasons, not because the Earth is doing it. It's not the Earth's fault. That's just politics. Countries going, well, I don't want to have two time zones here, right? We don't want it being split because it screws with us telling time. That's all that is. That's political.
Yeah,
was all I was trying to say. I'm not going to talk much right now. I had fuck.
Oh yeah, no problem. Like I hear you. Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier too. That if someone wanted to really build time zones and like reset, what it looks like, I would start over with a flat Earth and factor out all the political stuff and just say, hey, where is the sun at? Let's do some sort of observer dependency. Okay, write it down, bang and bang. Then draw it out again. Okay, someone says, now let's wait an hour. Okay, what's your elevation to the sun? And what's your elevation to the sun? Okay, boom, draw a line here and here. And you could just use that. You could use that all the way around and build logical, reasonable time zones. And what's even better about that, that you have like vast distance of ocean that if you've got minor errors, you can pick it up there. Those errors could just be like, corrected for. So, I mean, that's what I would do. I would like factor all the politics out and just use flat Earth angle measurements to the sun.
But that being said, Crit, I kind of popped in because I remember you guys saying that you do your little speculations and your maps and your ideas of models on Sundays, and I was wondering if anyone came up with the whole how the sun works in the South Pole. The only argument I've heard so far is there's two suns, hence my little refraction is what you guys are coming up with.
No, you guys. Me. I said that. Nobody else said that. I said
it. Does anyone have models of how their theories would work?
Yes, Snell's window.
I'm sorry?
Snell's window.
Don't be sorry. Don't be so sorry.
No, if he heard, maybe she didn't hear it right. It's not about being sorry, like sorry, like, like, oh, please repeat, turn a phrase, D-Mock.
I know, I was making sure. That's all. Yeah.
All right.
Snell's window.
Mel's as an M.
Yeah.
Snell.
Okay.
Snell's window.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jemmy, you're coming a little quiet. So yeah, what Jemmy's saying is that there's like ley lines inside the Earth, like the sky, and these ley lines connect each other. I'm not exactly ley lines, but to get the idea. And these refractive windows open up to other refractive windows, and then they show some sort of concept of like a rainbow, if you will, where it's able to gain the majority of what you're looking at. No, Snell, S-N-E-L-L-S, Snell's window.
Like Snell's law.
Yeah.
What are you guys discussing? What's your main?
And the Antarctic sun, where they had maybe 24 hours of sunlight or skylight, but they never we were promised all kinds of information, like a live stream that you could have watched yourself, that you could turn into. We were promised a lot, that this final experiment was going to be, and we haven't got the hypothesis yet.
Why didn't we get the beginning and the end? Why would they not go when the sun's coming to Antarctica from wherever it's coming to and mark that, and then mark the way it leaves, just to make sure that it's
Oh, and then they leave the day before things will get really interesting.
Right.
Like why didn't they leave? They could have stayed one more day, and it would have been. I mean, supposedly, if they stayed one more day, the sun would have almost been stationary in the sky. It wouldn't have moved at all.
Well, that can't be helped. There was a storm coming in. They would have been abandoned if they didn't go.
A storm in Antarctica? Boo-hoo.
A storm, yeah.
Wham. What the fuck? They went through tropical islands and everywhere else. What's the storm going to do to them? What the hell? Traverse the whole Earth and worry about a storm.
Serious?
Go to the worst place on Earth and worry about a storm. Yeah, be serious. Oh, don't step right there. You're going to fall in a 1,000-foot hole and die. But there's a storm. Come on. Come on now.
I'm
guess more worried about a red flag than I am a storm.
I think you think it's this little... okay.
You know what you're talking about. Apparently, you weren't in the storm. What storm you speaking of? One you didn't exist in? Cool. I don't think you know the abundance of the storm.
Appreciate your sarcasm. I'm trying
I don't appreciate your sarcasm telling me how storms are. You don't exist in.
Are you? Is he?
I'm not making shit up.
Yeah, here. Let me translate for DMOC. DMOC is like an absolute empirist. Like unless you see it for your, he's basically like an atheist. When an atheist says, I haven't seen God, they actually mean they haven't seen with their own two eyeballs a supernatural deity.
A storm? He should have went there and suffered the storm and gotten himself.
So you never saw a storm before?
Know what to say.
Not in Antarctica. Don't think you have either.
Okay, then why don't you go down there?
I don't care to. Go down where? You don't even know where there is. Stop. Go down there. What kind of work is that going to be for in law? Hey, Your Honor, I went there. Wow. Cool. Prove it. Prove where there is. Can't do it. All we can do is talk in a circle and hope. Hope we know something. I hope you know what you're talking about. I hope somebody's ever been to a South Pole. Oh, they haven't? How about a real North Pole? Oh, they haven't? Oh, okay. Yeah, we know everything. Yeah, we know it all. Yep, sure do. Motherfuckers don't even understand they can't make stuff levitate with gravity. But they want us to make stuff levitate to show what gravity is.
Since when is making things levitate with gravity an argument from the Globers?
The ignorance of
what is this struggle?
They're in fucking Earth Awakenings right now, having some goofy ass debate, and you got a lot of Globers that don't comprehend shit. And I said, helium goes up. Nothing needs to go down for helium to go up. Right? And the guy said, no, that's not true. Something needs to go down, buoyancy. I said, buoyancy is not a part of gravity. Fucking mass attracting or going down is not anything rising or going away. That's not repulsion at all. In no form. It's not even in the fucking variable. Buoyancy. Get real. And they don't believe it. They don't understand
I thought you were the ones who explained gravity with buoyancy. Wasn't that the flat earthers argument?
No,
Yeah,
listen,
okay,
listen.
Hold on, D-Mock, let me help this guy, okay? Let me say it again. Was that Ragnar? Okay.
Yeah.
D-Mock is an absolute empirist. Absolutely. If you're going for you to say buoyancy or density, you'd have to show it to him in a lab under controlled circumstance. Like give him buoyancy in the bucket type
Jesus
stuff.
Christ.
Okay, so make sure that you understand this time, okay? When you're talking to D-Mock, it's absolutely show him the money.
Or else what are we speaking of?
So I'm supposed to prove gravity to D-Mock,
yeah,
basically.
the word buoyancy is supposed to be with gravity. That means you can make shit float with gravity. Show me how gravity makes stuff float or go up.
That's not the argument at all. Gravity is not buoyancy. It's not the same thing, and it doesn't operate, and it doesn't work the same thing.
So
you should learn this in basic classes in physics and preschool, but
so it's not the same thing. It's nothing to do with gravity. Thanks, preschool.
That's your argument. You claim that buoyancy is some sort of
if it is, show me how you can make stuff float with gravity.
Nobody claims that you can make stuff float with gravity. I don't know where you come up with this
then you don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, then you can't manipulate gravity and make it do shit.
Who said
then
you can
apparently you don't have gravity.
You don't have the calculation. You can manipulate gravity.
No, you can't.
No, apparently. I'm saying who is there a Glober in here who said you can manipulate gravity? I'm confused.
Well, you have to show what it is. What's the Cavendish, motherfucker?
What? I don't think you know what you're talking about.
What is fucking making something attract a mass to a mass, you dumb son of a bitch? That's manipulating gravity.
Why are you ad hominem? Because you can't win an argument?
Well, because you're too dumb to understand anything. Don't ad hominem me what you don't understand.
You're a flat earther. You're as dumb as it gets. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, dumb bitch who doesn't understand words.
Hiding under a rock or something.
How are you making stuff levitate with gravity? It's real simple, fucktard.
That's a straw man. Nobody says
So
you can
you
make
aren't?
this levitate
No,
with gravity.
gravity
You're just
or
too
not.
retarded to understand the
So it's
concept of
gravity or
gravity.
bud.
So you try
No,
to
you
straw
think
man
things are
argument.
levitating and orbiting each other with gravity, motherfucker. Demonstrate in the lab.
Nobody says it's gravitating. Nobody says it's levitating. I don't know where
Then
you
shut the fuck up, retard. Then you ain't speaking for gravity, and you should just shut up.
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
You
And nobody's
fucking
actually
idiot. Yeah, okay, guy who just makes up his own stuff.
You're too dumb to
Nothing's
understand
gravity.
the globe's
Now you
theories.
eliminated gravity from
Whatever
everything, huh?
feels for your
That
dumb,
was
retarded,
weird.
degenerate brain. You have to understand
That was
things. And you have
weird.
to learn them. Just
I
because
didn't
you
know
can
you could eliminate gravity by talking.
things don't exist. I mean, you have to.
Thanks for talking, guy who knows nothing. Can you demonstrate fuck all?
Finish preschool. And then
Demonstrate gravity.
It's not my job to
Demonstrate gravity.
Not my job to teach you these simple things.
Exactly, because it doesn't exist. Not my job to make shit up for you. It's your job to prove to yourself, little Santa Claus.
You know, loud speaking over people doesn't make you right.
Not demonstrating doesn't make you right either.
By the way, I have a question because I don't even know what you're asking, but I just showed you a tube that skydivers use in order to fight gravity. Like, it's a fun little thing they do, and that's human beings floating. If that's what you're talking about, we are capable of pushing against gravity with air. Is that what you're asking?
What is gravity?
Oh.
How are you pushing against gravity with air?
Yeah, tell us what it is, first of all. What is gravity?
So now I can negate gravity with the fan, right? Now I can just totally eliminate gravity once I turn on my fan. Is that what you're saying?
Gravity is a natural tendency of mass to be...
Of what?
Star, that's used to get... It's called, like, when you go into the skydive position. It's meant to train. Because if you get out of position, like if you're belly up or something like that, your chute won't function correctly. So they do like training things like this. So
I know. I don't quite understand what he's asking. So I put up a video of a tube that they usually use for skydivers to play around. While there's.
Do you know how they really normally?
Does it work horizontally? Yeah, now all you got to do is go horizontal and manipulate all of gravity. Welcome to flat Earth.
Well, how they do this indoors?
What is wrong? I don't even
crazy?
understand.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with reality is what you should ask.
Make you correct.
What, reality doesn't? Sadly, it does.
No. I'm asking your logic. I don't
horizontal
understand.
negates gravity. That's why you got to do the Cavendish horizontally.
Equal orange. Like I'm
horizontally
trying to...
show me something float to space. Horizontally show me something sink at you. Ain't happening, son. Try again, cartoon makeup believers. We're talking about fucking reality. Empirical, testable, repeatable, demonstratable. Not who the fuck knows what you're talking about at any time. Gravity. You don't even know what that is. Stop talking about it then.
Oh my God. You understand how?
No, you don't understand.
Here you are to loud speak over someone.
What's gravity? Make us understand.
What you're doing is saying, I don't have to hear the truth, la, la, la.
No, I'm asking you for gravity, la, 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 and you don't want to tell me. You don't want to tell us the truth. It's a secret, right? So now all your fucking science is a secret.
Conspiracy Santa. Do you really think
gravity?
This is good faith argument here?
No, I think what's going on with DMOC is that he just tell him how you, instead of like trying to convince him of something, what would be your definition of empirical? Like, where if you were to see it, like if seeing is believing, and DMOC only believes things that he's actually seen, using that epistemology, is there a way to articulate to him what gravity is? If not, then just pass. Just be like, DMOC, I'm not sure I can show you enough buckets of gravity in a lab.
Hang on. I'll go find a YouTube video of how they can show gravity, and you can watch the YouTube
Don't do it
video.
horizontal. Do it up and down. Let's manipulate this variable. Make sure to do it to all directions and ways. And then once you show me, I'll make sure to tell you what they didn't manipulate and what they forgot.
Yeah, that'd be a good part, because then you guys would be talking about the video instead of each other. That seems like, yeah, and whatever you find, keep in mind that, DMOC doesn't use YouTube either. I mean, do you even have it like on the app on your phone or whatever? I thought you said that you don't even use it.
DMOC, if I show you YouTube video,
I watch all kinds of things, but the thing is like, what can you believe if it's not a firsthand thing? So if I see some guys, hold on. So if I see you jump up and down on YouTube, and then I go do the same thing, I'm like, okay, cool. Then I can go with that.
Okay,
now if I can see you
want
present something,
experiments that you can replicate at home and do for yourself. Those are the type of arguments you want. Ones where you're like, I can do this too, right?
Yeah, but what I want done mostly isn't what you guys can do. You don't even do it. You just totally ignore it. Like it doesn't even exist in a lab on how to make things levitate with gravity.
Okay, first of all, my name is Star. I am not you guys. I am not the big scary them. I am Star. Hi, I'm an individual. Okay, and I am not your enemy. You don't have to be on the attack. I came here to listen to your position and share puzzle pieces. Okay, I'm not trying to attack you, so there's no need to be aggressive or hyper defensive with me, because that type of conversation will never get anywhere. We'll both get angry and yell at each other, and nothing is accomplished.
Well, that's why demonstrations are key, and you shouldn't have to talk too much when you have a demonstration, right?
Okay.
And when you can demonstrate an orbit, hold on, let me finish my fucking sentence. Can you? And I'll do the same for you if that's all right. So, in a lab, you'll have to demonstrate orbits and what gravity can do. If you don't even have that, what are we even talking about, and what are you going to show me?
Okay. Well, I don't know. I can do a bit of research. But that being said, do I sound like a scientist in a lab?
Yeah, everybody with hands and eyes are a fucking scientist. Sorry.
Okay. So I'll tell you what, because I think we have to keep this down to a level in which the average Joe can do experiments, right? Because we're not all astrophysicists here, and so I'll do my best to bring experiments that are easily replicatable at home for you, since I'm speaking to DMOC, and DMOC responds best with what he can do and see for himself.
And remember, astrophysics aren't science. They don't do any experiments of anything. They don't mess with nothing. They sit in a chair and look out telescopes.
And I am Star, and I am someone who doesn't like arguing, fighting, or even debating. I like having conversations and hearing someone's perspective, and then having them hear mine. I don't like personal insults or attacks. And
well,
I
that's
can
all
get
it ever could be if we don't have a demonstration. We're just going to talk about each other's imagination and how you feel over how I feel.
So in the future, when the two of us talk, just keep in mind that if you want to have a fruitful conversation with me, it doesn't, like, I'm not going to do well with someone who's insulting. I will give you all the time in the world if you're talking to me as if I'm human. Okay? I'll go. Now, I don't have everything you want on hand, but I don't mind going and looking into it and bringing stuff back to you if that's what you want. DMOC, I'm Star. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I'm just a very direct person. Don't take anything personal. I'm just a direct talker. I'm just a direct person most of the time. I'm just direct. That's it.
I'm direct too, blunter than a baseball bat with nails, but I'm trying to be a decent person, and I'm trying to also require people are decent towards me too, because the meanness in me can easily come out, and I don't want it to. So let's work on doing our best not to let that side out, because both of us obviously have it.
Well, as long as you're an honest person intellectually and you don't lie for like bias stuff, then I'm cool with whoever.
All right. Well, I'll give you my puzzle pieces, and you can give me yours, and then we can decide for ourselves, and we can decide that we aren't trying to chalk up wins against each other like it's some kind of battle, but instead just have human conversations. Because I'm not a debater. I'm more of a, hey, let's talk it out person. When you're dealing with me, other people will come in and want to fight you. I don't. It's highly anxiety inducing for me. I'll talk to you later. I will keep your name in mind, DMOC, and I will try to post easy, simple, average Joe experiments in the chats when I see you here that you can check out.
Yep, and I'll try to help you or help myself be smarter or dumber from them, however that works. You know what I mean? I'll give you my input.
That being said, I want, like, I think I would love to see models or ideas of what people are trying, because I don't even fully understand flat earthers' perspectives and what they're envisioning in their head when they're envisioning this earth.
I'm perfect to help you with that. Then I can explain.
So yeah,
really
any images or anything that helps that, feel free to private message me that. That being said, I am kind of weirded out when people private message me creepy things, so don't be creepy.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't even. You wouldn't have to worry about that. I don't usually private. Yeah, I don't usually do that.
Okay,
if you come in here, we'll talk. Yeah.
Okay. And so I'm interested in models, or I just want to understand your perspective. I'm not going to say I'm going to agree with you.
Well,
but I want to know it.
My model is reality. It sounds weird, right? Okay, we go outside.
Well, so is mine.
Right. No, I understand that. But to the nth degree, mine is only reality. I can't take mine and make it a cartoon for you. Do you understand? I can't make a made-up story that's going to explain how I was fucking born before I was born, or how things got here before I got here. You understand? I can only tell you about what I can see, what I can test, touch, whatever's going on with what the reality that I'm based in right now, right? And as far as I know, hold on. So for my reality, as far as I've ever been, the testing, measuring, doing anything that anyone's ever done, that we've ever done, like just all the stuff we've done as humans, it's a horizontal base of reference and plane. It's a horizontal base of reality.
Were you born before you was born?
No. I don't know. Hey, that's a good question. How do you know? Bees are born before they're born. They're always dreaming in the larva, right? Yeah, in the liquid.
In a way.
Yeah, in a way they are. They're
no way.
Yeah, they're alive and experiencing what they would normally experience in life while they're in that little thing sitting there. And then when they go out, they already know their job. That's why they know their job. Yeah,
do you know your job?
When they were sitting there, like a drone, like a hive mind.
Did you know your job when you were born?
Yeah, DMOC.
No, I'm not a bee.
Kick ass and chew bubblegum.
I'm not a bee. I'm saying bees do this. We need to learn from bees. Bees are the master masons that we learned from. Ants and bees.
Word, bro.
The bees know.
Thanks. I just needed to check.
I'm just saying. No. Humans are different. Humans can't fucking get up and run like a deer. We're retarded goofballs. Like, we don't even remember what the fuck happened before we were born. How do you know insects don't? They already know how the design of their webbing. They know the design. Every animal knows what to do. They know where to go to eat. They know what to eat. They know how to stay with their thing. The animal ain't running off, jumping a fucking tree, dying. The babies, they stay with the moms. They know what to do. Like, our kids are dumb as hell. They go get fucking ran. They do all kinds of crazy shit.
Wait. You got a point, but I gotta hear.
They can't be smart, but you think
you got a point, but I just want to hear about the flat earthers.
Okay. The flat Earth. It's huge. No edge that we know of. No one's been there.
Nah, I gotta know. What is the flat Earth?
It's reality.
Flat.
It's the realm that we live in. There's no space underneath it. It's not curved Earth. There's no space and stars underneath us.
I know that, but
Right.
like, do we
It's
live
the
on it?
bottom of reality. It's the bottom base of
But
everything. Then there's air above it, and then whatever you can do in the center.
I get that. I
What
get
else?
that. But are we on that right now?
Are we on it?
Are we on the flat Earth?
Yeah. What do you mean? Everybody
No,
is.
no, no cap. Do you
have
mean that I
to.
could just fall off at any point?
No, where would you fall? Listen, there's no edge. Where are you falling off to? Dirt and water?
Yeah, if it's
What the
if
hell are
it's
you
flat,
talking about? The globe has an edge, not the flat Earth.
If it's flat, can I just fall off?
Fall off where? It goes on forever. No one's been to the edge. Do you hear this word I'm saying to you? Please listen.
Yeah, but please,
It's not a fucking pizza.
Someone's got to
It's
live
the
at the
realm
edge,
of
right?
reality in which you pertain. You're never getting out of it, hon.
No, someone's got to live on the edge. Someone's got to be edgy.
No,
you know?
there ain't no on the edge. That didn't make no sense.
What are you talking about?
Does that mean there's more continents to discover still?
You don't know. You only know where you live.
That's a cool take.
You know where the government gives you to go.
Wait. How come? Do you explain the fact that you can't see the Eiffel Tower from here? Do you
Because your
explain that
eyeballs
whole
ain't
saying?
Superman. You're not Superman.
Do you explain that whole saying there's a bunch of fog?
You listen. Remember, I told you. Reality is reality still. Hold on, man. Hold on. You're going too fucking fast. You got 87 questions. You want one answer.
No, this is my final
You're just
question.
going to keep asking questions over and over again to yourself.
No, you don't got to raise your voice.
Is that how you're going to learn anything?
You don't have to raise your voice at me. I'm speaking very calm here.
Oh my God, your eyeball. Well, shut up and listen. Listen very calmly.
If you have a telescope,
Shut the fuck up and listen, D-Mock,
let me ask my
talking over
question.
people and shouting like a degenerate little child.
Yeah, for
Fuck
real.
you, bitch.
If you have a
shut your fucking mouth
telescope,
and listen. If you want
let
to have a
me
debate,
ask my fucking question.
Yeah, you come make me, bitch.
Fucking retard, bitch. Quit sucking girls' ass.
Ragnar
What you gotta do about it, huh? What you gotta do about it?
No, listen.
What I'm gonna do is ask.
Oh my God,
Ragnar
stop
can educate.
screaming.
Yeah, Ragnar can educate the room with his great winning globe arguments. He's got all sorts of proofs that he wins debates with. Just go ahead.
Please.
I already debated you morons like multiple times, and you lost and conceded every single time.
Saying words,
is this how we lost?
Yeah, I debated you guys, man. Yeah. I totally debated your. Debated you.
D-Mock, be quiet for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, is this how you won the debate? You just went in and said, I've already debated you guys, and you lost so hard. You lost so many times. I won so hard. Yeah, what did you win with? What arguments?
You can keep arguing.
First of all, you can stop crying. That's first of all. Just chill. Take a chill pill.
Okay, my
Second of all,
final
every
question,
time
guys.
someone tries to bring up an argument on the globe side.
Shush.
Say what now?
See, you just proved my point. Thank you for articulating my point perfectly.
You had a point? What was your point?
Yeah, the point is you keep talking over people and muting them. That's the point.
Oh, that's your point? Is that your winning globe?
Yeah, that's the point of the Globers. If you want to have a debate, you should actually listen to the other side instead of muting them and shouting over them.
Listen to
you understand that, moron?
I'm trying to listen
Do you understand how a debate works?
I'm trying to listen to you. So
yeah, I'm not the one debating now, retard. Listen.
You're gonna have to be silenced, and hopefully you'll say something worth listening to, which is some sort of globe argument, like a convincing winning globe argument. One of these ones that you go around winning all these debates with that you talk about. Can you give us one of those?
I did it multiple times. It was quite.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to listen to you say you've done it multiple times because I heard that enough. I don't need to hear it again. I want to listen to one of these winning globe arguments. I will listen to that. I'll shut up and listen if it's going to be that.
Well, we can do that another time. Right now, there are people here.
Okay, you're not going to be able to provide any globe proofs. So, I mean, this is your glober for you guys. This is what you get.
Yeah, can I ask my question now?
I could. It's like arguing with.
Yeah, he can't. So he's done. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, great. So if you have a telescope, can you see the Eiffel Tower from whatever hole you live in?
Why did you have to have the hole?
No, I don't know. No. Like, no, just answer the question. If you have a telescope, can you see the Eiffel Tower from where you live?
No.
No, why?
Do you want to understand why?
If the Earth is flat, why can't you see the Eiffel Tower from where you live with a telescope?
Why can't you see that airplane that gets too far away from you in the sky? Why can't you see?
Yeah, I can see the airplane with a telescope. I literally can. So why can't you see the Eiffel Tower?
Yeah, we get the question. So the Eiffel Tower for the observer, because the observer is too far away, the angular size is too small for the aperture, the camera, the telescope to resolve. Also, adding into this, you have to account for the topography. Something of a smaller size, because it's closer to you, could hide it behind it. And also the atmosphere that you're looking through. You're talking about fog earlier. the atmosphere over, say, hundreds or thousands of miles is not as transparent as you think. The light isn't able to pass all the way through the atmosphere. So
why can I literally see? Okay, my next question: why can I literally see the curve of the Earth when I'm in an airplane?
That's not necessarily the curvature of the Earth that you're looking at. It's a circular vision. It's the
What do you mean?
It's the circular vision that you, the observer, has of the Earth beneath you when you're at altitude, looking through a window.
Okay, interesting.
Not a curve.
It's just flat. It's supposed to be flat, but it's curved because of my vision.
Yeah, because if you were to turn around 360 degrees, you create a visual horizon circling you.
Okay.
Yeah,
and if you go to the next window,
away from you.
Right. If you go to the next window, it'll curve its way of that window, and then yours. So you're looking like an M and M and M and M and M and M and M curve.
Wait, guys. Now that I think about it, the TV screen that I'm looking at right now, it's pretty curved.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, that's
what about
fucking
the
weird.
phone you're talking on? Isn't that pretty flat?
No, it's pretty fucking
How about
curved.
GPS
I
on
just
your
realized.
phone that's flat? Your phone
No.
has got a curved screen, curved glass.
Everything around me is curved right now. Am I tripping?
What? Well, how about a cube? You think that's curved too?
Not trying to understand. It's common behaviour. You give people an answer, and their first retort is to just spew shit. She's not trying to understand what was said.
I find it weird that a cube is a curve now to her. Okay, whatever. I guess that's a globe. I guess that's cube. Cool ball.
But didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson say it was pear-shaped?
And oblate. Spheroidal. Yeah. And he also said it was flat as hell. He also said it was flat. So, I mean, go figure, man.
Yeah, it just looks flat.
He said you can't see no curve of Earth, no matter where the hell you go.
That's precisely what he said.
He said it's flat as hell. He said that sucker is flat. So I don't know about you guys, but your own, priest brings you the news. It's flat.
You only appeal to consensus when it fits you. That's what they do.
Right. Then they throw him under the bus right away when he was the first guy that made him believe in a globe. Isn't that weird?
Very
him
weird.
and Bill deny.
Did Jedi finish talking to the lady that had the questions?
I'm still here, but I'm gonna head out for a bit. But now I will try to later on bring some stuff to DMOC that from my perspective, my puzzle pieces or whatever. But I did think of one thing. I don't know. I'm sure he's heard it before though, because it sounds like you've been in the community for a while. So I'm probably not the first person to mention this, but there is something you can do from your home that is as simple as sitting down and watching the sunset. Maybe not staring directly into the sun. You could use, like, if you have one of those welding helmets or something like that, but watch the sunset. And just as the sun hits the bottom of the horizon, whatever you call the horizon, stand up. You stand up and you will see the sun again. And you
Welcome
can
to Flat
watch
Earth.
you can watch it set twice because curvature.
No, no curvature. That's a horizontal line. Don't be silly. That is a beautiful horizontal line as far as you can see left to right. You don't even know the distance.
Why when you stand up?
That is a beautiful. Listen to me. No, there's not no why when. You have to understand that is a fucking horizontal line you're looking out at too. You're looking out at a beautiful horizontal line, and the sun is cut off with a perfect horizontal line. The sun is an arc itself, represented with the attribute of itself against that perfect horizontal line to show you how perfect horizontal that line is.
When the
So let's
sun,
what does that mean?
If you perform this on the ground in a Costco with cars, then the guy's rolling the car along the floor, and you won't see the car at a certain distance. But if you stand up, you can see that car because, obviously, what's happening?
Right, but let me ask a question real quick. Forget the sun setting. The sun doesn't set on flat Earth. What do we film in the north and the south and Antarctica? What they just film? A sun not setting? So now when you can sit, now you're going to sit in Antarctica for flat Earth proof. This is what you're going to observe. Look up
Well, we
and
already
record the
knew
sun
about the
go around your head
24-hour
and not set
sun.
in any
We have
horizon. Do
people
you
who live in
understand?
Alaska.
Holy motherfuck, lady. You gave me my thing to do. I'm giving you yours. I don't care how you do it. Not my fault. However you can, get a buddy to do it for you. Film them. I'll watch. So they go sit in Antarctica, and we can watch them, watch the sun not set. So now what does that say for your globe?
DMOC, first
Hello?
of all, hey, can you hear me?
No sunset. Address the point.
My feelings.
First of all, you cut me off while I was
Address
making my
the point.
I will if you allow me to speak, or are you going to speak over me again? I thought we got past this.
We didn't get anywhere unless you're going to talk. Right.
Okay, then allow me to speak. First of all, I was making a point, but I'll get back to that one about the sun and the setting. But that being said, I gave you something you could, because we said things that an average Joe could do from home.
Yeah, we can both.
Right?
Yeah, you.
And do you think I have the money to go to the North Pole or the South Pole for you?
Do you have the money
so
to?
Here I was realistically giving you a simple, ordinary, average Joe thing, which is what I thought we both agreed to. And you're being hyper pedantic and telling me to go to the fucking North Pole. Why?
So you can't do this with a long floor in a Costco with your buddy rolling a toy car across the floor like that.
But that being said,
or you actively ignored it.
I'll get back to you, Mr. Flat Earth Ranger. I'm sorry. I'm addressing DMOC. My point is first of all, that sun, it doesn't just disappear in a straight line. You don't see round and then nothing. You see it falling below. You see the bottom of it disappear before the top. You understand? It disappears from the bottom up because of curvature. And then if you stand up, you can see it do it again because of curvature. Okay? No.
Sorry.
Okay.
No. So the horizon isn't Earth curvature. I'm not trying to debate you, but from a flat Earth point of view, the horizon is Earth curvature, and that can be demonstrated. And you can see that with your own eyes. The horizon's the limitation of the ability of the optic, your eye, to see across a horizontal surface when at altitude above it. It's just a limitation of angle of that surface. You can't see beyond it. It'll change depending on the optic. The horizon will move. It will change depending on the atmospheric conditions. The horizon will move around. It will change depending on the wavelength of light. If you use infrared, for example, the horizon will move very far away. So it's not Earth curvature, because if it was Earth curvature, it would stay in the same position according to the geometry based on the height of eye and the tangent drawn from that height of eye to where it touches the curvature of the Earth for the sun to hide behind.
The Earth would be rolling up to meet it, is what he's saying, not it going away horizontally. But anyway, do you have a side view of any sun dropping vertically down, or like three people standing under it, like in front, in the middle, and back, and then one of these observers that's coming down to their face vertically? Because that's what down means, dropping vertically last time I checked. So no one has no view of the sun ever dropping down vertically below any dirt and water, ever. Side view needed. At your house.
We don't live on a flat Earth, so it wouldn't go vertically down, would it? Actually, the sun doesn't move at all. The Earth spins on a spherical freaking axis.
Why do you think?
But that being said,
you just said the sun is going to go down on a flat Earth. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Oh my
God! You have to stop saying nonsensical shit like that. The sun does not vertically go down on flat Earth. The sun does not go below dirt and water ever. It goes that way, horizontally. What you think it does is because you can't understand how the air is working between you and it. It's not my problem. Get a side view. You'll also notice on flat Earth with a side view, it's not dropping down. Now, do you have a side view of your ball claim to watch it fall below your ball tard curve?
Can someone please translate for me without the sarcastic tone what he just said? I think there was someone that was really calm and good at explaining that had spoken up.
Side view blows them out of the water, doesn't it? They just can't comprehend those two words. Crazy.
Oh, I don't understand your terminology and follow. Yes, I'm having. I'm trying to understand your logic, and no, I don't get it. So I'm asking someone to
on dirt and water to flat Earth. That didn't make you. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Clearly,
I'm asking someone to steel man you because you're right. I don't follow your logic.
Oh, the word horizontal.
It doesn't make me stupid.
Horizontal. It's not that complicated. I'm using real fucking slow terms. I'm not saying a lot of things. Horizontal, the sun goes. You understand that much?
Okay. It's going across the plane. How is it coming back to the other side if the plane goes on?
Take a right or a left.
So the star is making rights and lefts.
Take a right or a left. No star drops below 2 degrees. You got that handy? You got any star dropping below 2 degrees above the horizon to show that it goes down below it? Up close and personal for the sun, too.
Dude,
like, can you stand on the edge of Earth? Go stand where that horizon is. And watch the sun drop down. Look, let's all film it drop vertically down below the water.
D-Mock.
You don't know how a ball works? Weird.
D-Mock. Saying shit confidently and sarcastically doesn't make it any more true or any less.
I can prove everything I'm saying. It doesn't matter about your feelings.
Understand your logic. This isn't about my feelings.
I can
this is about me trying to understand your logic, and you're being an ass and honestly illogical. But I'm trying to understand your logic.
You're not getting a ball to demonstrate what you're talking about, and I can.
Okay,
every
keep on
day, all
talking
day.
over me. This is productive. By the way,
you're not productive because you said.
Let me just give you a little bit of a word for wisdom because it's something I'm working on too. You don't just have to be right. You also have to be able to speak.
It's nothing to do with me. It's reality. The sun doesn't drop. It's nothing to do with Democ. Get my name out of your mouth. Talk about what the sun does. It's right or wrong. What it does. It's not doing 5 different things.
Still, in the Earth spins.
No, the Earth isn't moving at all. Sorry.
Okay.
In Antarctica, when you look up, the sun is going around your head. You are stationary. You got to follow the sun with your head and your eyeballs and move them.
And it's a 24-hour sun, isn't it?
If the Earth was moving, the sun would be stationary and you would only have to move.
And it's a 24-hour sun.
You would watch it as the Earth went around it in a circle. Do you not understand physics?
It goes around in a circle.
You don't have to do that if the sun's not moving and you are.
So the sun is going around
the tripod,
in a circle in the South Pole, and it doesn't set.
You got the base of the tripod and you got the top. If the top of the tripod has to move and the base is stationary, that means the sun is moving the thing you're following. You're tracing it. And your tripod is stationary. That's what happens. Now, if the camera was stationary and the tripod had to move just because it was connected to Earth and the Earth did its thing while the tripod or the camera was focused at the sun because it's in a position, and we'd be going around it. You can do these at home too. With the ball.
Actually,
it's crazy to get a ball and do anything, you know. Then you might prove anything and you might not be in this conversation.
That you can do to figure this out.
Yeah, with balls, you can do nothing.
Have you ever? There's a pendulum, but you would have to
you need a ball. How does it work on a ball? What's your reference? Not a ball? Flat Earth? That's not going to work.
No.
Put it on a ball. You don't want to do that, do you? You're scared.
I don't even know what you're saying, so I'm trying to bring it back to logic.
What a pendulum does on a sphere, right? On a ball. So we're going to go to a lab and put one on a ball, and we're going to watch what it does. And if you can't manipulate it to make it do what the same one does right there that we see and sitting on flat Earth, then you don't have a ball. If you can't go on a ball and do the Cavendish, and it does what the Cavendish does sitting stationary on flat Earth, then you don't have a ball. If you can't go in the lab and demonstrate what you're trying to demonstrate on a real ball spinning, then what the fuck is your reference for a ball spinning? Your imagination.
I'll just send a video. Maybe you'll understand, because I don't understand.
You'll never understand what a ball looks like without a ball.
All right, guys.
That, because I'm not stupid, and
you're trying to fight for no ball. We know that's all you guys do. Please don't get a ball.
What is going on here?
All right.
Does he represent the rest of you guys? Like, do you all think like him?
Star, we're just going to put a quick pause on it. I think a new guy was trying to ask a question. Daniel, you in the chat?
Yeah.
I was just trying to ask, what the fuck is this dumbass trying to say?
All right, okay, yeah, we'll start.
I don't understand either.
You jumped in halfway to an argument. Daniel, welcome to the chat.
Thank you.
Know about this discussion? You've been involved in this discussion, or is this new first time?
I'm new.
Okay, what have you heard about the discussion? Do you think you know?
As far as I'm aware, this is flat Earth people trying to kind of embarrass themselves on the internet. I don't really have an idea.
So you don't know.
Yeah,
you should take a bit more of a charitable. You should take a bit more of a charitable view.
Yeah, my bad. Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my bad.
Okay, so effectively, what we're saying is, we've been presented with a globe conception of what we live on. Yes, you're aware of that, no doubt. And that globe necessitates a certain rate of curvature over the surface. You know that?
Yeah.
Do you know what that rate is?
Curvature would be like So, for example, if you go to the Arctic and you have the longest view that you ever have, there should be some curvature.
Yeah. So do you know what they claim that rate should be? Like over a mile, 10 miles, 20 miles, 100 miles?
No, not necessarily. No, not exactly. No.
Okay. Well, they say shorthand it should be about 8 inches per mile squared. Right. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but over a distance that builds up. So when you get to, say, 10 miles, that's 66 feet. Right. So what we're saying is, regardless of everything else that's said, that 66 feet over 10 miles, that 8 inches per mile squared, that physical drop over distance does not exist. It's never been measured. It's never been observed.
Yeah. Okay.
So if that's the case, then it doesn't matter what they tell us about what they're showing us from space, or what gravity is doing, or what the satellites are doing. If there's not that curvature, then there is not that ball. You understand?
Yeah, I do understand that. Yes.
Okay, so do you think you could, just very quickly, just so I can finish, do you think you could challenge that statement by providing a measurement of this curvature?
Me personally?
No, not you personally, but as in someone. Has someone measured it?
Yeah, as far as I know, that happened like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Okay, who measured it?
Some flat earthers, as far as I know. They were extremely weren't they extremely
Don't do it, dude.
Which flat earthers measured curvature? When did this happen?
What?
I just saw it on YouTube. I don't know.
What did they do?
Are you talking about the Antarctica thing? They didn't measure curvature though.
What did they measure though?
The sun above the horizon.
I mean, they were there in the first place. Why didn't they?
They observed the sun above the horizon for more than 24 hours.
Yeah, they didn't measure curvature of the surface.
But why did they not? Why did they not?
Because there is no curvature of the surface. That's what I'm telling you. So no one can measure it.
Okay.
Seeing something in the sky for a long time isn't changing a measurement of the surface of the Earth, is it?
Yeah, it would be a measurement of the surface that we're looking for, not an observation of something in the sky.
Huh. So you always.
So who do you think has measured it?
Who I think?
Well, do you know of anyone who's measured it? Yeah.
Not necessarily. No.
Okay, so how do you know it's real then?
That's interesting. I would just believe the things that the professionals say.
Exactly. And this is the problem. This is exactly what's happened. Everyone has just believed the stories we were told as children, and no one's went and checked it until now.
Okay, but
do you have to believe the story? Like, I mean, what is it that you have to believe the story? Like, if you're getting ready to rebut something, right? Like, but this, and it's a story. Remember, this is a story so far that you know so far, and you understand. So, like, if I said, just keep this in mind, you and I in the middle of the ocean, how would we measure the ocean? This is just a question for me and you. Like, it's nothing, nobody smart, nobody dumb. How would we measure the ocean? Human to human.
The ocean?
Yeah.
Like, as far as I know, it's a little bit like what you call astronomy.
No, you're not going to measure the water by looking at stars, brother.
Well, then not the water, but obviously
we're in the ocean. We want to measure the ocean. That's what we want to measure.
So, what would you do?
Me? I'd tell you you're fucked.
Okay, so you wouldn't have any idea.
Well, think about this, Daniel.
How are you going to measure away the oceans?
Hold on a second. Daniel, when we're talking about water, we need to consider the natural properties of
water. Yes.
Yeah. So you understand the natural properties of water is to find its level when it rests and contained.
But that's obviously because of the... No, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Dirt. It's because of dirt.
So whether we have a glass
of the dirt planet like the moon, right?
Of water, whether we have a glass, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or an ocean, they're seeking level.
Yeah.
Or a pond, or a puddle.
So we're talking about tides? Are we talking about tides?
Hold on, not moon dirt, brother. Hold on, not moon dirt. You're removing an amount of dirt. When you take a section of dirt away, you can fill that in with water like a cup. That's all that's what I'm trying to tell you. Not magical moon rock fucking floating water. Yeah, no, none of that.
Okay.
So if we understand that this is the physical nature of water, then why would we assume that at a certain point it's curving, especially when no one can measure it?
The top surface part, not the bottom that fills the hole. The very top surface at rest. Like when you look at your sodas, your 2 liters, your cups, your wines, all your everything. It's horizontal across top every time, brother. The water, the liquid, always.
So we need to. What you would need is someone who's measured this. So if we know this is reality, and someone says, "Hey, no, guys, this isn't reality. It actually curves." We need a measurement. We need this to be verified. And it doesn't exist.
And do you think you're the first guys who are thinking about that?
No, material. No, I mean people throughout human history, the entirety of human history.
And so why don't you believe? Like, I'm not a physicist, or like, do you
don't have to be able to measure. The guy who measures my porch is not a physicist.
Okay, so you are the geniuses that we lacked.
No,
like 200 years
ago. You already knew this.
Bro, you don't have to be a genius or a super mastermind to figure out the dimensions of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Well, you don't have to be.
I don't necessarily understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do you believe that you're more of the geniuses that become?
What does the genius mean about? What does that mean?
Hold on.
But it was all
water is level.
As far as I know, there were people who described all of those phenomena, but you don't believe them.
It doesn't
Why don't you believe them?
Again. Daniel, we just explained to you the nature of water, the lack of curvature. It doesn't matter what stories we're told, and we don't have to claim anything about our own intelligence. Those are the facts you have to deal with. Water is level.
Yes, so
there is no curvature.
Guys, do your research. Do your
How do
little
you research the
experiments.
story of orbits when you can't reproduce an orbit?
Okay. Well,
No, hold on. Let me get this dude real quick. I'm being nice. I'm not going to be mean. How do you reproduce something that you don't have the attribute of it, that you've never ever seen, couldn't demonstrate, and don't know the math of? You just say you do.
Do I need to see somebody being killed to know that the guy was being killed?
That's not what we're not talking about. Murder.
You need to have a body at least.
Talking about. Hold on. No. We're talking about physics of balls that have been explained to you to float around each other because one's bigger than the other one or smaller. Now in a lab, can you go get a whole bunch of big and little balls and just throw them up and they start doing magic stuff because one's bigger or smaller? That's the only claim you have. Bigger, smaller, mass.
No. The claim that you have is that it's the same environment. How would you know that's the same environment that you claim for the little balls and the big balls?
What environment? You'd have to, brother. That's not the. Hold on. Hold on. It's the story
you say that
you're bringing. No. This is your guys' story, so you have to bring that environment. I don't have to bring you guys' made-up environment.
No, I don't have to bring you anything. You ask me.
Yes, you would, brother.
Okay, so just leave me alone. I don't want you.
You're not listening.
I don't want you. I don't want you to ask. What the fuck?
There's a point to this.
You're harassing me at this point.
You said you believe guys, right? They said they told you how.
Okay, so is that an invitation to harass me?
Stop,
brother.
The guy told you about it, right?
Like a baby.
You said you believed it. I'm just going along with that. So if you and I say we believe Bob and Tom, and they want to sell us a fucking bridge, do we get to go check it out or not?
Yeah, go check it out, and then if you have
now what we want to do,
if you have other evidence, then show the world your evidence. Just
we're going to
leave me alone.
The evidence right
now. Let me hit him with it.
In a lab.
Let me hit him with the ABCD.
Yeah,
bro, just leave me alone. I don't know what
the ABCD.
Okay, I'll leave you alone. You don't know what an orbit is. You don't know what you believe, what these guys told you. It's okay. So you don't even have a clue what you're believing.
Bro, do you have any idea what you believe in other than your contrarian?
Yeah, I believe you're full of it.
Yo, Daniel, can I ask you a question?
Me. Stop harassing me.
Daniel, it's okay.
Question's not harassment.
Demok, chill. Let FE Christ was wanting to ask the question.
What the fuck's wrong with these people?
Daniel, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you see the side chat?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to post a picture, okay? It's going to be a blue picture at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to answer me, where is the horizon? Is it A, B, C, or D?
And would anything to you matter? Could I say A, B, C?
Just where you see the horizon.
Yeah, where do you see the horizon? Where is the horizon?
No, it's a pixelated thing. I am just saying D. Because that's not a real picture. It's like saying, oh, you have this pixelated picture.
Not a real picture.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a still from a video, which we can post.
Oh, from a video of what?
Oil rigs and the horizon.
Bro, be a little bit more.
Could you just answer? Well, okay.
No. You guys need to be a little bit more precise.
Okay, fine.
Is it,
so have you heard the claim? Okay, have you heard the claim? Boats disappear over the horizon.
Yes.
Okay, what do you understand by that claim?
That the horizon, it's a horizontal line. Obviously, our planet is, let's say, rounded. Therefore, the horizon. Well, it's a little bit annoying because your picture didn't.
All right, just keep going. Boats go over the.
Do you have like a 4K? Do you have like a 4K?
Yeah, someone in the chat post a video for him.
Yeah, I'll post
a video.
I'll post another one.
Yeah, bro, it's like
someone will post it for you.
Exactly. Yeah, true.
So we're trying to understand this claim about boats going over the horizon, and you were saying what you understand that to mean.
Okay, but obviously first of all, my first language is in English, but over the horizon is as far as I know, and you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, it's a saying that's like a little bit older than having pictures, right? So if you have a perfect picture of the sea and some boats in there, it's a little bit different than when you're sailing in, let's say, 1700s, 1800s on an English boat with fog, right? It's a little bit different.
Right. So what does it mean when they say boats are going over the horizon?
Yeah.
What do they mean?
You don't see the boat anymore. The ship,
why
I
is
guess,
that?
ship. Because of the
Why is
fog,
that?
maybe because of the curvature of the earth. Who knows?
Okay.
The part that is interesting is it doesn't prove anything you're saying. That's my point.
So is the horizon curvature of the earth?
Maybe, maybe not.
Wow. According to the globe model, it is.
Okay, and according to you, is it or
Wait,
is
did
it
he?
not?
Did
No,
he
it's
answer
not.
where the horizon was?
No. He needs more setup. He doesn't.
Bro, I'm just some dude that you asked to say something.
It's okay, bro. It's okay.
I'm not a flat earther conspiracy theorist.
It's okay. You're just a guy who believes in a globe.
Stick to the reality. You're good, dude.
They've told people that this horizon is a curve of a ball Earth that ships are going over.
Why is it? Anywhere you guys go, you're being taught differently, but you still keep.
Understand math?
Okay, Daniel. It's okay. Just just follow what we're telling you.
Okay.
Follow along.
Okay, yeah. Let me follow along.
So if you go on Google, have you got Google open?
Yes.
Type in distance to horizon calculator.
Distance to horizon.
Calculator.
Calculator. Okay.
Okay, and just click on one of the calculators and just put in, say you're standing at the beach.
And I'm supposed to just believe some.
Oh, I'm not saying to believe it.
Internet lords.
I mean, realistically, you're just believing some guys that told you some shit that you never met either.
Hold on. This calculator is supposed to be presenting the globe claim, the globe math. So I'm not saying you should believe it. I'm just telling you this is what they're telling us.
Mm-hmm.
So if you put in your observer height, say about 6 feet, how far does it tell you the horizon should be?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
6 feet. How
Yeah.
far?
8.7 kilometers.
8.7 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now type 1 foot.
No. So I'm gonna be at the bathroom. Give me 5 minutes, all right?
Okay. Six feet, 8 kilometers. That doesn't sound right. Not right?
Maybe 6 meters. Right.
Yeah, he's got 6 meters in there, doesn't he? That's what he's done.
I'm not too sure.
Maybe.
Might be a conversion
No.
issue.
This is a slow setup, but we'll see how it goes. He wasn't buying into the ABCD thing, I'm afraid. It's not going to work every time. So.
I did post another black swan image with a clearer horizon.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them now, so I'll just tell him to scroll up once we get to the point of actually helping him figure out what's being shown here.
Yeah, man.